All right. Here we go. Where'd my other mouse go? Come on, other mouse. Stuff refreshed here real quick. Okay, we are good there. All right.
Hello there, friends. If you're watching on Rumble, you saw me do a quick frame check already, because, you know, we're chilling. I'm going to be having a discussion with the CEO of Liquid Death, a canned water and beverage company, over issues I take with their company. And I will start by saying I respect that he's willing to have this conversation,
too loud.
because I think it's a bad company. I certainly think that there's worse companies for sure, but I take issue with the misleading claim death to plastic, while all of their products, or I shouldn't say all because I don't know everything they sell, but their cans are all lined with plastic. Not only that, they sell packets of drink mixes, which are also lined with plastic. There are alternatives to plastic that are readily available and low cost, such as glass and stainless steel. And so, for that reason, we will have this discussion. And let me start by pulling in the CEO himself of Liquid Death. And again, I am honored that he is willing to have this conversation. Let's make sure we have the audio is working. Checking. Seems to be good. Let's kick it up.
The reason we created these initial robots was to solve a pretty basic problem.
Make sure everything's here. Mike, can you hear me?
Gotcha.
Thanks for joining me. I do appreciate that you're willing to have this conversation. Let me.
Of course, no. I'm glad that you're willing to have it.
Absolutely. Let me put my head. Make sure the audio is good. I'll put my headphones on. So let's just start from the beginning of how this kicked off, and I'll start with my tweet, and I'll be as crass as I need to be, and then you can address it. I said that I'll refrain from swearing, but I said your company was ish, you know, S word, and that you mislead the public into thinking you have plastic-free products when you actually sell plastic-lined products and other plastic products, and I'm not okay with that. I'm a fan of that. So I'll make the claim. I believe the intention of your company with this death to plastic slogan is to trick people into thinking that they're buying something that's more environmentally friendly.
Test.
In fact, they're
oh, that's
plastic,
weird.
fully aware that plastic bottles are worse. And the reason I say this is
I wanted to try the audio monitoring.
Ago, as we've entertained the Maha argument,
not like that.
Rise up and the conversation become more notable. I was seeking out plastic alternatives for my studio. We have about 40 employees. We have a dozen or so contractors, plus
hopefully
3 or 4 guests coming in every single day. So
somebody here is interested in this. I'm interested in keeping
pallets of plastic water bottles because some people
stuff.
Just don't care.
Oh, there's
we would
a
also order glass bottles, and it was usually Saratoga Springs glass water bottles. I'm fully aware that the plastic caps have, the caps, they're metal, but they have plastic sealers. And a friend of ours, Richie Jackson, told us how he rode for Liquid Death and that we should consider aluminum as an alternative to the plastic. The purpose being because we wanted non-plastic contaminated goods. So we didn't want our food products for those that are serious about it. So I ordered thousands of dollars of Liquid Death over the next couple of months for our staff. And then my brother informed me, in fact, all of these cans are lined with plastic and we're not actually getting away from it. We're still using it. I was incredulous. I said, what do you mean? It says death to plastic. They're aluminum cans. And silly me, I guess. I just didn't realize that aluminum can meant aluminum and plastic can. So my brother, using caustic soda, dissolved the can and then showed us the plastic bag, which we were drinking out of. And I was a bit perturbed by this. Not because I don't recognize that plastic lines everything. You buy bacon, it's in plastic. But that the can says death to plastic, and I bought plastic assuming I was buying something that wasn't. So in fact, what ended up happening was, instead of me purchasing a glass bottle product, which would be substantially less plastic, I ended up buying more plastic and increasing my plastic consumption and the direct contact
I removed the fog
with our food goods. So I'll just throw it to you to respond and then give us like an intro or how you see it.
Should play with the fog on.
Sure, yeah. And you bring up a good point, and I think off of that, like how Liquid Death started and what the idea was from the inception was, so Liquid Death, we started the company basically in 2018. And at that time, plastic pollution was a big thing. You were seeing that like Marriott and all these huge hotel chains were getting rid of plastic straws. At that time, there was news that was out there around the whole China plastic bottle recycling. So this idea that people were discovering plastic bottles are not actually recyclable. Yes, technically they are recyclable, but they're not actually getting recycled. What's happening is you're sending your plastic bottles in your blue container to a recycling facility. That facility, in the past, for decades, was then putting it on a ship to China and marking it as recycled. What happened once it got to China? No one knows, no one cared. They could have just dumped it in the ocean. They could
Testing the volume here real quick.
carpets or whatever. Then, I think it was, right around 2018, China said, we're not accepting any more plastic trash from the U.S. We don't want your plastic trash anymore.
That's volume like. Come on now.
Then that was a problem for all these recycling plants. Now they have nowhere to market as recycled.
Maybe it's
They have
alright.
to send it to the landfill.
Could maybe
Because
turn
the
it up a little bit.
cost is to try to process plastic bottles, grind them up, then resell that at a profit to the facility so that they can actually be a business that generates income. They would lose money. They would go out of business if they actually processed all the plastic bottles. So what we did learn was aluminum is the only thing that actually gets recycled. And aluminum is subsidizing any of the small amount of recycling that's happening in plastic and also glass, because metal is a valuable material. You melt it down, they can put it in bricks. You can sell those bricks for, I forget what the price of aluminum is now. It's like $1,500 a ton or something like that. So cans, from a recycling standpoint, if you're talking about environmentally friendly, that's a big word. What does that mean? It can mean a lot of things. If you're talking
It
about
seems quieter for some reason.
hey, I can drink a can, it's going to get melted down and made into a new can over and over and over again. There is no material, including glass, that comes close to
It does seem quieter for some reason. Why is it quieter?
especially plastic.
Oh, hey, there we go.
In the original names of Liquid Death, with Death to Plastic, everywhere it said Death to Plastic on our bottle or on our pack, it said, we donate a portion of proceeds to help kill plastic pollution. And we work with companies that we put on our site, like Five Gyres, that fight plastic pollution, and a couple others. So for us, plastic was just shorthand as a beverage company for plastic bottles. And a lot of people understood that. Even now, I think we surveyed some Liquid Death drinkers. It was like 80% assume that the reason they're buying the can is for recycling reasons, not because, oh, I believe that it's so much healthier to drink out of an aluminum can. Because pollution is a big thing to people, and plastic bottles, being in the ocean, all of that. That was how we built it. Now, over the last couple of years, this idea of microplastics is a very new thing that people are discovering and that people are getting more aware of. Like,
Pretty cool, huh? That's the laser strike system for most of your advantage. This little bullet drops into just about any gun and works with this app and that target to help
liquid that touches plastic can potentially leak particles, and you're actually drinking plastic particles. And there's not been a ton of research on exactly what it is. Some of it is so nano small. Like,
Do we need to start killing any of the Yuties that are...
stuff even detected to figure it out. So if you're looking at, okay, well, people are concerned about liquid touching plastic, and to your point, hey, doesn't a plastic bottle mean that there's less plastic? Well, it's not true, because in that plastic pack, those French studies that was done, they found more microplastics in glass water than even plastic, because with that cap, it's put on with so much pressure, and there's paint on the cap, there's plastic seals on it, that just that cap off. Then it can even be more than a plastic. So, in a plastic cap, the amount of plastic, and then a lot of plastic bottles are actually using plastic labels that they use to put like the branding and whatnot on there.
He's full of
It's a
shit.
gray area, which is why I want to talk about
He's
it.
full of
There is
shit
no kind
on
of
that
perfect
one.
material or perfect solution. Everything kind of has, pros and cons. Glass and plastic cans.
There's a lot to break down. You mentioned building proceeds. You mentioned recyclability. You mentioned plastics, microplastics, all those things. But first thing to ask, why don't you disclose on the packaging, the cans, the boxes, or otherwise, this product does contain plastic inside?
And it's a good point. And we are actually, because the thing is, to talk about plastic being in there, even though the plastic has absolutely, which is really what I meant.
That's also not correct, but we'll stick to the first one.
No, it is correct. It
So
is
the plastic in the cans, where do they go?
that layer.
So there's pollution from it, correct?
What's that?
Plastic burn creates pollution. Where does that pollution go? So the argument that there's no pollution made from the plastic you're using is a stupid argument, okay? When you burn off aluminum cans, the plastic is fried and it breaks down into plastic particulates, carbon dioxide, and water vapor, which is captured by filters in these facilities, and those filters create massive amounts of waste. So this idea that this is another issue I take with your statement, which is not correct, okay? About 2% of your cans are still plastic. I fully accept and recognize it's still better than a plastic PET water bottle. Substantially cheaper than for a fraction in a plastic water bottle. My point is, you are using this is called assumptive reasoning in marketing and manipulation. You're doing something you're not doing something you're in fact actually doing. To melt, I think it's 700 Celsius or higher. And the plastic fries off into pollutants, which are captured by filters, and those filters are waste products. And the filters have to exist because you're burning plastic.
But Tim, you are absolutely wrong. They are infinitely recyclable.
The plastic's not recyclable. They're not burning down the filters to make more epoxy resin lining.
Infinitely recyclable means these cans can be used, melted down. That metal material can be used to make new cans without having to go mine more additional metal to make new cans. Plastic cannot. You cannot. It is not happening where plastic bottles are being melted down.
Let me ask you.
So it is infinitely recyclable.
So okay, so let's adjust. What percent of your cans is plastic? What percent of your cans are made of plastic?
Less than 1%.
So the industry estimate is that it's about 5 grams to a gram of plastic in all aluminum cans. You guys, I don't know if you're still doing tall boys or the 12 ounces.
It's 0.3 to 0.6, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the standard estimate is around 1 to 2% of a can. I do the low end because I want to steelman as much as possible. So when you say the can is infinitely recyclable, are you saying that minus the plastic, which is a percentage of the can?
Infinitely recyclable. Are you saying there's a difference between saying infinite and 100% of this can is being reused?
Marketing.
It's not marketing. It's the English language, Tim. Infinitely
aluminum
recyclable.
cans.
The can can be recycled over and over.
No, that's still not correct. The aluminum can be, but the can itself can't because it contains chemicals you have to burn off.
We should all be proud of our public schools in Nebraska. We're ranked 7th in the...
The can can be infinitely turned from a used can into a new can.
No, the
over
aluminum
and over
can.
and over and over.
You cannot take a liquid death can, burn off the plastic and melt it down, and convert that into another liquid death can because you will need new plastic to line it inside. So the can itself is not recyclable. The aluminum of the can is. Not to mention.
Okay, leave me alone, dude.
0% of a
point you're making about sending a glass bottle to a facility to melt it down. But I look at, let's address the comparison that you brought up over and over again, because once again, we're pitting this as if it's, you know, cans versus bottles. But as far as I can tell, there is no metric showing that canned water has displaced plastic PET water bottles in any significant way. In fact, plastic water bottle consumption is higher than it's ever been and growing exponentially, especially in the third world. So when the argument is made that we are better than plastic, but when you look at the net product of Liquid Death still produces more plastic on top of existing plastic, I don't see how this actually is an argument.
So if you look at the top 10 plastic bottled water brands right now, since Liquid Death has been around over the last 6 years, and look, Liquid Death is still a small brand. Like, we're not Coke, we're not Pepsi, but we're on the start to at least have people think about alternatives to plastic bottles. Like, yes, we're, you know, if you look at the publicly available scan sales data of all our categories, which, by the way, still water is less than 15% of our revenue. Mostly what we have are healthy soda, healthy low-calorie iced tea, and then we're launching sort of healthy, better-for-you energy drinks going into next year. So if you just look at still water, it's becoming a smaller part of our revenue. But if you look at the top 10 plastic bottled water companies over the last 6 years, all of them are declining in sales except for Smart Water. Smart Water is the one brand that is up in sales. However, Smart Water has moved a lot of their products to aluminum. If you go in an airport right now, almost all the Smart Water that they're doing, they're putting in aluminum cans.
Let's clarify that real quick. You're saying specific companies' sales of plastic water bottles are going down. Right, that's fantastic.
So are you saying just don't do that?
Yeah, but I don't care about top 10 brands. I care about total plastic consumption, of which Liquid Death says death to plastic, but contributes significantly. To be fair, small company, I understand you are a big company, but relative to the big players, you're not the biggest. I want to say something real quick too. I like the news, and I think this is great. Liquid Death, I've always been a fan. I just don't like how you market this as though you're not plastic when you're contributing to plastic. And there's a lot more evidence. I mean, you have single-use plastic-lined packets. You don't need to do that. You could do stainless steel. You could also do glass. My argument is you are using this marketing scheme to try and sell a product.
Well, one, we did get out of the packets, and there's another
No more
company
death dust.
No more death dust.
All right.
There's another company that wants to license our name so that they can create death dust. And now what we're trying to look at is what packages are available that are sort of a better option than what's currently there. With that stuff, there's not a lot of great options right now. So the original thing for death dust, the thinking, just so you see how we're thinking, was that what we did find was, because most of those packets are used by people who are like pouring them into reusable water bottles and going to the gym and using these things. So you could make the argument that by using a packet, it's like 98% less plastic material than a plastic bottle if you're buying a Gatorade. That people kind of making their own sort of sports drink, you're kind of eliminating the need for someone to buy a plastic bottle, so that if someone's not buying a Gatorade and they're making their own Gatorade, you can argue that it's less plastic consumption that's happening. And then hopefully, as technology moves along and packaging moves along, that there are better formats that can be used for these things, given that there's such a new category, that out of the gate, it's not the most ideal solution, but the minute there was something better, that you could migrate over to it. And that was kind of the thinking that we had going into it.
So why not glass?
Glass bottles for Liquid Death.
Yeah.
Couple
Raw
reasons.
mutton, maybe?
One, the recyclability factor. They're not actually being recycled. So the idea that you have a plastic bottle, you put it in your blue bin, it goes to a recycling facility, they don't wash it out. Like, just think about it. You have a Coke bottle. They own that exact shape and modeling of the bottle. You're not going to wash that out in a facility, and then it goes, and then all of a sudden your Sprite is in somebody's old used Coke bottle. That's not what's happening. Europe actually has a better recycling system for glass. And the reason that is because they don't have a mixed recycling. They have very specific glass containers, metal containers, plastic containers. containers all
But why does recycling of glass matter?
Hey YouTube, what you're about to watch is a new segment we call Change My Mind.
The whole point of having a government is to...
Because if you're talking about sustainability of something that a material that doesn't have to be created from new, always, that you can have material that's created new, gets reused over and over and over again, you're not constantly having to create new. And that's part of the sustainability.
But I look at it like, you know, calories per bottle, right? So if the argument is that recycling is good because it requires less energy to recycle a glass bottle versus produce a new one, I suppose there's an argument there. But the reason why they don't recycle glass is because it's actually not correct. It costs us more to recycle the bottle than to produce a new one from scratch. Considering that glass bottles are rocks, and when they sit in landfills, it's a landfill full of rocks, I don't really have a great concern about that. Plastic bottles, you and I agree on, but I would actually make the argument that, you know, for my personal experience, we stopped buying the Saratoga Springs glass water bottles. I'm familiar with the study that perhaps, according to this one study, there may be a couple, there's more microplastics in the bottle because of the cap. There are alternatives. There's cork, there's silicone, things like that. But in my experience, and what I've encountered, the argument that people are going to not buy a plastic water bottle because liquid death is an alternative, I think also presupposes that people will choose not to buy a glass product with less plastic because they see liquid death as a cheaper alternative, which in fact just increases
making the same exact
glass bottle. I would actually argue this.
Wow, female 125.
So it is funny because you sent me this big long post on X about, you know, our cool water gag product, and we're talking to a variety of distributors that have offered cork sealers as well as silicone, which is a bit more expensive. So it certainly exists. Like my point ultimately is,
no, it exists, but it's expensive. That's why alcohol brands use it because.
And so is liquid death is what, eight times the cost of a plastic water bottle per ounce?
No, false.
So I can go to Walmart right now, and for 0.8 of a cent, just like not even a single cent per ounce, I can get water from a plastic bottle. Liquid death, I found at the lowest 8 cents per ounce, and the highest 17 cents per ounce.
So let's talk about the beverage business then. So you can talk about how we get the pricing, because I think people are really confused about how pricing ends up on the shelf where it is. And that was part of my post to you to understand that. Because even in the early days of Liquid Death, when I had the idea I want to make this beverage company, there are so many costs that I never even realized existed until you actually get into it. So there's two ways you can sell a beverage to somebody. You can ship it direct to them from your warehouse and sell it on your website, which is kind of what it seemed like you were doing with the gag product, right? Then there is selling in a retailer. And there's only one way you can basically sell at a retailer. You have to sell to a distributor who then sells into the retailer. If you're a non-alc beverage product, the only distribution system for the most part independent Anheuser-Busch distributors. Anheuser-Busch corporate only owns 20 of them. So for those other 300 plus distributors, they're all individual family-owned distributors around the country. You can go to them one by one and say, hey, will you distribute my product? And most of them say, unless you have massive chain authorization in Walmart or 7-Eleven or Outlet, we don't want to gimmick your product. We've got 100 other brands. So it took Liquid Death a lot of time to do that. So once you build out that network, we've got about 300 Anheuser-Busch and other, some Miller Coors, some non-alc distributors around. They want a 30% profit margin to sell your product to the store. So me, let's say I can make a 12-pack of Liquid Death water for, call it $5 is my cost. I have the can, the filling, the carton, shipping from the bottler to your own warehouse, and also the cost of shipping from your warehouse to the distributor. That all adds up to be a lot. As a beverage company, on the low end of what you can sustain yourself as a company is a 30% gross margin. At scale, you want to be north of a 40% gross margin. Companies like I mentioned, Monster Energy are at 54, Coca-Cola is at 60. You start adding that on, $5 plus shipping, give a 40% just mid-range beverage company margin on there. Then it goes to the distributor. They need a 30% profit margin on that to the retailer. And then the retailer, if it's a grocery store, they want a minimum of 35% profit margin when they sell to the customer. In a convenience store, when you're selling singles, they want a 50% gross margin. So you start adding that up. That's how you get to these prices that are, yes, higher than what Coca-Cola can sell it for when they own the entire supply chain. They own the cans. They own everything. So the beverage game in general is very capital intensive because as a small company, you will never get anywhere close to the cost benefit of a Coca-Cola who owns most of the products on the shelf.
Are you allowed to disclose the profit margin of Liquid Death?
At Woodhouse Honda, you'll find the perfect balance of adventure, reliability, and value.
I can't give an exact number, but I can say we're around 40% gross margin.
The public estimate is $333 million in sales last year. Is that public number correct?
That's retail scan sales. That means when there's certain data centers that track big retailers like Walmart or Albertsons, what goes through the register. That's not our revenue. That's how much Liquid Death is sold through the registers for retailers.
So,
we're not allowed to disclose.
So, are you allowed to say how many cans or how many units you sold in the last year?
I don't have an exact number, but you can kind of back out probably something close to like around a buck a can through the register. So probably like close to 300 million cans.
Wow, that's a lot. So is the argument, I suppose, that you don't want to disclose your products contain plastic, or that as it pertains to using glass bottles, you could not find a way to reduce the...
So, since the concept, we've been talking about for a little while. It's not like that's not happening. Death to Plastic is a marketing tag, right? Marketing taglines at the high level like that, they're not claims. We're not saying our product contains 0% plastic. Death to Plastic is like, just do it, or gives you wings. It's a short form to get people to then look deeper into the brand of like, oh, what is this? And then if you actually go to our website, or you read on the can, or you look into it, there's more info on what it is. And now I agree, at this point, because of all the other concerns about plastic, we should absolutely update our line to Death to Plastic bottles. And we should have on our site, and we actually, if you go to our site now, I have my team update. Hey, let's just change the logo now.
What is going on with my computer?
Let's actually talk through everything that we talk through. Hey, yes, they do contain a plastic liner, and here's what it's all about. Here's what's happened, and reality is about microplastics and plastic bottles, and let people make their decision. Again, nothing's perfect, and we're not trying to do this to deceive people.
Anybody on Twitch? Is it working for you on Twitch?
In a lot of areas where companies are so close to their own product, where it's like, we live and breathe every day all the details of Liquid Death, and what we might assume is something that is easily assumed might not be the case, and then we learn, we adapt, and that's
I did notice this too, because I pulled up your website and saw that you do have a section now which talks about plastic liners, which I believe you put up yesterday. And, it wasn't
And I saw some of the traction on there. Again, this is something we've been talking about. I'm like, guys, like, we've talked about this for months.
He's full of shit.
I appreciate you coming on, but did you talk with your lawyer before doing this show?
Absolutely.
And you brought up Red Bull gives you wings, which you know the FTC fined Red Bull for as a misleading statement. And then you just stated that you...
That's a ridiculous thing. How many people are buying... How many people are buying a liquid death? Or no, how many people do you think are buying a Red Bull saying, I believe this product is going to give me wings?
Fascinating, because that wasn't the FTC's argument. The argument was that Red Bull's statement misled the public into thinking that it provided more of an enhancement than any caffeinated beverage. The statement Red Bull gives you wings did not trick people into thinking they would grow wings. People believed Red Bull was an energy drink, and then they found out it was a standard caffeinated soda. That's why they got fined. I think it was $13 million. So when you say to me, we knew death to plastic was a marketing slogan and our products contained plastic, and there was a portion of people who genuinely believed it was plastic free, sounds like you've just admitted to an FTC violation.
You're completely wrong, because death to plastic is not a claim. Death to plastic is a point of view.
Neither is Red Bull gives you wings.
We are a company that is trying to do something about plastic. Not all plastic. We say death to all plastic, our product contains 100% plastic. That's not what we're saying. And we have, if you look at any ad that Liquid Death has made, Recycled Plastic Surgery Center, the most recent thing we did with Whitney.
Purple
Cummings,
one.
the whole thing is about
There's a
recycled
blue. That
It's
one's
about
come
putting plastic
down.
in
Do
your
we
body,
have
which
time?
Microplastics do when they leach into your food product.
No, we're not going over there.
Get
We'll
30
go to this
protein
one.
sticks for just $36. That's only $1.20 each.
Blue.
There are 3 reasons why you
Drop
should try it.
hunting.
Number 1, high quality. They
Drop hunting while we are.
I thought that was pretty funny, because I
Ooh,
like
nice,
Cummings,
Polly.
and you did this commercial where they're jamming plastic in their body, and I was like, kind of like when you consume plastic-lined food products with microplastics leaching into them, right? Look, I'm going to say it again.
No. You're trying to spin something here. And look, that's what you do too. You spin.
Spin?
And you're trying to spin it. Yeah, you spin it.
Yeah, I'll tell you exactly what I'm doing. I bought a product that death to plastic because I didn't know aluminum cans had plastic in it, and you told me you knew there's a portion of people who didn't know that, and you kept selling the product without disclosing it. That pisses me off. I would not have bought Liquid Death as a plastic alternative had I known my food product was lined with plastic, because it defeated the purpose of purchasing it, and I stopped buying my Saratoga Springs thinking this didn't have plastic in it. That's my whole argument. You said you knew that was the case for a portion of your customers. I'm pissed. I was one of those customers, and not just that. I'm buying thousands of dollars. I'm buying, I think, dozens of cases, maybe even 100 cases, because we have 40 employees, and we were drinking a lot, and our guests were drinking a lot. And we've done special events where we've had people put Liquid Death on our table. I don't care if Coca-Cola, Liquid Death, or Celsius, or whoever has plastic-lined cans, because we get that. I was unaware of that. I learned something. I care that this can says death to plastic on it, and I thought aluminum cans didn't have plastic, and you knew this was the case for some of your customers, and I was buying a product through misleading advertising.
What you're saying was, if it specifically said death to plastic bottles, there's no issue.
No, not at all. You said no issue at all. It's not an absolute. I take issue with the marketing campaign, which insinuates you don't use plastic or contributing to the production and consumption of plastic. It's absolutely better than plastic bottles, but there's no data showing a comparison between liquid death consumption and a decline in PET bottle usage that are exponential increase across the board. So when I look at your cans, can for can, Liquid Death produces the same amount of plastic as every other can soft drink manufacturer, and you're growing. And now you're getting away from water and going to standard soft drinks, which typically are in cans because of pressurization. You're not working with thin PET bottles. You are the same as every other company, but you have this thin veneer of you're environmentally friendly for some reason, or better. Despite the fact, if you put on these cans do contain plastic. I would have water. I would have fine glass. And so that's what I'm bothered by. So I'll say this. Put on all of your products.
Tin glass has more plastic, so you're
No, you're arguing that. That's not correct. We don't know that. That's assumption.
It's correct. You're
No,
wrong.
it isn't.
You're absolutely wrong.
How does glass have more plastic? It's in the glass?
Inside the pack, plastic bottle, weighs 3 grams worth of plastic.
And can I get one without it?
Inside a can. The liner inside a can is 0.5 grams. That's all the plastic.
On the high end, it's 1.
So just the cap alone is 6 times the amount of plastic material as what is in a can. And then if you have any plastic on the label of the plastic bottle, which a lot of them have, that's another couple grams. So you're
That's
talking
good.
on average, and you go ahead and chat GPT, AI, whatever you thought, a plastic bottle they estimate has 5 to 6 grams of plastic used in a plastic in a glass bottle, which is 10 times that of an aluminum can. So
2.22. Fair point.
Yeah, so you could make the argument that's what I'm getting at is, yes, there is no perfect thing. And when it comes to plastic, that's the bigger thing. Let's just say you made a glass bottle that somehow uses no plastic whatsoever. If you're talking about microplastics, water in the bottling facility is touching plastic all over. There's no way to get away from plastic in the modern industrial society, unfortunately. Water is passing through plastic tubes. There's plastic nozzles on the bottle fillers that the water goes through in the facility. So we live in a world dominated by plastic. There is no way to get away from any risk of microplastic, regardless of what the container is. So,
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with that, and that's why we have Liquid Death. And my issue is not that Coke lines their cans with plastic. My issue is that your marketing misleads into people.
I don't like misleading, deception, lying.
So we can move on from there. I do have a question though, because you sent me that big long Twitter thread about the cost
Email
of
mail,
glass.
it's 130.
I certainly think glass is still point made about beer caps. I did a quick search, and I'm not getting for pop caps, which are not resealable, which I would consider to be more comparable. Let's try and get a hard number. So one of the concerns with, like, what is the demand for a plastic bottle? Resealability is a big deal. So it looks like even in pop caps,
Daedon 95.
2.08 grams in a pop cap. A typical beer cap contains about 0.05 grams of plastic. Okay, so it looks like there is plastic can, right? So glass bottle cap structure is mostly steel and aluminum, 95 to 98% cap by mass, with total standard weight of 2.2 grams. The plastic liner is usually 0.03 to 0.08 grams, roughly 1 to 4% of the cap's total. So again, let me say, I respect fighting against plastic. I think it's good that you offer alternatives to plastic PET bottles. I don't, however, see a real market displacement. PET is on the rise. I think you're more likely to pull people from glass bottles, like Topo Chico, for instance, is going to have substantially less, or Nicaragua, for instance, less plastic than yours, based on what I just looked up. And not to mention, comparable price. I've got 8.4 cents per ounce at my local Walmart for glass bottle Nicaragua with a single-use pop cap. So I can get It's funny, Nicaragua's not even marketing that they're anti-plastic, and there's less plastic in it. Now, to be fair, maybe the label has a certain degree of plastic, but we can mitigate that. We could do a paper label or something else. So ultimately what it comes down to is, I'm willing to accept that you didn't really think about it all that much. You did the microplastic thing is only new in the past several years, but there's still a few factors that I think matter. One is, you could have always gone with glass and single-use pop caps, which is less plastic than the can. You could have disclosed on your site, on the can, this product still does contain plastic, which I think is important. And on top of that, I genuinely just think that liquid death is overall a contributor to the market, not a displacer for the market, so consumption of single-use plastic is only going up. I take issue with the phrase infinite recyclability because that misleads people into thinking this can is pure aluminum, and the whole thing can be reused as a can. It can't. You've got to get new plastics.
Yeah, I mean, again, you saying that they're not infinitely recyclable, like, you're really stretching it.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If I took this can of liquid death after it was done, melted it down into aluminum, could that aluminum, just in and of itself, be reformed into another can of any size?
Yes.
It could.
Yeah, and then
So why don't? So then why do you put plastic in your cans?
This is the best natural painkiller you'll ever find. Some people even compare it to morphine. Wait a minute, what? We're now learning when our ancestors didn't have access to medical care, instead they used this natural morphine plant that grows across
all beverage cans are required to have a liner because the liquid would interact with the metal.
Okay, so let's try this again. If I took this liquid death can, finished it, melted it down to aluminum, reshaped it into a can, it would not be capable of holding your beverage because it would react with it.
Yes, but you're talking about the word infinite. What do you mean by the word infinite? Let's start there.
Okay, a liquid death can, I'm not saying aluminum, a liquid death can is not infinitely recyclable because of the portion of it which is plastic, ink, or otherwise. The ink, by all means, whatever, however it's colored, we can throw that out the window because it's this. But the plastic has to be reproduced. Not to mention when it's burned off, the plastic will emit carbon, water vapor, and plastic particulates which are soaked into a filter. That filter becomes waste. It is tons better than plastic bottles, certainly not better than Topo Chico or any other single-use pop cap on a glass bottle. So it is not infinitely recyclable. That is a marketing term. And when you actually look into it, every confirmation as infinitely recyclable is a marketing term used to make it seem like it is. Now, if you said the aluminum in our cans can be recycled infinitely because it's a metal, that would be a fair statement. And by all means, make that distinction, I suppose. Once again, my point is, all of these factors line up and show us an avalanche, which says to me, I don't believe that you guys were unaware of the impact. In fact, you said to me just a moment ago, you knew a portion of your consumer base thought this was plastic-free, and you did not put on the can that it was, in fact, containing plastic. Even if that percentage is 2 or 1%, it shows that you are willing to say that portion of our consumer base is okay to lie to or mislead.
It's not lying.
It's lying by omission. It's misleading them into thinking death to plastic doesn't actually mean us because we're producing more single-use plastic.
We have tons of info on our site that is
115 Daedon.
recyclability of plastic versus
Grab
aluminum.
him.
We're never claiming that these are healthier to drink from in any way. We're never claiming anywhere actual claims of like 0% plastic. Death to plastic is a rallying cry. It is not a claim.
Let me ask you. I get it, and I'm not trying to. I don't mean to cut you off, but just because I hear your point, and I do.
Holy
so one other question I have, it
shit!
says on this
32
can, we
raw
donate a portion
prime
of the profits from every can sold to help kill plastic pollution. I checked your site. Do you want to explain?
Superior
I don't know
kibble
if you're
would
allowed
be
to tell us
way
what portion of
faster.
the profits actually goes towards fighting plastic pollution?
Well, in the early days of Liquid Death, we had a specific number. We had it was like 5 cents a can was what we donated in the very early days. As the business, well, actually, it was, the original thing was 5% of the profits we were donating.
Your site in 2021 says 10%.
No, not 10%.
The website Liquid Death Archived 2021 says 10% of all sales per can goes to fighting plastic pollution.
That was never on our site. It's
how much you want to bet?
10%.
You want?
I missed it.
Well, actually, it was the original thing was 5% of the profits we were donating.
Your site in 2021 says 10%.
No, not 10%.
The website Liquid Death Archived 2021 says 10% of all sales per can goes to fighting plastic pollution.
That was never on our site.
How much you want to bet?
10%.
You want to bet?
It doesn't say 10%.
How much you want to bet? Gentlemen's
$1
bet, because I have the archive pulled up.
$1 billion.
Are you sure?
I'm ready. I know we know.
Everyone watching right now can see archive.org. 10% of the profits from every can is donated to help kill plastic pollution. I don't know if you're able to see. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I can't put it on my screen. If you everybody watching can see that says 10%. Hey, you said it.
Tell me where to make the check out.
I don't know. To a plastic fighting charity.
Yeah.
I'm not mad that you're saying 10%.
Never been anywhere else. Like, that is not at all. It's a typo, and it's not on the now. It's not ever.
August 1st, website. Yeah, and then it lists.
And it's been up. If you look at every can we have now,
Yeah, currently it just says we don't need a portion. So here's
Damn, I want to get rid of these fucking direwolves.
I was shocked to find that
I need to separate these guys.
relative to the size of your company and sales, these are microscopic profits. They look fantastic. You know, I don't want to disparage them in any way, but I'm these nonprofits, or do you give them like a check for $100,000 every year?
well, Five Gyres is the biggest nonprofit we could find that is solely dedicated. If not the biggest, one of the biggest.
Power banks over my 15. It's pretty clutch, but it's also pretty loaded. Built-in braided USB-C cable.
So according to their 990 for the year 2023, they brought in $1.2 million. To be fair, and I'm not trying to immediately just go totally dark and negative, because I think it's good that you guys are doing this, but it seemed low, to be honest. That their total contributions for the year is 1.2. Prior for that 1.1 is the latest 990 that I could find. And the current assets for Thirst was about 500,000, though I didn't pull up their direct 990. It just seems small for, you know, the latest reporting period. Again, I'm not trying to disparage the fact that you actually do this, but I look at it like, to be, I looked at what they do. They do like cleanups and things like this. They advocate. They say that principally what they do is science, and so it seems like most of the financing is going to paying individuals who probably excel at people without something that's respectable. Because most nonprofits I think are scams, but they have a big team, and at the rate of revenue that they bring in, these people are really, they seem to be really doing the work. But it does seem to be relatively low, especially considering the size of the company. I will totally give. I think the estimates for total sales for Liquid Death in fiscal year 2023 was.
Yeah, gotcha, bitch.
Now. So, factoring in retail sales don't account for your total sales. You guys are making the drink. You're then selling them to distributors. It's probably substantially less. If you're doing $1 a can and 330 million cans, that's. Cents at our sheet. And then the regular cans at Walmart are like about $8 per can. So, are you guys still doing tall boys, or is it now just all?
Oops, that's not what I wanted to do.
No, we still have the tall boys. We got rid of cases of tall boys this year for most of what we have. Because basically, if you look at the beer industry, all single cans are big tall boys that you buy, like cold. All cases of beer is 12 ounce. So we kind of looked at that, but now we realize there's enough people who do want to buy full cases of big cans. For a couple hero SKUs and flavors next year, we're going to re-release some of the big cans.
So just because I'm not trying to be so dark on this one, because I think it's good that you're doing this, but am I wrong about my interpretation that the nonprofit only brought in 1.2 in total contributions, and you guys are generating, you know, I don't know, tens of millions of dollars? Is it comes off immediately. Again, I'm trying to be careful because I don't want to be too mean. I actually respect this, but it does come off like you're contributing very little. It's a lot relative to the nonprofit, but 1.2 million for a nonprofit is actually one of the smallest nonprofits, you know, in the industry.
Sure, and the reality is there's not a lot of nonprofits dedicated to plastic pollution. They're the biggest one that there is. Second, the other thing you have to keep in mind is, yes, Liquid Death sold 300 million cans. We are still not yet a profitable company, because as much as it cost, like, we're operating, like we said, on a 40 months, and it took us forever to get there. Big reason for that was during COVID, ocean shipping costs went up 5x. We used to ship out to Austria because there literally was not a single co-packer in the United States who could put spring water in aluminum cans. It did not exist in 2018. So we, you know, in 2022, we moved our whole supply chain to the US to gain our margins. But what that shows is, like, most beverage companies, the game is stacked against you with Coke and Pepsi to start a new brand. And most new beverage companies, what you have to do is, you start a company, you have to price your product where Coke and Pepsi prices it. Even though you don't have the economies of scale, you can't just say, oh, we're going to be an $8 can of water next to $1.79 smart water because that's what we need to make a profit. No, you have to price where Coke prices, lose money for years, raise capital, and then eventually you get to enough scale where your costs come down enough where, hey, you're actually maybe able to generate a profit. And for example, the company Body Armor, they're like the Gatorade type product that got bought by Coke for $5 billion 2 years ago. They had to get to almost 600 million in revenue before they were actually generating profit. So even though we're a company that's not even making money, we are still donating. So yes, that's fine. We're not donating these massive amounts. As we get bigger and we have more profit and become a bigger company, we can continue to donate.
Are you planning to sell Liquid Death?
Our excitement is, as a company, because we're a multi-category brand and because the kind of marketing we do could never survive in the Coca-Cola corporate structure or Pepsi corporate structure. Any of the stuff we do would die in a focus group or would get killed by, you know, somebody in the that's not the kind of marketing they make. So yes, maybe one day someone could come to us and say, hey, Liquid Death's taken enough of our market share, we're just going to buy them. But we're also excited about the potential of one day becoming a public company. Like we still control our own destiny. Tell us how to do it, and we can continue to drive value.
Entertaining possibilities could come. Has taken any action to benefit in a safe community, and specifically for the team, maybe this will make us appetizing to some of the bias out there.
Please, ads.
CrossFit gym of all.
I mean, yes. I mean, we work with a ton of smart people. We have a board of people that understand M&A and people who have been a part of other brands, sold brands, been a part of the Coke and Pepsis who have bought other brands. So we have a pretty good hold on what it needs to look like if you are going to get acquired by someone. But again, most beverage companies are built to sell, as they call it. They're like, hey, we're going to start this thing, we're going to burn cash, and the whole plan the whole time is we're going to flip it to Coke or Pepsi.
Yep.
That was never our thing. Like we built this to kind of be a long-term company. Now, to your point, if Coke or Pepsi comes to us and says, hey, Liquid Death, $2.5 billion, we got to think about that, right? Because there's a lot of people that have busted their ass with this company. Every employee of Liquid Death owns shares in the company. Jason Ellis, as you know, owns shares in the company. Like Dane Berman, one of my favorite people on the planet, and skaters who put together the Liquid Death skate team. Just unfortunately, after 6 years, you know, we just realized
Zero
hey,
narcotics,
it just
but we'll
doesn't
probably
fit in,
use a few.
like, into our strategy, and you know, we just can't do it anymore. And as much as I loved Richie, I know that there wasn't many other sponsors he had, and it hit him really hard. That hey, we can't keep paying you that couple $100 a month anymore.
Yeah, I don't think that was the issue for Richie. I think it felt more like you stabbed him in the back. And my understanding is that the entire skate team is now gone. And you know, when Richie first told me to buy this stuff, and I did, and then shortly after found out there was plastic in it and got pissed because I thought, you know, the marketing was misleading. I said, for Richie's sake, to be polite, I'm not going to start a public spat with Liquid Death. But then you went and axed the whole skate team, and I said, I don't got to hold my tongue on this anymore. For Richie, not to, you know, I don't want to speak to his business, but I mean, the things this guy did for you was really, it was really amazing. He would always make sure he had a can of Liquid Death in every video we were producing to make sure it was on camera and everything else. And for $500 a month, you cut him off. And he's been with you since the beginning. You really couldn't afford $500 a month? I mean, Corey Duffel and the rest of the team, you're doing really that bad?
So let's talk
By all
about
means,
that.
I get it.
Yeah, no, let's talk about this. I think it's important because, I mean, you're a skater, I'm a skater. Let's talk about skateboarding and Liquid Death for a second. So the skate team started in 2019. We had, like, no sales. Like, we were a small company. I went to, it was a skate event where, it was one of the concerts. It wasn't Warped Tour, but it was like some kind of skate and concert. I met Dane Berman there and Adam Arunsky, and we had Liquid Death at this event, and they were videoing themselves like doing stuff like over a can. And I got to, I'm like, hey, this I started, and I got to the end of the day. And I said, hey, maybe I could put together like a little skate team for Liquid Death. And I was like, hey, look, like, we don't have any budget for this. Also, from the beginning, our strategy was trying to go into skate and extreme sport. We did it because I personally skateboard and love skateboarding. But the reality is Monster and Red Bull and energy drinks, they bring a massive challenge. But it's like, hey, if we could do this thing really well, guys and things like, yeah, we did this for 6 years. Now, in no way does it actually fit into what the marketing strategy was. So in the early days, me as the CTO, my personal likes, I can kind of keep around. But now as we get bigger, when we have a team of people and marketing strategy, they're like, hey, Mike, like, you know, we've been paying these guys for 6 years. We don't really track. Is it doing anything for the brand? Is it selling any more water? Like, we're just kind of doing it because you like these guys. Like, we might have to kind of start phasing this out. So we had to do that. I don't like the way
you had to do it.
As part of my team, I have to respect my team to a level and say, hey, Mike, this doesn't fit into the strategy anymore. We have to do it.
What was your budget per month for the skate team?
I think all in, like, they're probably, to pay all these guys every year, I think it's like 40 grand a year that all in we're spending on the skate team.
Yeah, I hear you on the, hey, we don't know if there's real value in these guys kind of statement, I guess. But it's kind of crazy for a company recently valued at $1.4 billion to be like, you know, these guys that have been here since the beginning, it costs us 40 grand per year. Let's fire them. And so, you know, my thing, I know people have already tried to make the argument. The only reason I'm arguing is because I'm friends with Richie and Jason and other people. I just think, you know, look, I want to say this. I really think Liquid Death is great. I just don't like the market that you do. I think you should fix it. And really, I have very little to say after the fact if you do. Like, we get it. Cans use plastic. We're going to try and be better than everybody else. Then there's nothing. It's like, okay, all right, we'll make that the play. Outside of all of that, as we have, like, the last few minutes here, bro, I don't see an argument to be like, I'm a skateboarder. It costs me 40 grand a year to keep a skate team on, and we just brought in a bunch of investments. Like, what? So it's like $3,600 a month to keep the guys from the beginning on who have never missed a beat for you, and you cut them off. That's shady.
Vistaprint prints everything to get your brand in front of your fans, like t-shirts, water bottles, and totes, so everyone can gift it, work in it, and take it. Whether it's one of a kind or one for your whole team, if you need it, we print it with 20%
Yeah, the
off for
commercials are fucking
It's
loud
not
as
shady,
fuck.
Tim. Like you're basically saying, okay, if you become a liquid death skater, you should be paid forever. Doesn't matter if you're doing what you're posting. Also, I can show you a text message. He came to me and said, Mike, I want to produce my own YouTube show that's kind of funny about skateboarding. Will Liquid Death give me the money to do it? I said, how much is it going to cost? He said $50,000 for 10 episodes. I said, Richie, there's no way we can do that. Maybe we can swing 20 grand. He's like, okay. So we gave Richie wired $20,000 to Richie. He made 3 episodes of this show. It got no views, and he got really bummed out. He's like, I don't know why there's no views, and he gave up. He didn't even make the whole 10 episodes. We didn't even get pissed at him.
Yeah.
Even though we wired him the money, we said, hey, look, Richie, you tried. It just didn't work out. It's all good, whatever. And we still kept paying him for years. So it's not like we've done a lot. And of all the skaters, I have texts from Corey Duffel, from Dave. They all were like, Mike, I just want to say thank you so much for the last 6 years. Like, you paid us, literally, Corey people said, you basically paid us to do nothing for 6 years. And I really appreciate that. It wasn't easy for us to go find sponsors at our various stages of careers, where that is. Thank you so much. Like, I appreciate everything I have. Posted something out of anger. And I will say, I don't like the way that Richie was let go. I knew that we were moving on. What was going to happen, and then I found out after the fact, someone just called them and said, this is it. I wanted to more personally do this, and yeah, not but look at the rationale of it.
I have no logical argument for your business rationale, and I think it is largely correct. And so I'll make sure that everybody who's listening understands this. I run a business as well. There comes a time when you're like, listen, man, we've done this for a long period of time. We've got to wrap things up. My understanding is you offered to keep paying everybody for several months after the fact, even though the team, I don't know if it was you, but whoever was in charge said, we're actually letting you know it's happening now. We're going to give you several months lead time, which is respectable. So I just think it's kind of like the personal and professionally, you make a good point. You're correct. Personally, right now skateboarding is at its worst moment ever. And so to see if a company as successful as yours be like, it's 40 grand to keep these guys in skateboarding in some capacity. Nah, let's not do it. It feels like no love of the game. And there's no real logical argument that I have against you for doing so. It's just like, it sucks that skateboarding is burning down, and this is just another log on the fire.
And I totally get that. And I hope that in the future, as Liquid Death actually, because so much of our focus right now, it's like, hey, look, we've grown, we've raised a lot of capital. We're at the point now where it's like, you need to become a big boy company that's actually making profit and making money, or it's just going to go away, right? So when it starts getting to like profitability, that's where all of a sudden little amounts of money here and there all start adding up, and that's really what you have to do to really drive how you become a profitable company. And if we get bigger in the future, and we have more marketing budget to spend on things, I would love to maybe get back into skateboarding in a much bigger way where we can actually write the kind of checks that we have to compete against with Monster or Red Bull or any of these other companies that can just throw money at guys. Like, how are we actually going to go make a big dent unless we just have so much money to spend?
So just two last quick questions.
Yes.
This one you may require a longer answer, but
1250, 800, 214.
When people, I got a bunch of messages from people when I was tweeting. A lot of people say that there's two reasons they won't drink it. One, there's like this hippy-dippy, it's not really political, but there are these people who believe that water contains emotional energy. I'm sure you're aware of this.
Yeah. We made a commercial making fun of that.
Yeah, they're like water molecules. They're like, I won't drink anything called death because it's bad for the spirit. But there are people who have said your either mock or legitimate cursing and satanic worship or prayer of the water means they'll never touch it. And I'm not I'm not, you know, that deeply theistic, so I don't know. Like, I drank it, or whatever. I got a can right here. But do you think that's going to impact your growth? There are a lot of people who are rather pious, I suppose, who won't go near the brand, and that's going to inhibit your growth capability.
Yeah, well, two things. One, it's not a lot of people. I think most people always forget about social media.
We should all be proud of our public schools in Nebraska. We're ranked 7th in the
You may or may not know is like the 90-10-1 rule.
Yep.
Yeah, 90% of people who are viewing social media do not interact with it. They treat it more like a television. They're just watching kind of a circle. 10% of the people watching social media will do a light action. Like, maybe I'll click the like button. Maybe. That's 10%. 1% of the people consuming social will actually take the time to write and comment on something. And then, of that 1%, how many are the people who are like the angry people? So I tell people all the time, people try to make business decisions based on angry things they see on social media. But the reality of what's happening is, like, imagine being in a football stadium, sold out. There's one group of 10 people at the top screaming that this team should sell and they're the worst team ever. How much does the actual ownership of that team gonna put stock in those 10 people when you've got literally a full stadium of other people who are all bought in? But because of the way social media works, you only see
gotta get
the
some
negative
more
stuff
water.
easy, so it could feel like
Pause
it's a
this
lot
so I
more
don't miss any. Be right back. Well, not water, ice, I mean.
what's actually happening. I tell
Check on the torpor.
If we have 20,000 likes and 2 angry comments,
1700.
I'll take 20,000 to 2 all day. You're never going to have 100% of people who love you.
Same is true for Yelp and Google reviews. So I guess last question. First, I do appreciate you having the conversation. It's very, very respectable. Will you change the, in some meaningful way, the branding or whatever on these cans to make it very apparent that there's plastic in them?
Yeah, so we are starting to make the updates of having our tagline be more specific to say death to plastic bottles. So we're going to have that on cans packaging. Now, the way the cans and packaging works, it's going to probably have to happen in cycles over time because there's inventory and we're not obviously going to like burn inventory. And again, what we feel like is that the number of people that it's actually, you know, that this is actually an issue for is small. So we're going to continue to update it. We already have it updated on our website, and we'll continue to, you know, where we can, make things very clear on the packaging. But also, again, be very clear about what that means. Like, just saying it contains plastic, but being clear about, okay, well, so what? What does that mean? Is it worse for me? Is it more microplastic? Is it less than a bottle? Because you don't just want to give a blanket statement that people could then misinterpret 3 other ways. It's like every time you try to fix one problem, you make 3 more.
Here's what I would appreciate, and it's very difficult. I don't think you can write out this huge paragraph like you did on your site explaining that cans contain substantially less plastic, that there is still going to be some in there. How do you let people know that you are doing better than a PET bottle, but the can is lined with plastic, you're still substantially better off? It's very difficult to convey, which is why I took issue with just hashtag death to plastic. I don't feel that death to plastic bottles rectifies any of the past or anything like that. Not that I know how you would do that other than update the site. But as far as changing the marketing so that people know you're not saying outright all plastic or the can doesn't contain plastic is probably a step in the right direction. You know?
Yeah.
I got one more question for you, actually, because I'm looking at this can. The iced tea says manufactured for liquid death in Los Angeles, California, and the ingredient just says water. What's the water source for this?
So for almost all soda, iced tea, anything that's not bottled water, they're using what's called usually RO, reverse osmosis water. Which
is that what you guys are doing?
For our flavored beverages, we use reverse osmosis water, which is basically, it's municipal water, tap water that gets filtered of literally everything that's possibly in the water is filtered out of it. It's how basically all soda, all drinks are made.
Sure.
That's the other thing about bottled water that most people don't realize. Most of the big bottled water companies, Essentia, Aquafina, Dasani, that's all just purified municipal tap water. It's not actual premium source spring water. So
this is actually really funny. Dasani's water source is municipal public water supplies.
yes. And they do $1 billion in revenue. They put tap water in plastic bottles and they sell them. They're the number 2 bottled water brand. It's crazy.
So just to clarify, the rest in peach that I'm holding, you guys take, it's municipal water that's reverse osmosis filtered and then used to brew your drinks.
Exactly.
Oh, okay, right. Well, I think I've made my claim. I think if you guys are honest in your commitment to, you know, and I will add, what a silly debate for me to be having, you know, no disrespect to you, just like getting angry over the plastic branding on a liquid death thing I tweet about it, and we're having a conversation. I respect that you're having a conversation, and if you our guys are committed to updating that so that people are aware, then
Newspapers.com. The past. Read all about it.
I don't know. I guess I'm content. You know, that's all I'm mad about.
All right. And if you need a co-sponsor, you know who to call.
Oh, here goes, huh? Yeah. Well, anyway, man, is there anything else you want to add before we wrap up?
No, like I said, I appreciate you having the call. And again, like I'm big on, you know, a big reason I'm a fan of you, even though we might not totally align on certain political things and things like that. What I do like is that right now is most of us here in the world, we live in the middle. And there's so much extreme on either side that is somehow steering the conversation. And I feel like we need more people getting in the middle, where it's like people just need to talk to each other and not have it be, well, I'm left, so I'm never gonna fucking talk to someone on the right, or, you know, everything about Trump is just he's a fucking villain and a Nazi and everything. It's like, yeah, I don't love Trump, but is there some stuff I think he does is good? Sure, yeah. Is there a lot of shitty things he does? Yeah, but it's like, I feel like we need more conversation and try to somehow get back to like just having dialogues and not having it be pure fucking vitriol.
I unfortunately don't know if I'm trending in a positive direction in that regard, but I do appreciate you having conversation. So, you got like social media or anything you want to shout out before we wrap?
No, I think you're good.
Right on, man. Well, again, I do appreciate it. Thanks for the call. Thanks for the conversation. I saw that you updated your website the other day. Thought that was a good thing, and I appreciate you being as candid as you have. I look forward to seeing the new labels on Liquid Death, and I will add, I am impressed, and you're doing substantially better than literally any other beverage CEO in addressing concerns consumers have. I can't believe you gave me the time of day to actually yell at you on the internet about why I'm pissed about the marketing, but you did it, so I have to respect it. So, brother, thanks for hanging out, and I guess I'll see you on X.
All right, thanks, brother.
Have a good one. Take care. Well, I gotta give it to him at least as far as it goes today. He had the conversation. He addressed the concerns. We'll see what it means moving forward. And I will stress, it is kind of funny and silly that it's like the least important thing, I guess. There's some good stuff he clarified. I will reiterate my position just as I wrap this up. Death to plastic leads people to believe they don't use plastic. The can itself says it contains 70% recycled materials. Saying infinitely recyclable implies that they are actually recycling 100%. They're not. There's plastic in it. And again, it says literally in the can 70% recycled material, so they are still a portion being reused. The aluminum is. And I'll also stress, when I looked at their nonprofits, I try to be light on this one. I'm not here to just rag on someone and be insulting or mean. But for a small nonprofit to bring in only 1.2 million, and this company make as much as they do, I'm curious what their actual profits are, and if it really is that much. He says they're actually not. I also think it's absolutely hilarious, because I'm going to pull this one back up. He owes me $1 million because he made the bet. 10% of the profits from every can is donated to help kill plastic pollution, and he said that's not correct, that's wrong. Well, that's what you're marketing. And I will stress this. Well, I'm not going to be petty. I respect. I got to put in perspective. Ain't no other drink CEO is going to come on here and have this conversation with me, but I'm going to stress, my friend. Someone commented 30% disappears. Fair point. It oxidizes. I'm going to stress, he did say to me, he knew a portion of their consumer base believed their products did not contain plastic, did not update the packaging, so that still irks me. I mean, that's still kind of shady, right?
I agree.
Not everybody's going to be perfect, and if he's
We're all humans.
he's going to take action now because there's some weight behind it. He's doing better than everybody
You
else.
make mistakes.
I'll take it. Hey, this is a special live stream.
And
I had
or
fun.
bad choices.
Mike, I appreciate it. Thank you guys for watching this weird stream and conversation. I think even outside of what my argument or disagreement may be with Mike, the conversation may have been very informative for many of you to understand packaging, processing, drink monopolies. And dude's got a great point about how you can't get into the space because Pepsi and Coke own everything. People have asked us why we don't do cold brew cans. We wanted to because the expense, the cost is just absolutely insane. As for our gag product, cool water, we can sell this locally at low cost. If we want to have this be available in other regions, I don't know, that's where it's crazy. Because we can actually, the supplier producer is actually within 10 minutes driving from us. That's why we could do this. But if you do order it, we're going to put it up. Shipping's going to be expensive depending on where you are. If you're local, it'll be dirt cheap. So the other thing I'm going to stress too, they could do glass, right? I'm not going to attack Liquid Death because they're not a glass bottle company. I'm angry over their marketing. Because if they want to say death to plastic, even death to plastic bottles like he's saying he's going to do, I still think it's fair for me to say Topo Chico, Nicaragua, other glass bottles with single-use pop-top caps have substantially. They have 10% of the plastic that's in this can. You could do better, but, you know, don't let the perfect be the end to be the good. Guys, thanks for hanging out. This has been fun. I'm going to go eat food because normally I'd be eating food by now. I really enjoyed this, and I really do appreciate Mike having this conversation. I wish Liquid Death the best, and I don't want anybody to fail. And it hurts my heart that he fired his skate team, but he's not wrong mathematically. He's just wrong spiritually. Not that it matters for a business. Thanks for hanging out, guys. We'll see you tonight for Timcast IRL.
All right. Let's see. Let's look up the look up this Hassan thing. Oops. Out of treat your dog and fail to get away with it. Isn't the dog collar, I agree. It is the fact if he's lying and full of shit and double, triple, quadruples down. Let's listen to, I don't know who this person is. Let's listen to this person.
Asha is crushing it. And with shoutouts in the Wells Fargo app, she knows if she's crushing her savings goals too.
Whoever else is on YouTube, if the, besides the ads are freaking loud. If the volume needs to be adjusted, let me know.
You're gonna love Justin.
Gamer.
Hassan Piker, the most popular leftist streamer in America, has been going viral all week for what appears to be him allegedly zapping his dog with some kind of collar to get the dog to lay down in the background.
Kaya, please just fucking go, but just stop.
So that is the clip that went viral. Now after that, several more followed, highlighting other moments that viewers thought that maybe he had done it again, or other times where he yelled at his dog, or he was rude to the dog.
Come here. Stay. If you run right now, I'll kill you. Like, I'll actually kill you, okay? In front of everyone. Stay.
Kaya.
Jeez.
Grab the thing. Get back there. What is this?
It just goes on and on at this point. But as for the allegations of zapping his dog with some kind of shock collar, he has said that is untrue. He said that he does have a training collar on him that vibrates but doesn't shock. But the commenters aren't buying it. There are dog trainers now saying that...
Let me stop and say something right now. I specifically own several dog shock collars. That is not the issue. The issue is the way you are using it and lying about it. That is the issue. Our dog shock collar, let me pause this. Our dog shock collar, it has a beep for a warning, a vibration after that, and then shock. And it also has low and high modes that you can switch to. I hope that I can use just the beep and the vibration, which initially a shock as a final warning. Then the dog notices, oh shit, Nike, I don't want that. And then we don't have to use it hardly ever. It's just in when the dog's in a mood of I'm chasing somebody I'm not supposed to be, ignores the beep, ignores the vibration, so then you give them a shock, and then they're like, okay, I won't chase that person anymore. My opinion, that's how it should be used. And we also use the low setting, with the high setting only reserved in case absolutely necessary. I don't think our dog would ever harm anybody. However, you can never be too careful. The way he is using his shock collar is wanting to use his dog as a prop on stream. And when his dog does not lay perfectly in the position that he likes, he shocks him. That is torturous. And he lies about the fact. Probably because he knows it's torturous. And he's ashamed of it. And he doesn't want to admit it. One lie leads to another lie, leads to another lie. And that's the problem. And if he's willing to lie about that, he's willing to lie about anything else. So he has been extremely dishonest in his entire career, in my opinion. And feeding his viewers what he feels like and wants to feed them. All right, back to the show.
They found the exact type of collar that he uses and some of that has shocking capabilities. This is just one of the What is definitely true in all this is that he does train her to lay on an elevated bed for hours and hours while he streams. My question to that is, why? The easy thing is this entire just to let the dog run other parts of the house. Why? 4 hours? I don't understand. Why does he need to hold like a little hostage while he streams for hours and hours on end? I mean, no dog can fly with that. Especially that breed. It's a big dog. I mean, get a cat.
Because it's a prop for him.
Now, I don't know.
That's what it is.
That's partially why I'm laughing at this once again. I just don't know. And the fact that this has been such an internet conversation is... Well, we're going to get into it. Now, Hassan is saying on all of his streams lately that it's a lie, it's not true, and he's frustrated by now how viral this has gone. Given the fact that I faced my fair share of internet lies earlier this year, I'm not going to dogpile on and assert something as fact that I do not know. And honestly, my concern over Collargate is very low. Okay? I'm also not surprised. And neither are those paying attention, which is where I want to focus my attention for today's episode. Frankly, these are my favorite tweets that have kind of come out of all this because they highlight something that I wanted to talk about. Hangman Lee said, Hassan has previously called to murder his political opponents. Are we really shocked that he electrocutes his dog to keep him as a streaming prop? A fair question. This is another meme that I've seen.
I'm not surprised.
These authoritarian fascist dictators, and then silence and the dog gets up. I mean, that's
135 Chalico
Ethereum. Here that I feel that I want to dive into. Because any concern I have about his content falls on undeniable clips like these.
Left-wingers, liberals, you need to be fucking showing your opponent's guts on there, okay? You need to be gutting them. You need to be shanking these motherfuckers and letting their intestines just ride on stage. What the is this shit, man? Slice them up.
Not be able to get away with that. That is not acceptable, dude.
You could not have a
Not
bigger
acceptable.
layup. You could not have had a bigger
Not acceptable.
horrible cancel like Herschel Walker.
No longer free speech.
When he gets angry about something, he just talks like that. I mean, it's just gross.
It's for poor people that they can afford housing in Berkeley. I don't know how that works.
Well, my understanding is that the property owners who have properties there choose just not to rent it at all.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the
Jeez,
streets,
what the
let the
fuck?
streets soak in their red capitalist bloods, dude.
Again, no one seemed to be angry over those moments. It was the moments where he potentially zapped
I
his
was
dog
not aware of those moments.
I mean, at least we can all agree that collectively zapping your dog in its own little bed is bad. Am I right? At least we can all agree on the value of the dang dog.
Right now, you can get 4 free phones plus 4 lines for $90 with no trade-in.
Are we having the wool pulled over our eyes?
But saying things like this is totally fine, very normal. After that comment at the end, he said, "It's joking." I don't even like. Why do we joke?
You don't
about
joke
it?
like that. You
My
don't
favorite
joke like that.
podcast
It's
from my favorite
unacceptable.
streamers
My
on the right
8-year-old even
never
understands
started
that kind
joking
of
like
shit.
that. So
You
am
don't
I
joke
shocked
like
that
that.
this guy might be using shocking treatments on his dog? No, I'm not. But if that's what it takes to get his followers to wake up to the reality of the kind of vile garbage that he often spews, then great. I've seen the clips of Hassan calling to kill people or the murder of different political opponents, or complimenting Hezbollah and saying he doesn't have an issue with them. And let me just show you those 2 clips because those are some of my, I was gonna say favorites, not favorites, ones that are just the most like, what?
Well, let's talk about our favorite flags.
Oh, that was like overall what my favorite flag.
Yeah.
Hezbollah. Look it up. I'm not even kidding. It's actually a dope flag.
I cannot. This clip has always been one of the ones that has just stood out to me because the idea that he is complimenting even just the flag of Hezbollah while having a progress pride flag laying on the table when the people from Hezbollah literally kill people for being gay. The lack of self-awareness is shocking.
I don't know flags.
It's this is a.
You know what? I'm gonna be brave. My favorite flag.
It's got an AK on it and a hand holding it up.
Son.
Or.
Even his friends know, like, yeah, we're probably gonna have to cut. Yeah. Well, you should have. You didn't, so we all saw it. My gosh, my gosh. Again, the party of love and empathy and celebrating Hezbollah. Ugh, it's so tiring.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization that is also a part of the Lebanese parliament.
Do we like them or no?
I think as a resistance group, they're pretty successful against Israel. But everybody hates them. Like everybody in the region, a lot of people don't like them.
Even the people in the region, they don't like them. I wonder why. Because they're terrorists, Hassan. They're terrorists. So you can sit on your little bed and talk about, well, the people in the region don't like them, but I don't have an issue with them. Guess what? It doesn't matter what you think. The truth matters. And for the sake of a group like Hezbollah, they're terrorists who wreak havoc on even their own people, in their own regions. Hence why they're hated and feared. So these tone-deaf comments, it doesn't even make sense why he says them.
Like,
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them, let's just say.
I don't have an issue. All the comments too under that stream were just like, terrorists,
Wow.
they're all terrorists, they're terrorists, yep. At least his fans do. Oh my gosh. I do think it's telling to highlight actions and how they either effectively or poorly cause. Because when you purport to be the party of love, then your speakers calling for your followers to act out of spite, it really sends the exact opposite. No?
Whenever you feel like change is not coming, and you feel like nihilism, remember, if you can't find it in your heart to see a better future, do it out of spite. Out of spite for every single person that you encounter, some of the worst people out there.
Imagine your platform being built it out of spite. Do it because you hate them that much. It's so the opposite of what I'm going to get into in a moment. But I just wanted to highlight that so you guys can see it. This is just another tweet that I want to throw out. Hassan, why can't you have some empathy? The left tweet star. That is the duality that we're trying to call out.
Female level 80.
And to highlight the hypocrisy in action. Just a few weeks ago, he unironically...
Let's go for over 100.
We talked about his concerns with political violence among Gen Z. And this was immediately following Charlie Kirk's assassination. And so Politico did a piece talking with Hassan about his concerns with Gen Z, with political violence. And even that picture, that face, I mean, it falls on deaf ears. When in one moment, he's on stream joking about calling for the murder of Rick Scott or seeing capitalist blood in the streets. And then in the next, he's on Politico looking downtrodden, talking about his concern for political violence. And he doesn't try, even if he sincerely means it. Why? Because people aren't stupid. They watch your speech, and then your actions either fit together or feel fake. But you know it's not fake? The ingredients in balancing nature. So let's just pause to talk about that. Because let's be honest, even though we are trying our best, most of us are not getting enough variety and fiber into our daily diets. Over 90% of Americans don't even mango, spinach, and also.
Why suffer through planning dinner when Factor's already done it? I was so over deciding every little thing. What to wear, what to do, what to eat. Dinner shouldn't be another exhausting decision.
Hell is red over there.
Meals ready fast, delivered to your door. No more
What is
wasting
that?
Sunday's meal prepping or scrolling delivery apps at 8 p.m. with
showing that he called for the death of not only an elected
I'm
Republican
curious what's over there.
but the murder of that man's children. No joke. I'm just gonna briefly. Prompting pushback, and then this is the text. 3 people, 2 bullets, Gilbert, Hitler, Paul Pratt. Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head. Spoiler, put Gilbert in the crew with the 2 worst people in the night. He receives both bullets every time. And then the woman is like, Daddy, please stop. Joan says, LOL, okay. Because then he goes on, because then they have a phone call. According to the source, Democratic policymakers, Jones, double down on the call, saying the only way public policy changes is when policymakers feel pain themselves, with the pain that parents feel when they watch their children die from gun violence. He asked her to provide counterexamples to disprove his claim. Then at one point, the source said, he suggested he wished Gilbert's wife could watch her own child die in her arms so that Gilbert might reconsider his political views, prompting Pointer to hang up the phone in disgust. That's the woman texting with him. Rather than deny that he wished death on the children, Jones responded by saying, yes, I told you this before, only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy. This conversation continues again in text, but this is them kind of summarizing it. Faced with more pushback from his frazzled former colleague, the woman, Jones somehow took the conversation a step further. I mean, do I think that Todd and Jennifer are evil? And that they're breeding little fascists? Yes, he wrote.
Oh, I was gonna see what the
And that's not just some
140
Ark
Archelon.
actively running for Attorney General of the state
Oh,
of
do
Virginia.
I
And
want
last
to
night,
tame
the same guy,
him?
who is still actively running and very well might win, was talking about how he is campaigning for safety of all Virginians.
It's exactly why we put our public safety plan together, a comprehensive public safety plan made in conjunction with state and local law enforcement leaders from across this country.
Superior
People
kibble or
who are dedicated
biotoxin? I
to
don't
making
have
sure
any
that
of it.
all of our communities are safe and secure.
Dang it.
We can crack down on violent crime. We can support victims.
Imagine talking about your safety plans for the good of all Virginians.
I don't have it. I'm
just
curious
days
what
after
what was that red?
you cheering on the murder of fellow Virginians.
I don't know what it was.
I might add, because he wasn't joking. That facade of wholesome messaging doesn't work when you see the truth about someone's character. And for those with discerning ears, then everything else that they hear is fraudulent. The trust in a
My
politician
Twitch
or
is the
a
Twitch
evaporates immediately. Or at least it
is the
should.
Twitch
You
stream
hear
working
behind
correctly?
if their actions show something that
If
displays
anybody's on
something
Twitch,
utterly contradictory.
cause for some reason on my side it keeps erroring out.
The same organization that interviewed Hassan as the voice of reason for engaging Gen Z in political violence. Clearly trying to away from a Democrat public figure running for office onto some random group of college kids in a group text to highlight where and who the real dangerous rhetoric really comes from. Now I read the story, and some of the things in those leaked messages were racist. They were wrong. Period. Point blank. Shouldn't have said them. I would guess that those are things that they would never say in real life or really believe, and are just kind of doing it to be edgy and to get a rise into the group chat, because funniest one in the group chat. But nonetheless, those things were wrong. That's that. It should not be hard to call something that is wrong. And even though those kids are not public influential figures, the story still went viral, so enough to address. Why? Because we have to walk the walk to talk the talk.
Nice.
Bad behavior on our own side only strengthens our case and calls for the left to do so on their side, especially when they don't end up doing it. Which is why I think it's so important for conservatives watching this, especially for Christian conservatives, to be very careful with what we say privately and publicly, because it matters. So let's not be like the left. Now, you know who kept coming to mind throughout these stories? Really quick. Someone who never, even jokingly, called for the death of his political opponents. Never called for his followers to act out of an attitude of spite, but out of a genuine posture of love. He said that time and time again. That's who he was, and that's who we need to be. Thank you so much for watching.
Oh, 100 mammoth.
More content like
I don't
this,
know what my
like this
mammoth
video, as well as
is.
subscribe to this channel.
That one's a
And for other
male.
content, you can follow me on X and my personal Instagram, as well as our comment section Instagram. See you guys in the comments.
Two pizzas, big dinner rocks, 8 wings, 5 breadsticks, 2 pizzas, everybody wins. Get what you want, get what you need with a big dinner box, only from the hunt.
You don't want to waste your precious downtime searching.
He's mad about me. Oh, sorry, Hassan is mad about me. What is this?
The other current events or videos that should pop up. I know I only got like probably one other person in here.
That he was a part of, and how much
If you got something, I'll pull it up.
how many people had to leave the organization.
Do you know
I don't know if you guys pay attention to this kind of stuff or if it's just me.
Because I was one of the people that made that decision. And at the time that I had to decide whether I was going to support something like that or not, I made the best decision possible. At least at the time. That's why a lot of them aren't part of it anymore. I think this argument defeats itself. Who got convicted of rape?
294, baby! Woo!
Nobody. Oh, right. Okay, so this is a comparison with something that didn't happen. Okay. Anybody should be supporting that.
294.
Guy's biggest dick rider and only remaining bestie is Rape Tone. Who is...
I can understand why Tectone and Hassan don't like each other. They tweet about each other a lot. They say a lot of negative stuff about each other. Hassan has said a lot of bad stuff about Tectone. Tectone said a lot of bad stuff about Hassan. Here's the difference. The things that Hassan is criticizing Tectone
0.1% chance of...
are in a twit longer, and the things that Tectone is criticizing Hassan for are on camera.
is seemingly a generational rapist. Like, not even...
That's right, because Tectone's dad had some sort of, like, weird fucking thing happen. By the way, what the fuck does his dad have to do with any of this? Like, I don't even understand the logic here. Why are we even talking about Tectone's dad? It's weird. Generational, literal, original sin. Yeah, like Tectone was it's what a weird thing to say.
Even has he been credibly accused by former partner?
Well, I didn't say credibly accused. I said convicted. Has he been convicted? Has he even gone to trial? The answer to both of those questions are no. Which is one of the reasons why I don't know why See, this is what I find is that Hassan are way more aggro at each other than I am, right? I'm not really very. I'm critical of Hassan, but I'm not like as aggro as he is with Tecto. But the difference is that you probably shouldn't have been calling him a rapist before he got convicted to be a rapist. Unless you have some sort of, like, you know, insider information that nobody else knows about that proves it, and in which case, please provide that to the authorities so appropriate action can be taken. But I don't think that you do. So whenever you're reading something like this, and you automatically make a decision, and you're telling your viewers, you have a lot of viewers, okay? He does. A lot of people watch Hassan. You should not be telling all these people that a person who is accused of this is a rapist. You shouldn't be doing this. It's a mistake. Now, I don't want to get involved
Whether
because
its
I know
size is
Tecton has
caused
said
by
a lot of bad
adaptation
stuff
to the
about
island's
Hassan.
other inhabitants, or by
I get it.
crossbreeding with another larger species.
But all I'm saying
Melanocetus
is that I think it's
angulopescin
pretty
is the
unfair
largest
if you
form
look
of
at it from my
anglerfish I've
perspective.
ever heard of.
That all
Typically
of
found
these
among the deepest,
allegations and
darkest
everything,
expanses of the ocean,
you're trying to compare
this
them
creature
with a
preys on
conviction.
smaller fish while being an excellent source of food for larger predators. Melanocetus has an array of bioluminescent light points at the end of stalks when it's born. Like typical anglerfish, it primarily uses these to attract smaller creatures and trick them into coming close enough for Melanocetus to consume the prey.
Sorry, I'm not paying
This
for
often
YouTube
makes
Premium.
Melanocetus itself relatively easy to spot
That's all
among
there
the
is.
briny
It's literally
depths.
just not the same thing.
Exploring the depths of the ocean can be difficult.
Let's see if we got any.
The lack of air and the shocking
also,
absence
his
of light
dad
combine to
apparently
make travel
was
very dangerous.
One of these days, I'm gonna have to play
Tamed
PUBG again.
anglerfish can use
I
the
thought about
natural
it
light
tonight.
at the end of its stalks
I was
to
close
illuminate
tonight.
the depths, making exploration not only safer but more lucrative. As I've heard,
does
some
this have to
survivors
do
use
with
this creature to
anything?
harvest the silica pearls found throughout the ocean's
Really?
depths.
Like, what is this? Like, why are we even talking about his dad?
Results were codified in the American Congress, in the American congressional records. Like, it's just
What is this? What does Tectone's dad have to do with this? I don't get this at all.
crazy. And that's, I mean, what should be done in that situation? I am not an advocate for capital punishment.
Although you tell people to kill other people.
That's his kind of attitude.
What the fuck, dude?
But he doesn't have the same energy for people that he knows.
Because they weren't convicted. And you shouldn't be calling them as if they did the things that they're being accused of. I think he's really, like, I mean, this is the thing. I mean, this is honest advice to Hassan. The fact is, and this is the case with me too, we are getting into a position where he and I are both very, very successful in our careers. He is very successful, and I think that I am too.
We'll go this way.
That is also a problem, because people will see people like us say something, and they will try to dissect it and figure out a way that they can sue us. Hassan needs to watch out by
85
saying this
male.
random stuff and going
The
off
biggest
and
one
coming
I've
up with
seen
these
so
names about
far.
people and saying this stuff, because eventually you're going to run yourself into a defamation lawsuit. And it doesn't matter how many Twitter orbiters you have and how many people you ban in chat. Whenever you're sitting there in the courtroom being accused of defamation or lying about somebody, it's not going to matter whether there's a genocide going on. It's not going to matter whether, what his dad did. It's not going to matter any of these other bullshit accusations. What's going to matter really is it is Zionist? Is it, oh, this person took money from Israel or something? It's ridiculous. And you're gonna, like, and I think really he should look at, like, really, I mean, he will not admit this publicly, but take a step back and think about it, Do you think that you handled the dog collar thing very well? I think the answer to that probably is no, you really didn't. And I think that the way that you've dragged it on and everything else, you've brought other people into it as well. this is not helping. And it's been bad.
God dang it, dude.
Is because it seems very clear to me that Hassan is unable to accept any degree of fault, error, behavior, mistake, very small. And I think that what that's going to do in a long enough timeline is it's going to get him into a lot of trouble. Right now, it's just some bullshit internet drama. He shot his dog, memes. The memes are funny. He knows they're funny. Everybody knows they're funny. If you keep doing this and saying this stuff about people, eventually you're going to run into a problem legally. I think it's obvious and you should know that. I don't know why he's doing this. He's setting himself up to fail for no reason. Trying to like attack you. Nobody supports that's disgusting. I ban people in my chat for even implying that. But what I am saying is that there is a monetary legal target on your back. You need to watch out for that. If you're setting yourself up to fail, I don't know why he does it.
Gosh dang it.
I'm not caring about it. I'm listening to it. I hear what he's saying. Like, we have a lot of mutual friends.
The 5:30 thing. Look, I know you sent the email already, but I need you to let everyone know that they are free to leave at 5:30 from now on starting. No one is going to be overworked. More unpleasant incidents. But where's the sign of this ring? And obviously, if they still have work to do, they should absolutely stay and continue to work. Just remembering, we are running a business here, so like a conscience. Yeah? Good.
I'll definitely let them know.
Great.
Come on now, I'm trying to tame something. Fuck's sake, man.
Also, like, the thing is that like there's a lot of economic things. It's disappointing to see these like weird partisan issues effectively turn.
Do I go on foot?
Cases, symbiotic goals.
Because this is unfortunate.
It didn't have to be like
Damn it,
this.
Christmas
it
Twitch.
Have to be like this. There's no reason for it to be like this. It's unnecessary. It's counterproductive and it's destructive. And eventually, it will destroy him. Is a horrible person. Dog thing is separate.
Where's my damn trap?
The reason why Hassan has been making content for 10 years. Over 10 years. There have never been a lot of really bad controversies about him. There have never been a lot of really bad leaks about bad things that he's done. Most of the
I gotta
bad
find
things that
out
he's
where
done,
my
he's
trap
done on
is.
camera. And I'm coming at this from the perspective of a content creator. And I think that a lot of content creators, over time, will eventually get exposed. They will eventually have somebody say that this person said this thing, it was bad, behind closed doors. Someone has been in this space for about as long as I have, give or take. And in the same way that I say, look at me, look at the amount of bad interactions that I've had with other people, other twit-longers that people have had, etc. On a personal level, I'm not talking about his viewpoints and his
The hell is it
I'm
at?
talking about on a personal level how he interacts with other people. I don't think that Hassan is a bad person. I do not think that.
He's a liar.
I just wish he wouldn't act this way. It's unnecessary. It does not have to be like this. my viewpoint. I know that you guys might not see it the way that I do, but
And telling people.
my perspective on this is probably a little bit different because the way that I see it is through the lens of a content creator. And so I'm contrasting this with other content creators.
Doesn't mean what he says, okay.
Does that make sense? Boys Mountain Streams audience, boy offline, be sure we all know it. Sure.
Where
I'm
did
just
my
saying,
damn
like, in terms
trap
of
go?
personal, like interpersonal problems. That's something that I have a very, very.
Well, this ain't even the right Yuty.
One thing that I've learned is that people that have problems everywhere they go.
Fuck, dude. I should have marked
I
it.
wonder why. So yeah. All I'm saying is that I don't need to criticize a person's opinions and then turn that into a personal attack. There's no need for me to do that. It's unnecessary. It's destructive. It's not productive. And I think it's off message. I try to stay on message as much as I can. I think that I make mistakes. Everybody does. But you're going to keep making mistakes until you realize it. So that's it.
In the hell did I place my damn trap? It was on the snow.
Hassan will use this to twist your words. He can say whatever he wants. It doesn't matter. Like it's still, that's still what I think. He's called for blood innocent people many times is different. Well, I'm talking about like, and I just.
How do I
know, like I
find
think
my
people just
trap?
get on the internet and they just say things. They get gassed up by their fucking audience and they just say stupid stuff. Like I understand that people might not like that answer, and it doesn't. I'm not hand waving it and saying it's okay, but I'm not taking it seriously because I think that's the way that people do. I think Frogan is like that, for example. I don't think Frogan is a horrible person. I just think that she gets in her fucking room, sitting there getting gassed up by her 60 or 50 or 100 viewers, and it just turns people into the worst versions of themselves. That's what I think. I genuinely believe that. I think that most people can generally get along. And whenever you sit inside of an echo chamber of people that tell you that you're right about everything, and you never listen to anybody else's perspective, all
You gotta listen to other
exactly
people.
the same, everybody says the same things that you do, I think that is a radicalizing force, and it makes people more extreme. But that's not a default. And I think that you can move people away from that default very quickly.
Where the hell is my trap?
Is there another one? I don't know if there's another one. Come out against me. Is it another one against me? This is the same thing that I can guarantee.
We have
already,
6
this
of
is
these things
absolutely
invested in this.
Every single thing that he's going to say about me, people are also going to say about him. And you know what? They're all right. They're right when they say it about me, and they're right when they say it about you.
Albion Online is a sandbox MMORPG in which you write your own story instead of following a laid-out path. Explore a vast open world.
Right now, loud, dude. How many fucking ads? YouTube?
Zach is always copying your language, always using the words in the wrong place, but it won't matter until someone like a big streamer said, take 1 minute to go and undermine this streamer right now, and 10x more people would nip it in the bud than the few starting it. Every streamer would slow down or something. I'm going to tell you exactly why they won't.
This is going to be the exact reason why people won't criticize him, by the way.
You already know. Because every fucking big streamer who actually opposes his worldview are utterly fucking terrified of his audience. Okay? That's it. They're 100% terrified of his audience because his fan base does not have any fucking... They don't have any restraint. They real...
You didn't have to do this to yourself.
Right now, so I look kind of chopped, but Hassan Piker fans are actually rabid animals. My DMs are full of people threatening to
didn't have to do this. Why would you do this to yourself?
Calling me Amber Heard as an insult, saying that I'm
Why would you do this?
being paid by YouTubers that I also hate. Yeah, it's crazy that I called out Hassan.
And she's obviously talking about me, by the way. She's obviously talking about probably me and Ethan. And maybe also Baldy.
Tourism and misogyny and being basically a passport bro. And I've got people calling me like a conservative in my DMs and just saying I'm spreading propaganda and that even if he did these things, we still need him as the face of the left. But yeah, Hassan fans straight up got me demonetized. And this is coming from someone that used to be subbed to Hassan. I was giving that millionaire money because I was an idiot. So, yeah, maybe regrets because I don't really think that's helping with the misogyny
a community built around talking about extremely volatile, extremely serious issues. And the reason I blame Hassan is because I don't want people to blame me. Because anything you can say about him, you can say about me too. This is the thing, is that he's right about this, but this is the pot calling the kettle black. This is the same thing.
Because his fan base does not have any fucking restraint. They realize that they and name them, shame them, smear them, take clips out of context, constantly yell.
An example of this not happening recently. Ungentlemanly, you might end up getting permabanned because it's just it's not something that I want to see people do. But I think that's a good example right off the bat. Like, I mean, that was literally a few days ago. I don't take it personally at all.
Gotta find that trap.
Chats, go to all the other, every other chat, and demand that the other streamers talk about this new victim in the crosshairs. You know, so that is the reason. That is the reason why no one will actually come out and oppose any of his viewpoints, even if they quietly oppose it.
That's the same thing with him.
And it's not just Asmongold, to be fair. It's not just Asmongold at all. There are plenty of other, like, there's a bunch of kick streamers that do the same shit too. It just doesn't really matter. And, I mean, look, I'm one of the very few people out there who does actually oppose a lot of streamers when they do fuck shit.
And that's good. I think that's totally fine. I don't have a single problem with Hassan giving his take and giving his opinion and disagreeing with what I'm saying or what anybody else is saying. I think that's his right, and I think that's a good thing. And it's important to have people that disagree with you in spaces, so that way it keeps you sharp.
Where is my damn
I
trap?
don't have a problem with people disagreeing with me at all.
So annoying, I lost it. And oh, dude, this is like the 15th time I fucking reloaded this thing. My Twitch, it's being massively a pain in the ass. Computer just
look how
really suffering or what?
Fucking basics.
I am one of the only people that has not gone out and like hyper condemned Hassan for the fucking dog thing. And if you go back through all the VODs and everything, I have never gone out and like gone and been like, oh, he's such a horrible person. I can't believe he's done this. He's using his friends. I never have done that. Now, I've laughed at the jokes and I've covered the controversy, but I've never really condemned him. And the reason why is because I don't really know what's going on. I'm not 100% sure, and I don't want to do that. censorship betrays from us the opposite. No, it's okay. It's not a big deal.
100
But I
mail.
do harm people. I do absolutely do that. And I'm sure he might be a little bit upset about the dog stuff. And listen, if he can go back to what I said, and I even predicted what was going to happen to him before he went live the first day of this controversy. I said that if it
Dude.
what he did and what he said, people would have already made up their mind that he was guilty. And I was right. I mean, it sure seems like there's other clips that are kind of bad, right? But at the same time,
You mean because the evidence all lines up to show something?
no matter what he had shown on that stream, it would have still been something else.
You look at the evidence.
So, yeah, and he's guilty. I mean, some of the clips do definitely look bad now, right? But at the time, I didn't know them, and nobody knew them. So he's made up his mind about Tecton allegations. I mean, I obviously know more about it, right? This is about disagreeing with animal abuse. Usually trying to dissuade people to make up other shit. Well, genocide. I don't know about that. So yeah. And the fake care about the dog is so Forrest people act like he beat the dog and shock collars used regularly for dog training. I think that what people really don't like, I mean, I don't know, like, I mean, it's, I don't want to get into like all of them. I'm not a big moralizer. I'm not a big moralizer. It's not the, it's not, I'm just not. Sorry, I'm not a big guy like that. Now, if you want to do that, that's totally fine, but it's just not my, that's not my personality. Somebody, Magate being deleted. I don't know if it's people attacking you or talking about Son. Either way, W mods. Well, it's not that big of a deal, right? Do you think it would have been better if it just admitted shocking a dog and save and suppress the vibrate?
Absolutely. Well, no, it does. It'd be best if he'd tell the truth and not be a piece of shit. That's what would be best.
So it's YouTube comments. Oh yeah, a lot of people are spamming about YouTube, etc. But
If you were a piece of shit, maybe listen to people's input, be willing to change your ways and apologize.
Just being a little bit stupid about not saying your point as a content creator, that's okay. I mean, it's a unique perspective that
Lying is not the answer.
a few other people would have. I can't. All I can do is express how I think. I can't tell other people what to think. So that's it. That's all I can do. And so, like, I don't really try to worry about it or get upset about it or fight about it or anything like that. It's just really not a big deal. You got to Hassan, big streamers are afraid of your audience. Oh yeah, I just got done watching it. I think it's partially true. I think that obviously a lot of people don't want to come out and say negative things about me because a lot of people in my audience will be mean to them. And I think that also a lot of people view disagreement as harassment. Like, for example, whenever I disagree with a person and somebody else disagrees with you, that's not necessarily harassment. Somebody telling you that you're wrong or you don't know what you're talking about, this isn't really harassment. It's just simply people talking about stuff for whatever reason. That's it. You'd be okay for not wanting to moralize or high ground over things, even though there's on? No, well, no, I mean, it's not that I don't like moralizing over things in general. And the reason why is that I think that I do have a very strong moral compass. It just doesn't necessarily point north. Maybe northeast, maybe northwest, maybe even west, maybe even east. But it definitely doesn't point directly north. Like my perspective on these things is a little bit off, right? And I'm not south. I think south, okay, but not all the time. But yeah, and that's the reason why is I don't necessarily think that I don't think that I'm a very good moral authority for certain things. Like my moral foundation for things is a little bit, I think kind of off in some cases. But I think that it being off also gives me insight in ways that other people that are on don't have. So I think I'm just different, right, in a way. And this isn't like I'm not like everybody else. I'm like, it's like an anime thing. But like I think that the way that I think is different than other people, and there's positives and negatives to that, right? And so yeah.
I think I've lost this trap.
Hims makes hair regrowth simple.
I was pretty sure it was somewhere around here, wasn't it?
Through Hims,
Crying
you can
out
grow
loud.
thicker, fuller hair in just 3 to 6 months with an orange
Hold
flavored
on,
shampoo
I know what I'll do.
finasteride and
We'll figure
minoxidil.
this out.
Ditch complicated solutions with expensive costs and simplify your routine with this doctor-trusted treatment that fits seamlessly into your lifestyle and starts at less than $2 a day. This is convenient hair care made just for you. Regrow your hair with 1 chew a day. Start today at hims.com.
To other people, he was just the most amazing charmer. But
Oh, what do we want to watch now? Come on, look at my map. Watching the replay to see whereabouts I'm at.
Tomorrow, the No Kings protests are going to kick off across the country, and we're expecting to see millions. But there is a fear that this will devolve into riots and violence late at night. Now in Chicago, it's particularly pronounced. We've had 3 vehicle rammings. We've actually had technically 4 vehicle attacks because one DHS officer
Right on the
attacked a vehicle
edge.
and dragged and then opened fire
By a
illegally
green
into
spot.
his bicycle. A federal judge says DHS in Chicago have to wear body cams. DHS can't have barriers on
Hey.
their facilities, and Trump can't deploy National Guard, creating a pile of tinder for tomorrow's protest. Now, the protests have
Build me
actually
a
already
map.
started. So we don't know exactly what's going to happen, but people are already showing up, which is actually kind of wild. Now, aside from that, we got a few other stories. The Supreme Court is actually, there's an appeal from Trump, the Supreme Court, over the use of the National Guard, which could change the game nationwide, making a determination from the court as to whether or not Trump can federalize and deploy National Guard without invoking the Insurrection Act. I think if Trump loses that, he will then invoke the Insurrection Act. And of course,
Okay, flying
you've got the Wall
towards.
Street Journal warning Trump allies, quote, "You are not safe." Well, I figured that when they murdered Charlie Kirk, so sure. But the argument they're making is that you're not safe from Trump. Oh, please. We are not safe because far-left extremists have been getting increasingly more and more violent. And it's bifurcating, so it's going to get particularly weird tomorrow. Now, before we get into all that, we got a couple great sponsors for you. We got Beam Dream. My friends, head over to shopbeam.com/TimPool and pick up your Beam Dream. I am the biggest fan of Beam. They give me a script to read. I don't need it because I love this stuff so much. I drink it every single night. It's got L-theanine, magnesium, melatonin in it. The magnesium is really what helped me. I swear that because I skate a lot. I would get really bad cramps. It would affect my sleep. Even when I wasn't exercising too heavily, I'd wake up tossing and turning. I started drinking Beam Dream every night, and my sleep score and my sleep mattress skyrocketed. I'm now averaging like 90 to 90.
Okay, I know the general area now.
Like last week, 100.
I know the general area over there.
This is a delicious cup of hot cocoa. You drink it right before bed, and it's got all the good stuff to help you sleep, and it tastes great. 15 calories, no added sugars, no junk, no fillers. This is their cinnamon cocoa flavor. I like this one's my favorite, but I also just got the salted caramel one, and I like the brownie batter. So check out shopbeam.com/TimPool. Pick up your Beam Dream tonight. We also have Bearskin. These hoodies are absolutely amazing, by the way. You know what? There's too many pockets. They have so many pockets. It's actually incredible. The pockets have pockets. I'm not joking. I was wearing this the other day because I was riding my bike around, my electric bike, and there's an inside pocket, which becomes another pocket, and then has a zipper on the back to be another pocket. It's very impressive. So you guys know about Bearskin. I wear it on the show every so often. Probably wear a lot more now that winter's coming around. Smart people are locking in their winter gear now. Right? It's 45 degrees outside where we are in West Virginia. You need this hoodie. Hands down, this is the best time to prep for winter. And
There's a
Bearskin's
Yuty
running
over
a
there.
60% off deal right now, but only if you get your hoodie early. The hoodie is built like a tank. 340 GSM micro fleece, 10 pockets. Clean, weather, thick, it's awesome. Plus, it zips zips right into the heavy storm rain jag and become 100% waterproof when you need it. So whether it's cold, wet, windy, you're not scrambling.
Right over there somewhere.
Free shipping, fast delivery, and you'll lock in your gear early. It's a win-win. Do yourself a favor. Text Tim 36912 to lock in your 60% off. Again, that's Tim to 36912. You'll get a link straight to your phone,
Dude,
so you can
this
check it out
is really pissing me
One
off.
more thing, when you support Bearskin, you're all supporting the Fallen Outdoors and Hope for the Warriors Veterans Program. So you're not just buying great gear, you're backing a cause that matters. No way to raise Get Bearskin 60% off. You go to BAER.SKIN/Tim or text 36912 and you'll get 60% off. Check it out. Don't forget to also smash that like button. Share the show with everyone you know. That's the most important thing you do. And I have an additional announcement. I am proud to say that today, on my live stream with the CEO of Liquid Death, Mike Cesario, I won $1 million from this man. And he had made a bet live that his website never stated they gave 10% of their per can profits to fight plastic pollution. I asked him if he wanted to make a bet. We'll show the clip a little bit later on. And he said yes, $1 million. I asked him if he was sure. And then I pulled up his website archive that literally says it. So at the top of the show, I am asking Liquid Death to fulfill this pledge, this $1 million bet, by writing a check to 5 Gyres. It's a nonprofit they already work with to fight plastic pollution. Write a $1 million check to pony up, be honorable. You lost the bet. Make this donation of $1 million Liquid Death to 5 Gyres to fight plastic pollution. It's a win-win. I think you should do it. We'll talk a little bit more about it later on. But we got a big house. We got a packed house tonight for the show. Joining us tonight, talk about this and so much more. We've got Graham Noonan.
Hey, hello. Cancer is not one single disease. It is a
Still have not found my damn trap.
every cancer.
Who are you?
I was a sitcom writer, pretty successful in the UK for a number of years, and then the left was insane and sort of achieved cultural dominance over there. And yeah, I just got into Twitter saying that we shouldn't
Oh, they are taking that dude out.
When a plane stops, usually everyone's just out of their seat. We were all told to stay in our seats, you know, and I was looking around with everyone else. Oh, this is interesting. What's going on here? And then they called my name, you know. So I immediately knew what it was, and I went out, and there were 5 there. And I've been met at airports by police before. In New Zealand, they were just there just to make sure. Well, they were probably keeping an
Ooh, 115 male.
trying to make sure that there was no trouble at any of the events we did, so we worked with them quite closely. Just said you're under UK for most of my life, you know, and I did make a career there and paid taxes there.
I gotta find this.
I paid for my own detainment, yeah. And but anyway, they got me to the cell. One of which said something like, if a man if a trans-identified man is in a female-only space and is committing abuse of violence, I said, make a scene, call cops, and if all else fails, punch him in the balls, you know. And that was a joke. That was a joke about the height differential. and it was like another joke about the fact that most of these guys are calling themselves trans, but they're not transsexuals, they're cross-dressers. So, you know, when I wrote the joke, I thought, that covers a few things. good work for the day. But this guy complained, made it all about himself. And at the moment, the police in the UK, they are just...
Where's my damn drink, please?
Their role now is not to catch bad guys. They're working for bad guys.
Yep.
And they are basically keeping a increasingly angry and frightened population under control.
Yeah, we'll get into it in greater detail for sure as we go through the show. So I appreciate you hanging out. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
There it is. Found it.
Someone who snuck here today. Somehow, man. Yeah, how did you? What's going on?
So 1 at 85. Let's go over to that 115.
Yeah, you planning on sticking around for
I wish. I'll fight out. I'm gonna have next time. I don't think anything will happen in DC. If I do go, it's gonna happen to Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago's. We'll talk about it in a second. Seamus is hanging out.
My name is Seamus Coughlin. I have created over 600 animated cartoons with my team because you can't win the culture war if you're not making culture. And as I'm sure you've all noticed, our media is dominated by far leftists who hate our country, who hate our way of life, who hate our faith, who hate our families, and they've been slowly chipping away at that through propaganda for decades. So myself and my team have entered the fight. We're making a half-hour-long TV-length show that we're just going to post online. Our pilot's already finished. It's 25 minutes long. If you guys go over to twistedplots.com and support the show, you'll get access to it. We have many years of experience creating cartoons. We've got the experience, we've got the track record, we've got the team. If you give us your support, we would be unstoppable. Go over to twistedplots.com and support the mission.
If 250 people give us $1,000 each,
That's true. We are. We're halfway there.
Or
halfway
25 people giving $10,000.
That's true. That could also happen. Or easily, you could go and give whatever amount you're able to give to help us reach this goal. Join the fight.
I am hanging out. I'm with the I'm glad to be here. After Seamus's big pitch, I just want to say I threw in for Seamus's show.
Thank you.
You should too.
And of course, there's one person who's citing.
I'm gonna invest my time in Seamus.
Thank you, brother.
I've been studying AI, you guys. Sora's new AI. You can upload your face to Sora. 30 seconds.
That Clearwater commercial you make? Great
15 seconds. And change your voice. Make me do it. Voice. 30 seconds to you say.
You have an account on Sora? You need a code for that.
I signed up for Sora.
Spider-Man movie where Spider-Man is Seamus.
Put your face in Sora.
He basically already is.
Jake Paul's in it, so get your face in now. I mean, I think the ethos is true. We are all going to be able to make videos of everyone doing anything with open source AI. So get ahead of the curve and
Can you send me a code right now?
Yeah.
On Slack. All right, we're gonna start. Let's do the show. We have a show to do, right?
Beautiful.
Here's the story from Fox News. Millions expected to flood the streets in King's protest, targeting Trump across all 50 states. More than 2,500 No Kings events are planned across all 50 states, and they've actually already begun. Take a look at this video. We don't need that. This guy's wearing. And
This is who I expected to be, by the way.
Furry ears?
If I was doing a cast,
Wait, he's got as a grandma. Shit!
got paid by Social Security. What's my money going to? This is crazy. When I hosted a
Can
show,
this
we were
you?
going
Oh, come in here, Yuty. Come on, Yuty.
and I called it out. I said, so all these little dots, this is a map of every nursing home in the United States. And you look at the video, turns out I was completely correct. During the daytime, it's like 80%.
Oh shit. Fuck me, dude. Fuck you, dude. What are you doing? Come to me, you dumbass. I'm gonna pause this for a second. Okay, we need him to go to passive and come to me. Oh, you dumbass! Whistle. Holy shit. Oh, that was fucking pain in the ass. He is fucking bloody as hell now. Am I dead on heal wild animals, I wonder? Go ahead and heal over here. Go ahead and heal over here. Do your heal thing. Heal the Yuty. Does it work for the Yuty? Passive healing. Ah. Okay, so this Daedon. This does not work. Oh, he's healing that dude, I think. It's about done.
It's very sad to see, man. Listen, there are obviously some super cool boomers. My parents are from the boomer generation, right? I got no hate to anyone based on when they were born. There's lots of cool boomers. But it drives me crazy when you have these old hippie boomers who are like, I did everything I could to fight for birth control. Where are my grandkids? You're like, do you not understand what you spent your life doing? Like, do you know how you changed the country that you live in?
No, but then I don't think you're aware, there's all these boomer grandkids who are too busy traveling the world to spend any time with their
That's so
grandparents. They're just not that interested in their grandparents. They just don't want to go visit. I talk to other friends of mine who are my age. We all have kids, and it's like, where's your mom? I have no idea. And maybe, I don't know.
Well, it's this funny thing too, like boomers complain about millennials and super and also be like, I totally hear you. I totally hear you guys.
882.
But I feel like I agree with the criticisms on both sides.
Man, we're gonna have to wait a long time for it to heal up.
This no kings thing, the thing that I think is crazy about it is
Can I haul corpses
there are no kings.
over
Trump
here?
is not a king. He knows he's not a king. None of us who voted for Trump thought he was going to be a king. We know that he's not a king. We don't want a king.
Well, Libby, you
No
gotta
one thinks
remember.
he's a king. Like,
That's why I found the name confusing. I
Yeah.
always thought, oh, this would be...
Well, I can actually clarify.
call it the no tyrants protest because they have a king.
Well, exactly, and I can kind of clarify why it's called no kings. The average age here was around when we rebelled against King George. So to them, it's really important that there isn't another monarchy in the U.S.
But isn't it strange though? I mean, even with all the explanations about the way boomers have gone a bit crazy, I mean, they really, there's a kind of a viciousness and an aggressiveness that I guess you see slightly mirrored in what people say. But I think it comes from what you're saying, the straw man aspect, because they're not really fighting against anything substantial. There's not been maybe the ICE deportations, maybe they could have an argument about it, but you know, he caught, didn't we were saying earlier, he caught all the top 10 most wanted in his first few hundred days, I believe. You know, he seems to have sorted out Israel and Palestinians, at least temporarily. What are you? You know, what are they arguing? What are they worried?
They don't know. I mean, that's the thing.
That's right. Yeah.
Is if you actually go through and start trying to press one of these former hippies on what it is that they hate about Trump, he'll say, "Are you for open borders?" No. You know, do you think that we should be playing women's sports? No. And ask them these questions. Do you think that our culture should be destroyed by immigration? Do you think there should be no assimilation? Like, essentially, it all comes down to
There you go.
like the guy.
Yeah.
They don't like his tone of voice. They don't like the way he says things. And when they say things like, you know, they'll say, well, he's deporting American citizens. And you'll be like, oh, the Louisiana man who was actually an immigrant who it turns out fought for the side of Gaza on October 7th, that guy who they arrested yesterday, this Maryland guy who's actually a gang member. No, they don't have any information.
My name is Laura. I live in Northern Colorado. I'm currently working my hereditary NGOD.
HAE has affected our family because of our inability to go on family trips.
Come on, Otter.
Be able to
Really,
go on
dude?
fun outings. Before Orladeyo, the medications that she was on required refrigeration and multiple steps and sterile environment.
This is irritating me with all these ads and the Twitch freaking out all the time.
Chicago police will not respond to assist federal law enforcement. They cannot have riot control munitions. They can't use those without under certain circumstances, and they can't have barriers around these facilities.
You're not supposed to even be
All of
doing
these
that.
rules have put in place in the past couple of weeks, which basically are saying, and on top of this, and you have the cartels offering bounties on these guys.
And you saw they took the fence down in Broadview.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. They can't have the barriers. So right now, the cartels are like 50 G's
You're
ahead.
set how you should be,
Police won't
but yeah.
respond. They can't do anything about it. Tomorrow is all these things from the culture and say powder keg, and they put a match.
Yeah. Well, I think going back to the fact that a lot of these people, unfortunately, uncritically trust the media. One thing we take for granted is, as younger people, is that amongst our generation, trusting the media is really stupid. If somebody tells you they get their information from the corporate press, you go like, okay, this guy's kind of dumb. But for older generations, that wasn't necessarily the case because we were in a high-trust society. Communicate the best and be lying to you. My grandfather, God rest his soul, very good man, good Catholic man, very conservative, fought the Second World War, liberated a concentration camp. He just had a generally negative view of protesters, including protesters who were protesting for good causes, because that was something he got from the media, and his generation just kind of had those blinders. It's less bad for the boomers than it was for the generation above them in many ways, but it's still very much present. They really do believe what they hear on TV. And I'm not the one who coined this term. Someone tweeted this, but they said you got to remember when you're arguing with a lot of these people, you're actually arguing with the television set. They are literally just stuck on a loop.
My hope is that in the future I'm arguing with the YouTube player and all they watch is Freedom Tube.
Exactly. They only see Freedom Tubes and Twisted Plots. Go to twistedplots.com.
Liberalism used to be pretty awesome until the internet. People that actually call themselves a liberal, I feel like, are living in a sort of ignorance about what has happened to liberalism. Liberalism, as far as I see it, is like you're having a party, your buddy comes over and he's like, hey, you're like, hey, and he's like, hey, I brought a friend of mine from out of town. You're like, hey, and his buddy's like, hey, good to meet you, I have an accent. You're like, come on in, meet everybody. He integrates. But when your buddy comes to the party, he's like, I brought some friends, and there's like 7 dudes, and one of them's looking at the ground, not making eye contact, not speaking. You're like, come into my party, I guess. And then
you go, sure, I guess you can come in. We're going to order pizza. No pizza, crepe juice. I don't really have crepe juice. I say crepe juice.
And then the cops come over and I'm like, they saw 4 guys that wouldn't make eye contact. Where did they go? And they're like, a lot of people have seen that and just moved away from that ideology. The internet is bombarding liberalism, the ideas of liberalism, which are supposed to be accepted from every angle with the global culture war, a pluralist liberal society.
Like you have the all of it is the Queers for Palestine. You know, like they wouldn't support us.
Well, but I think
Conservative religious.
Like, I think I mentioned this before. What a lot of people don't realize about the left is they're just very angry, bloodthirsty people. They hate Christians. They hate us. And so they're going to side with people who they understand true elements of Christianity and of the left. It's not coincidence. Because, and by the way, I'm not saying that there's any concern about Palestine. But I am saying, like, when they say we need to import a bunch of Muslims into first world countries, it's not because it's going to destroy that country. It's because they want it to happen.
Well, they actually seek to destruct them. We were talking about this Gun Culture War with Andy No, and I was just like, why is it that they want to destroy the West? You had a great show about.
Didn't you guys have an exorcist on before?
No, he was okay. He knew about demons. He consulted on demons and exorcisms. But I think, yep. November 7th, we're getting a. I want to be there for that.
I think I think it's that week or the week after. I need to double check. We'll do that.
We should both do that.
Yeah, do that.
Who's destroying the West and doesn't know why?
We should all be proud of our public schools in Nebraska. We're ranked 7th in the nation for academic performance.
To destroy the West, and they keep opening all of the doors to it. And like, if you look at like the history of Europe and the Crusades and everything, that was after, like a century or something of Islamic invasion into Europe. And now we have like Islamic invasion into Europe and the United States, and
It's getting pretty serious tonight. We were talking about, you said it was in the city of Cork?
Yeah, I think. There just seems to be anything.
Jump, dude. Climb.
One of the talking points that has been prevalent for the past several years is that Sinn Féin, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, now that the party have opened the gates and let every non-Irish person come in.
Yeah, and they're the party of any left-wing view that they think gets them on the front foot.
That's one way to destroy Irish nationalism, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, dang it, dude.
Antithetical to everything they've been fighting for. It's so strange.
So annoying.
They're also big into the trans thing as well. And it's like,
How Irish? Like, what an Irish tradition.
exactly. But like the biggest problem is not so much like the activists themselves. The problem is the media landscape, which just has it all locked down. So you cannot talk about these things. There's a guy who just brought out a book. I think it's called Vandalizing Ireland, I think is the name of it. And he writes about all this, and it's just not being stocked in bookshops. Like my memoir wasn't. My memoir was hidden in bookshops and stuff like this. And when I was arrested the other day, a few weeks ago, there wasn't a report on RTE, and really beloved by Irish people,
I think well known by even people in the United States.
Fiber.
Yeah, especially if they're into UK comedy. But it's crazy. It's just so locked down. You cannot really find out what's going on. And it's not a country that's like the most. We host a lot of.
Let's grab some fiber.
And stuff like that. That's another reason why the place is not very low. Because all their engineers are broke, And it's. And some of them are good, and some of them aren't. So, but unfortunately, they're no God.
What the fuck, dude?
Media
This is so annoying, dude. I'm trying to grab bodies.
It was a funny thing when Jimmy Kimmel got his show for 3 days.
Poor guy.
Yeah. This guy who hosts a show over there said, "Come over here, Jimmy. We'll let you say anything you want, anything the fuck you want, you know."
Oh, edgy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course they've never invited me on. They've never invited Alan Joyce on, you know, who's a genius on all this stuff. And yeah, I've never seen anything like it. It is like the whole place is
Exactly. Well, this is funny because one thing you'll hear from people in the UK and these lefties in the UK is they'll go, you know, by European standards, by European standards, not going to jail for Facebook comfortable with being considered far right by all standards.
like complete disbelief and disgust. You know?
I'm glad.
Yeah. It was actually surprising to me that there was a reaction even among corporate media in the United States that your arrest was shocking.
Yeah, yeah.
There were outlets that I'm like, these are libs now that you got arrested for your naughty words.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's crazy. And you know, I'm just I've also thrown in a cell who've had, like, there's one woman, her name's Paula, she's been harassed by the same small group of men for about 10 years.
You know what's actually interesting? Just before we started the show, I pulled up a clip of Dr. Ted where there's a sticker on the window. The Chinese guys are walking up and he's waving to them. But then from their point of view, they see the small mustache and he's and then they turn around and walk away. And he's like, "Why are they leaving? Why?" And then it turns around and you see him like. The funny thing is, it's a very similar joke to what Count Dankula did. Right?
Not only with me, I joined in his cancellation when I was in my left NBC days.
You joined in?
I did. In fact, I recorded an apology for his roast, and they played it at his roast. And basically, I just believed the narrative, which was that at the time, you see, the thing I didn't understand.
Time is it 104? Are you fucking serious, dude?
There was this thing of they're using comedy to disguise that they're actually really Nazis, and I bought it. I just swallowed it because it was the media I was consuming.
And you know what's crazy is that he was probably inspired by you.
Yeah, exactly. And,
The network hour. There. Reload the player, please.
And I just couldn't see it. I couldn't accept it. And I think one thing I'm useful for now is that I can see when other people are in that zone where they're just not allowing anything in that will change their mind. Because they're worried they'll end up on a podcast with some food.
What changed it for you to where you realized it?
Discover a truck that's tougher, smarter, and ready for anything. The Toyota Tacoma from Woodhouse Toyota. Explore our current offers happening now. Visit us in-store or online at woodhousetoyota.com. Woodhouse Toyota. Let's go places.
Working in law enforcement and in juvenile detention centers, I got to see the back end of it, like how kids are getting here, but I wanted to see the front end. I would say to anyone who's looking to further their career at GCU, take a leap of faith and just trust the process. Stepping from one career into the next. That purpose that I was looking for, GCU literally brought it front and center. GCU was able to give me all the help and support I needed to graduate and reach my professional goals.
I think it was just seeing how the trans thing was being misread. It was always.
Did he get all his health back? I think he has all his health back.
And most people, if you ask them what transgender means, they think they mean trans-identified women, and they don't.
Mental acrobats of
Damn near.
you have to, jump through all of these hoops to try and understand what's going on.
Yeah, I always say it's a very simple thing, just opposite. Trans means opposite.
Exactly. That's why I always say trans means it's a prefix indicating is not a.
Yes. So trans healthcare is mutilation, is sterilization. It's the opposite to healthcare.
It's not life-saving?
No.
Yeah, I was told repeatedly.
Life shortening.
Right.
Life-shortening.
It is. It's
yeah, like, did you know, like, for instance, this is one of the things
Maybe we'll use our trank
again,
gun.
These are the type of thing that I thought.
I think we'll use our trank gun.
Someone will rush in to stop it, And it was that all these young girls who you see on testosterone, right, and the young women with moustaches who look like, when they there's an effect when they stand next to trans women, it looks like Lord of the Rings. Because the size difference is so great. And, but the serious thing about it is that all these young women have been told they're turning into young gay men. A lot of them are like romanticized gay relationships beyond all, recognition. And so they've been told they'll turn into young gay men. But the truth is, they're all going to go into menopause too early. And menopause is no joke. And so all these young girls have been told, you'll be accepted in gay spaces, and, they're not being accepted either.
And for some reason, no one holds the gay men to account and says, hey, if you don't, if you're not attracted to these mutilated women, then, you're transphobic. No one
It's always the trans women, right? It's always like, if you're not attracted to trans women, you're a transphobe. It's like, well, guess which side I'm going to pick in that.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you're going to call me a mean name if I'm not attracted to a trans woman? The horror.
Yes, and so the straight men don't care. And really what ends up happening is lesbians end up being told that they have to be interested in these fake women. And young women who have transitioned go into early menopause and can't get dating.
There's a great comment somebody made, and apparently this is based on real situations that have actually occurred, but somebody made a really funny comic where there's a woman with her trans woman friend. She's like, oh, don't worry, I set you up with another woman, and the trans woman's all excited, and then gets there and sees that it's another trans woman, like, you should have set me up with an actual woman, how could you do this to me? And starts screaming at her.
One thing that's crazy is modern dating apps as well.
Yes.
I was reading like a Reddit thread. I guess I'm lucky I got the last chap out of Nam. I'm married, I have a kid.
Yeah.
The younger generation, though, I was reading something on Reddit where they were saying that they were getting sick of using Tinder because it was like every other woman, it was a man saying they were a woman, and they were like, I don't even want any, not even 1%. But because they say I'm legally a woman, they go on dating apps and put themselves.
So young girls are now going on Grindr saying they're gay men because they've been told that they will be accepted as gay men, and they're not being accepted as gay men. But what is happening is there's been this huge kind of influx of straight men pretending to be gay and predating on these young women.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
So, but
are those relationships?
Some people are weird.
No, they're just a straight relationship with extra steps.
Yeah, exactly. But the women think the guys are gay. He's accepting you for being a gay.
But it's just like a guy who likes butch women with like beards.
Exactly. Although there was one discussion. This is how horrific it is. There was one discussion. This guy was saying to another guy, "I swear to God, they're all so desperate. And if you get in early, you can get there before any of the testosterone takes effect."
Oh, that's so sad.
So and then if a gay man goes up and complains about it, they get thrown off.
Let's get back to the news.
This is what I've always. I just want to make this one point. This is my. Of course, James is gonna come in and say this is Catholic, but as soon as we abandon these traditions, the new thing always falls apart immediately. Immediately.
How do you think, from the Catholic perspective, the Catholic Church used to tell people to repeat the virtues, the 7 virtues,
You mean like in Catholic schools, maybe?
Or in maybe.
I guess I hadn't heard of.
They reinforce the virtuous part, and then we don't force speech now in the United States. We have free speech. So how do you reinforce it without coming across preachy, without being forceful? I mean.
No, it's a good question. I think that a lot of it is parents just have to live the values out and they have to understand them well enough to explain them to their children. And I think it's difficult to say there's any kind of school system you can trust to teach them that. But virtue is so important because you are just much easier to control if you're living in vice. There's so many things the system can dangle in front of you and say, we'll remove your access to this, that, or the other because you value that thing more than your own dignity.
Did you see, Ian, you've heard this, right? Where they hooked the electrode up to the rat's brain and it would press the button, it would stimulate the dopamine, and then all it would do is just keep hitting the button, it wouldn't eat.
That's us. That's what this is. That's what this thing is that I keep pressing. It gives me like a dopamine hit.
Right now there are people watching on their phone, just staring at it.
The machine is telling you about the 7 virtues. It's just telling you all day. That's different than actually embodying the virtue. Seeing your father embody the virtue. Because like the dad does one thing and then do another thing, and you're gonna mimic his behavior, not his words.
We're gonna shift it way back to.
4 timer. Okay, so we got our 115.
No Kings protesters to quote
Yeah.
show them what anti-fascism really looks like. The No Kings March is meant to pacify the people. It is organized by feds with an interest in quelling meaningful and effective social uprising. Well, I don't agree with that second part. I think it's organized by far leftists to create cover for
5
Antifa
raw
to get
mutton
violence
or 6 raw prime
attack
meat.
cops, because this is their MO. They've done it for a very, very long time. But fascinatingly, Jimmy Kimmel said earlier, or said the other day, there is no Antifa.
Oh, yeah.
They don't exist. And it's funny because I then just pulled up the International Antifa Defense Fund where they talk about giving member groups resources that they've raised internationally. And the first question is like, how do you determine who is not Antifa and who is to receive the funds you've described?
Look, if we don't
they have to be members of a group.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, there's Rose City Antifa, Atlanta Anti-Fascists, there's New York Antifa. There are various chapters, and he goes, there's no membership, dude. There's no memberships. It is terrifying how Jimmy Kimmel brazenly lies about this stuff. It's actually scary that he can do it.
Yeah, that's I find that the most fascinating thing about all of this, and it's been so hard to get an alternative approach to all this stuff out there. You know, it's easy.
Well, part of it is that there's a lot there's a huge pipeline that is feeding progressive ideology to creators. Kamala Harris was just at the Getty Center like a week and a half ago or something as part of this talk, and this, what was it called? I forget what it's called. But anyway, she was an invite.
Okay, now we need prime meat.
And she said, as part of her talk, take everything you've learned here, take all of these ideas. All of our directors, all
Only
of our,
2.
streamers on the left, and then it's just being spoon-fed to us, and we don't even notice that our entire entertainment culture is steeped in leftist ideology, and we just don't even see it, and that's how you end up with everyone in America thinking that the left has a moral authority, which they don't have.
And well, this is exactly why we are making twisted plots, because the way the left has gotten their ideas across isn't by having a character in the middle of the film read the Democratic Party platform to you. They tell stories where the characters are built in a specific way and the story is told in a specific way, so that the lesson you come away from the story with is a left-wing one. And what we're trying to do with twisted plots is do that, but with like good, true right-wing messaging.
Or what they do is they completely subvert the entire concept of the hero story and gender impose like different people on top of that hero's story, and then make it seem like what is actually real and good and lasting and thousands of years old is garbage. Trying to give you this new way that you should live your life, and the next thing you know, your daughters have beards and are being predated on by straight men on Grindr.
Help us make better culture. TwistedPlots.com.
The entire idea that Antifa doesn't exist, that's due to media capture in the long run of it is. Ask any journalist who's actually covered, Portland, Chicago, any of these cities that have Antifa presence, is they are organized cells, and they identify that way as well when it's convenient for them when it comes to organizing, training.
Sit down, dude. Why don't you sit down?
Straight from me in Utah is where a lot of the SLC armed queer groups literally train with firearms every single day, and they do it as an organization. They have from the downwards all the way to the up. They're fully organized, but they always say when it's convenient to them, they say, oh, we're citing this journalist who says Antifa is actually just an idea. And what is show them what anti-fascism really looks like? That ultimately is them saying, hey, we're going to show you what anti-fascism looks like. Who did they just murder when they proclaimed was a fascist that was a borderline moderate liberal? Yes, like they want you dead, and that's just the reality. They are organized and they're willing to act on the violence.
Maybe you're just persuading them to join the polycule.
To be anti-fascist as a philosophy can exist in different meanings. So liberalism is anti-fascist, apparently. Communism is anti-fascist. It wants no state. These guys, their anti-fascist movement is a communist anti-fascist.
It's more anarchy, isn't it? It's more like anarchism.
I think for sure it's anti-statehood. They want no walls, no kings. It's communist. But the thing is, it's more vanguardist. They don't want a real communism. They want to put a small power. And you know, real communism it has these same groups. So they're masking behind the whole, you know, like fascism bullshit. They're authoritarian and they're vanguardist.
Well, they're Marxist authoritarians. That's the best way to put it. Is they just don't want the people that have power to have power, and the institutions that do, like prisons. They're anti-prison, abolish prisons, abolish ICE. But what are they going to do when they get power? Then go to establish their own system that discriminates people they think are quote-unquote fascist. A prison abolitionist is someone who doesn't think rapists and murderers should go to jail and will throw you in a gulag if you disagree. Yeah. Right. You're going to prison, but you're going to a work camp.
I truly think that this movement, this communist Antifa movement, wants to evoke a fascist crackdown on the government so that they can rally support to their communist movement in the community and be like, look, we told you the whole time they really are bad guys, and then try and establish a communist government.
Well, to do something like that, to have a communist they need support of
Right on, dude.
Yeah, you would need, and they get that through their vicious imagery of a woman being taken from her child, drop by drop. It's really about enlightening the masses to the liberal economic order is failing. I mean, if you really want to look at it, what it looks like is happening is the liberal economic order is ushering in, because liberalism is getting obliterated.
Oh, we need to get meat.
Like corporatocracy, maybe that's what the World Economic Forum wants, a government of corporations, corporate governance. They're ushering in chaos to break up the liberalism so that they can have corporatocracy.
Where did that baby go?
Maybe there's a faction. I think the liberal economic order is failing. It's on its third human generation, and they're struggling to maintain this.
And you look at the communist system, which is a communist technocracy, and then the World Economic Forum, which is like a corporatocratic technocracy. And there's a bit of a struggle. I don't think
Your parent must still be around.
Loves its corporate governance. It's Apple, you know, isn't going to be owned by the CCP. It's probably more powerful than the CCP.
Well, they're the ones who want those 15-minute cities, and they want everybody's home to be smart homes, and they want everyone driving electric cars, so they can turn off your power if you misbehave and just keep you locked in.
Liberalism, and then it's like, you want a communist technocracy, or do you want a corporatocratic? The United States right now is corporatocratic. It's still like capitalist.
I think they're what makes them so dangerous in a lot of instances. They're actually just idiots that are being controlled by powers that be. And they think this is not. I think they're the good people, but they're the ones posting up flyers and Charlie Kirk getting shot at.
I really don't want a level 5.
They're just anti-anything that they don't believe in. That's what makes them so dangerous. To infiltrate. Like what you're seeing with the No Kings protest is, it's the boomers that come out at first, the ones that really believe that they're making a change by holding up their signs in the streets. But then Antifa, they infiltrate and attach themselves to
Okay, I guess I should have
you saw it with BLM,
aimed it first.
You see it with the Palestinian encampments. They attach themselves to
Protesters against vax mandates outside hospitals, and the Antifa attack them. And it's like, why did Antifa?
Better not get too far away.
Yeah, that's the crazy. It's weird. Arms of the media is manipulating them. It's the state media, and it's obviously not technically state media. It's corporatocratic. It's owned by the corporations, but it's manipulated by the liberal economic order to tell certain stories. And then these people are getting manipulated to do street crap for their agenda.
Yeah, and all this stuff that's like, that's you know, that the corporations don't necessarily go along with. It's not harmful to corporations. You know, that's what I mean. I do think there's traces of anarchism in the idea of queering society. You know, queering society is a big thing for.
And it's a terrible idea because it's the end of society.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
this
But let's like
nothing works.
I always got to defend my anarchist friends because true.
Oh, I don't want me to cast aspersions on them.
But
I love the anarchists.
true anarchist philosophy has something called the non-aggression principle.
Right.
And so, actual philosophical anarchists are not going to try and force anyone to do anything. They're going to try and persuade you because when we see these Antifa types, a lot of conservatives say they're violent anarchists, and I'm like, that's oxymoronic. A philosophy that eschews authority, then using violence to enforce
2105s.
is paradoxical. These people are not anarchists. They purport to be, but they are not. And I would actually argue that throughout history, the anarchists who were violent and terroristic were not anarchists.
Right.
Well, and so this is the thing. I've mentioned this before. You talked about increasing, or what was the term you used? Purifying, or these things. So the argument I've made is that leftism is essentially the intellectual rationalization for social decay. So as your society starts to break down, people begin to find excuses to allow that breakdown to occur. You know, why should I have to get married? Why should I have to work? Why should I have to people are always engaged in to keep society healthy. And if you look, you really scratch under the surface, every left-wing argument is some version of like, I should get to stay up all night eating fruit snacks instead of going to bed. It's like a child going, I don't like rules.
My argument is
Thing too. The boomers are super childlike in their view.
the Libertarian Party. The reason why it's never able to actually win is because it's a coalition of people who want something illegal to be legal, and that's the only thing they really agree on. So when you go there, you'll find a bunch of weird woke lefties.
We should have enough.
Some like weird porn or drugs illegal, and then you'll find the anti-war libertarians who are like want to minimize the state. So the legitimate libertarians are surrounded by people who are like, I will join your coalition because you'll get rid of the laws that you know hold me back, as a matter of speaking.
Yeah. But there's and also it's very much aimed at kids.
Yes.
Like I even saw a panel called Children's Literature, you know, and there was like this thing that came out a few years ago called Granddad's First Pride, and if you it was like little children's book for toddlers, you know, but if you looked at the drawings, you could see that there's one man with his shirt off, and he has a
Oh, this is so annoying, dude. Why can you not do?
Grandpa Simpson.
I got my computer doing too many things.
Really?
Queer washing rubbed him with
Greenwashing?
Is that
washing? I don't know.
I thought it was a dementia. Remember, he was just a minute ago screaming at clouds.
I know. It was.
I know, it's crazy. Are you? Is he sure?
I literally can't really shut much
Well,
more.
maybe he'll revert. Maybe the next episode they send him to converting therapy.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's gay.
There he is.
Just wait for it. There you go. They made Grandpa Simpson gay, and then like he goes to bed as a picture of his former gay lover or whatever. I think the show's argument was that he's actually not gay, but that he knew a gay guy when he was young and was weirded out by it.
Right.
Met back up with him later and decided to give it a try.
Oh, okay.
Right. I think that was.
What? It takes.
Be right back.
It's like it's not the Grandpa Simpson I knew. This is not.
Well, you know, that's another thing though as well. I see the same thing with superhero movies. Is that if you're just constantly regurgitating the same product over and over again, there comes a point where the only innovation you can come up with is, let's make Grandpa Simpson gay.
Yes, exactly. And then they go, in a historic moment, this is the first time that the Flash has ever been in a throuple. They do a whole news cycle about it.
That's it.
And then they do a whole other news cycle separately about how brave the actor is because they've gotten backlash from the far right.
Yeah, yeah. And they can
Also, like, the gay guy is shocked that Abe is kissing him, like, you know.
And also maybe not into it.
Right.
Yeah, this is
That looks like as we together.
Yeah, exactly. Me too, Abe Simpson.
Right? He's faking it.
it's so
It's
gross.
also like
It has to be forced in everything.
The other thing too is considering how old Simpson is, does it make sense that Abe Simpson's a World War II veteran anymore?
Well, it's changed so much. So actually, in the original Tracy Ullman shorts from the like mid to late
Really
80s, I
fiending
think
for
he's actually
some
World War I vet.
beef jerky, but I'm out.
Yes, and then
Okay.
because that was in the late 80s. Yeah, I'm serious. Tracy Ullman shorts. There, I'm almost certain.
That
we can double check on this, but then
if
it
he was 89 years old in the Tracy Ullman short, that would make sense.
Yeah, exactly. But then in The Simpsons, when it actually became a series in the 90s, yeah, you had that great episode
Male.
of Flying Hellfish.
Yeah.
Dude,
I'm gonna assume I need females for everything, I guess, huh?
But yeah, he was a World War II veteran, and the timeline for that show floats so much. I bet Skinner isn't a Vietnam vet anymore.
It's 7,500 food.
Yeah, Armin Tamzarian. That was a big shark joke too.
They're portraying him in his military uniform, trying out being gay for the first time.
Yeah.
Like, how more disrespectful could that reminds me of like.
Don't ask, don't tell.
It reminds me of like when Antifa posts all the quote unquote memes of like all the World War II veterans.
Play that?
Yeah, I did this ages ago. But before we watch part of that cartoon, what I want to point out is these people will go, the men who stormed the beaches at Normandy were anti-fascist. And then they'll see the same guy 10 years later in the suburbs and go, a 1950s
Could take any
dad? That's a
female.
fascist.
Yeah.
Is this the video, Seamus?
Yeah, this is
Fighting
an ancient
Nazis.
one. Fighting Nazis then versus now. I did this like 6
Okay,
years ago.
folks, so as you know, Nazism is on the rise, and we need to stop them, which is why I've invented a time machine to bring back the people who defeated Nazism in the first place. Yes!
Hey, this ain't Normandy.
What gives? What year is it?
It's 2018!
Why did you say that so weird?
Sorry, force of habit. We brought you to the future because Nazism is on the rise in the U.S., and our president is sympathetic to them.
What?
Here's a pamphlet with all his positions.
This fella's disgusting.
Right?
This boy thinks two men can get married. What?
Isn't that a man who cuts his dongle off as a woman?
Sounds more like a comedy to me, but hey, same difference. I'll kill either one.
That's not what's bad about him.
It gets worse. What else are these Nazis doing?
They believe there are only two genders.
Well, of course there's more than two genders. Thank goodness. Yeah, the Russians have their gender, the Germans have their gender, the Japanese have their gender, everybody's got an agenda.
No, not agenda. Gender.
What the hell is gender?
Sounds like some kind of phony word popularized in the 50s to create a false distinction between one identity and their biological sex. Your sex is whether you're male or female, but your gender is how you identify. So if you were born a man but want to become a woman, your gender identity is as a woman, and you therefore are a woman.
No, what? So you guys think men can be women?
Well, that's the biggest crock of nonsense I ever.
Yeah, none of this sounds like Nazism to me.
Female saber tooth 145.
The guys who defeated Nazism are such Nazis.
You know, I don't like you pinkos going around telling people you're fighting Nazis just because you berate everyone you disagree with. You've never fought a Nazi in your life, and to claim otherwise is stolen valor.
Yeah, and you know what? When actual Nazis
11 minutes, 3 raw prime meat.
because you guys keep crying wolf.
Now let's go back and win ourselves a war.
You know, I almost don't want to anymore.
Wait.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
We need you. We need to say you're on our side so we can convince the greater whole of society to accept violence against dissidents who stand in the way of the social order we seek to establish.
And how exactly?
Well, you call men women, so... classic. Thank you. Yeah, it's weird to watch your own stuff because I'm like, your animation is not working. And that was too wordy, and that was it. But I'm glad you guys enjoyed it.
That was 2018?
Yeah, I made that in 20... And it's funny because I think I wrote it in like 2016 or 2017. And then we finished in 2017, I think, and then we released in 2018, so I had to update the line.
Yeah, I think you guys are fast. But then like it's in the UK.
I was saying it before. We were looking at all this news about Antifa, and then I was like, there seems to be one particular issue that separates left and right. Pro-choice, you get universal health care, and then if you say men can't be women, you're far right.
You think it's so far right? Yeah.
I would say also the race issue is another thing. If you don't agree with them on the race issue,
I certainly concerned, but the trans issue is the peak of the
I mean, this cartoon.
Yeah.
2018. That was really the beginning of when everything started to go absolutely insane. Like, yeah, me too. 2018. When that sort of
didn't need to be canceled. It was over before it started for me.
I remember the trans stuff. I started writing about the trans stuff also pretty early, and that was the thing where I was like, wait a second.
At Woodhouse Honda, you'll find the perfect balance of appearance, reliability, and value. Explore our 281 in Grand Island.
We should all be proud of our public schools in Nebraska. We're ranked 7th in the nation for academic performance with an 88.
Why are the ads so fucking loud, dude?
2013 or something, and I was like, these guys are saying that men are like, what else is a big lie? You know?
that unborn babies are people.
Well, I was already Catholic, so
Okay.
like I was one of these pro-life Democrats, which you used to be.
I didn't even know that existed.
That was the thing. You could be like pro-union, pro-life.
Oh, you're right.
That person.
It was rare at the time, but that did still exist.
That was a person in the 80s and 90s. Like
Yeah,
that
was it the Blue Dog Democrats?
Blue Dog Democrats. You're like
know what?
pro-union, you're pro-life, and you're a Democrat.
I'm not sure. I'm not on official. I couldn't tell you for sure.
Working class, and then the Democrats totally abandoned the working class. But I think you're right about the race thing, because that was another piece where BLM was starting, you know, as well as like Eric Garner and all of that kind of stuff in Staten Island. And I remember very distinctly meeting a college friend of mine at a bar in Brooklyn, and she's black, and we met up for drinks, and she was telling me, and we hadn't seen each other in years, you know, and I was like, oh, let's hang out. And we were chatting, and she was saying to me, and we went to college in the 90s, yeah, and she was like, I want people to see my blackness first. And I was like, that's why do you want people to see that you're black first? What do you think that should indicate to people about who you are? What stereotypes, perhaps, should they take away because you are black, and that has some universal categorizations that people should understand represent you?
Yeah.
You know? And she started telling me about it, and I was like, you realize this is totally different from what you thought like 15 years ago. Totally like the opposite. And she was like, no, it isn't. Oh, so we're in different realities entirely now. Okay,
That's
cool.
the biggest thing. Is you have two sides that one's living in reality and then one's just living in a fantasy at this point.
It was
It's
totally crazy.
The race thing, I feel like, is getting less of a division between the left and the right. It's like you got left wingers and like anti-Indian posting that I've been seeing a lot of lately. Like it's crazy how much of it is on X now. But the trans thing is always at the peak. Have you guys seen?
Also, there's a lot of black conservatives. The last few years.
Oh yeah. Have you guys seen the video? Not to bring it too far back, but the World War II veteran walking down the street and there's a big pride parade happening, and he's like, you know, getting all fussed, and they're asking him what he likes about it. And he's like, "Where's my gun?" You know, and he like wants to essentially kill these people because it's not what he actually went overseas and fought for. But that just shows you and indicates how far the culture actually has changed. I mean, in a very small time as well. And then these people say, you know, they're anti-fascist when in reality they're using nothing but authoritarian techniques against people that are quite literally anti-fascist. I mean, Charlie Kirk did not believe in fascism.
Right. No.
No, that was extraordinary. Continue.
His views very much traditional Christianity, extremely fairly predictable views on a lot of these issues. He's the run-of-the-mill suburban Christian I knew growing up because he's literally a Christian from the suburb of Chicago, is where I grew up. I knew tons of people with all these views, and it's the middle of the road position in the suburbs.
Yeah, it's crazy. And the thing, what he did was unforgivable to the left, which is that he allowed people to say their crazy opinions out loud.
Under 7,500. Okay, we should be able to feed him anytime now.
Different things. I mean, you know,
Six
I'm
raw
alone
prime
here
meat.
being pro-choice and kind of campaigned in Ireland because my wife and I went through something that meant it, you know, it felt right to us. But sorry, what was I going to say?
You'll remember.
Sorry.
You'll remember.
Yeah, it'll come back to me in a sec. But like the only way that some of these ideas can survive is if they're not prodded at all. You know, like it falls apart on as soon as you see Leah Thomas towering its competitors. As soon as you see that, it's
Nice.
Well, it's over, surely. But for some reason,
Got a mail now.
But they got away with it for so long because they simply don't.
I need a female.
Don't get into it. There's a famous document called the Denton's document, and it was written by a trans activist, I think in Sweden, who congratulated Irish trans activists for successfully pulling the wool over the eyes of the public. And as a result, Ireland has self-ID.
Which is crazy.
It's crazy. No one discussed it.
That's
There was a
totally
guy
out of
just
here.
released from prison, lunatic. Have you seen this guy, Barbie Kardashian?
Barbie Kardashian.
And he's just.
And he killed his mom?
No, he wants to kill his.
He wants to kill his
He's
Of
like-
course he wants to kill his
He wants to kill his mother, he wants to kill his father, he wants to kill the governor of the prison he's just out.
They let him out.
They let him out. Not only did they let him out, he tore the scalp off the social.
He's got the like
sounds like a great laugh.
that Canadian teacher. Remember the
Now he
Canadian
can walk into any
That's this Irish guy.
criminally.
Well, so there's the wee spot thing that happened in California.
Yeah.
This is a really great example because apparently the story is there's some black woman going, hey, there's a man in the women's locker room exposing himself, and they're like, sorry, we can't do anything about trans people. And it turns out it was not a trans person, it was literally a guy exposing himself.
Literally
who had done it before, and because of the presumption that trans people, that means anytime someone complains about a man exposing himself to children, you're like, okay, trans. What does it say about
Herbicide empowered by increasing herbicide uptake by up to 178%. Proven to act against weeds. Class Act NG adjuvant. Built for it.
Danita here at Mary Lane.
4 pieces, 18 minutes, 13 minutes.
Pay a bill for the baby.
about the societal assumptions about trans people?
And yeah, and also like when you're a young woman and some dog is following you through a shopping centre or something, the only place you have to escape is the women's toilets. You pop in there, you wait, you know, hopefully he gets bored and goes away. Now the guy can walk in right after him, and women are not entirely sure that if they make a fuss, they won't get arrested.
Well, the other thing too is there's this thing you were talking about, queering education, queering society, and trying to hide out in the bathroom or whatever. There's this whole push to separate children from their natural impulses, right? So when you have drag queen story hour and you have these progressive
You
moms
could go get a
being
little
like,
bit
"Go ahead,
more."
Henry, talk to Delicious or whatever his name is, and you're like telling them that, and you're encouraging your child to be scolded by the person because there's something wrong, right? Like the fake breasted, giant lip, wigged person in the weird heels, and so your child doesn't want to go with that person. You're telling your child, hey, your natural impulses of disgust, which are actually natural impulses that will protect you from predators and other things, ignore those and go with the weirdo.
And why does the left love that so much?
And we used to tell our kids to avoid the weirdo.
Yes.
Like that used to be a very big thing.
There was a famous poster that was put up in I think Brighton in a college. It was in the women's toilets. It said, if you see anyone in here who doesn't look like they belong, don't make a fuss, don't make a scene, don't make them uncomfortable. And essentially telling women to ignore everything they can do, and they can't do much. Make a fuss. Get people to say, hey, what's going on? And even that little weapons would take it away from you, It's insane. I still feel sometimes. I joke, I have a therapist friend, and I joke to her that,
Did I not?
did we die at some point? this possible that it's still going on?
It's a social influence through the internet. It's like 2007 is when I got a taste of cancer, when I got canceled from Hollywood. And what I kind of have distilled down to is the left. If you go feminine energy, the left will reject you and push you away. So like, and not just women, like you can be cruel to women, but the left will reject you. But also the feminine energy within the man, and that's like, it's okay for a man to explore his emotions and things. If you're like down on that energy, you get pushed away from that. That's right.
Nope, not all men must bottle up all their emotions and shove it down until you develop a thick, benign tumor removed.
And that's like the other extreme that you want to avoid as guys. And how wonderful for soldiers of the left to watch men die from their own stress on the right. So, but honestly, I think it's a top-down.
Basically, he's walking on the beach. Some guys run. Guys, looks at him. Anyway, he goes for a judge and go guilty. Wow, what's up to you? Off to prison. Mechanized States and to Ireland and the rest of Europe, they are trying to make these countries borderless effectively, so that there's no state anymore. I mean,
why would they? That's what I kind of understand about a lot of this stuff. Like,
penalized, but you can't take the train. Sorry, James. You have to be able to deviate from the order. This is what those technically
Male.
totalitarian states
That's
have
a
wrong,
female.
is that sometimes you have to break the law to do what's good and right in the immediate. Maybe you got to do that. Every time you try and break the law, even if it's just, so these Christians are going to end up stepping on their own toes. But Seamus, where are you?
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, sometimes I don't even think they understand the end game that they have in mind. So when I look at what they're trying to do to nation states, it's just a total inversion of subsidiarity. Like, the idea is you're supposed to take first and foremost the things most local to you, right? Like as a father, you're supposed to look after your wife and your children, and that extends out to your extended family, then your community, whatever individual responsibilities, familial responsibilities you have in your life. Then you can start to look at these other systems and see what you can do in the sphere of influence. What the left has always pushed for is the exact opposite. What's happening on the other side of the world? What can you do? How can you impact this? And they get people to stop focusing on the things that are actually around them, and then it all falls apart.
Well,
and I don't know if it's directly intended. I think for most of them it isn't. It's just because they've allowed their emotions to run away. So because like it feels really good when you get all those warm fuzzies when you like think about helping someone in another part of the world. But like the people around you, as it turns out, they're like kind of a pain in the ass sometimes, and you don't always want to help them. But like that's where love really actually exists in an incarnate way, where you're acting in the real world in the service of those around you. But that's difficult. So if I instead neglect my responsibilities, don't do the right things by the people I love,
Should be able to anytime
and
now.
feel like a good person by preparing to care for people all the way across the world, now I can feel like a great person when I completely failed to fulfill my moral duties.
That's one of the reasons you're seeing such a heavy attack on nationalism, especially right now, because liberalism has fallen apart utterly.
Oh, right.
Especially here in the United States. People are seeing it, identifying it, especially the house.
Discover a truck that's tougher, smarter, and ready for anything. The Toyota Tacoma from Woodhouse Toyota.
They've been told to apologize for their whiteness their entire lives. They're essentially the issue with the country.
country and that they are fascist. And you're quite literally seeing, I mean, radicalized, straight up radicalized different generations, Generation Z and myself. And now you're actually having people explore fascism and the realities of fascism and extreme nationalism because they think, hey, this didn't work. Liberalism didn't work. This is where it got us. And that's kind of the experiment that you're going through right now, at least in my generation, is, you know, Antifa says they're anti-fascist, but they're quite literally, their tactics and the things that they've pushed on society is creating actual fascists that do truly believe in fascism.
And then you look back at the old fascists, and the people who were looking at Antifa would say, well...
Now we need a female Yuty. Or a female... Well, we have a female Daedon, but a low-level one.
Things in the past, you know? Because Antifa are going to go out and attack, you know, people protesting against right-wing stereotypes and stuff like that, then they're going to just continue to have this reputation of weirdness and that's, I mean, you know, whatever you think about anti-fascism, it's a good thing. It should be a good thing. It should be a kind of a standard. But it's being corrupted like everything else because words don't mean anything.
That's right. They also have the rules for radicals, which is Saul Alinsky's book about how to be a radical, you know, revolutionary force, and it's your action is your opponent's reaction. So you're saying, Taylor, how they are inadvertently the response to them trying to break down all the nations and the borders is that a harsh, you know, it doesn't have to be harsh, but a fascist collective will form to preserve the nation, and that's exactly what they want, because then they can be like, look. I told you it was fascist all along. Join our communist movement. Exactly what's happening.
Well, and communists have understood since the 1950s that calling anyone who is capitalist or even just a non-communist a fascist was extremely rhetorically effective. But if you actually look at the definition of fascism, which I understand is nebulous in today's politics because that's just a mean word we throw around in politics and not an actual system of thought, you read Giovanni Gentile and Benito Mussolini, and at the core of it is a belief that the state supersedes everything else in authority. That's the central claim of fascism. Which to me sounds a whole lot more like what they believe than what I believe.
Yeah, and they've been perpetrating that for a while. You can even look back at the Obama administration when he was trying to put together Obamacare and push that onto everybody, and some of the advertisements for it would show a woman essentially in partnership with the government her entire life.
Well, and so you had...
Okay, now we gotta look for...
I can't remember what committee he was speaking on, but
another Yuty.
This belief that rights come from God, this is a dangerous idea.
Saying it was oppressive
and he says, exactly, and he says that's what they believe in Iran. Great guilt by association there, pal. But the thing about it is, his argument was no, the state defines your rights.
That's right.
That's fascism. That is the actual textbook definition of fascism. Any other worldview that doesn't have fascistic qualities to it says you have certain rights. That's an objective moral fact. The state can choose to honor those or they can violate your rights. Fascism is, no. Your rights are what the state says your rights are.
Well, and you see that too when people, like I was just recently seeing, you'll see these people like they go up to somebody in the street and ask them questions. And there was one recently, because I was like doom scrolling Instagram, and somebody was like, where do our rights come from? And the girl was like, the government. And he was like, no, they don't come from the government. You know, they come from God. And he says that in our founding documents. So it's real. And if you don't think our rights come from God, then you don't think very much you have free will. You don't think that you nothing but to be controlled by a
Come on.
giant machine.
That was Thomas Jefferson. I think his greatest.
We don't want a level 5 Yuty.
Making them believe that God gave them the rights. Because before that, everyone was like, no, your rights are given to you by your Lord, like whoever lords over you.
Well, they would just say you don't have
that was
any.
like, but even a lot of that came from the divine right of kings, and even that came from like a belief that this authority ultimately comes from God. The word authority actually comes from the word author, like who created.
Yeah, who's telling the story of your life, basically. Who dictates your rules.
Yeah, and like
Thomas Jefferson is so amazing. The guy was an artist and a scientist. He's like, I just got
see the story of the United States being able to push British tyranny off? Oh man, that sounds nice.
No, I grew up when all that stuff wasn't really an issue anymore. I was like living in Ireland. I was really loving English comedy and American comedy. You know what I mean? That's all the stuff I was interested in. I was more interested in bands and so on.
What's the difference of
Purple.
British and American? Because we're both stuck in this liberal economic order. Is it?
The 2025 Honda HR-V from Woodhouse Honda is the sporty, versatile SUV that's built.
I don't want to distill it down to the king. Is it the king? Is it that there's a monarchy so that people are getting arrested for?
What do you mean?
Like, why are people in England getting arrested for social media speech?
Oh, that's
or in Ireland, or in Scotland, because they're weak people, or in Australia even.
Well, at the moment, it's an interesting.
I disagree. I love black.
Keir Starmer said when he came into power, he said, "I will stop the culture wars," you know, and he's done no such thing. He has. So all the arguments that people have, the stuff that got me arrested at the airport, all this sort of stuff, it's all happening to ordinary people every day because he won't make decisions. He won't say, for instance, yeah, of course he won't say these things. And so as a result, it's just left to the police to sort it out, the NHS, the ordinary people. Everyone's just having this big fight because there's no real agreement on what the new rules are.
Is the king get involved?
I haven't seen him make a comment. Although I have seen honours given to gender-critical people, so I think maybe that's...
I've got this feeling that the World Economic Forum is just trying to create a corporatocratic governance, global governance systems, that they're going to get the British royal family to become a corporation and just be like, okay, England's a corporation now.
I don't know. I mean, I don't look at it in that kind of top-down way. I'm more interested in what's happening to people. So growing up.
Have there been any women who identify as trans knighted?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Do you think it will happen?
I like how you said it like an inevitability. You're like, but.
Well, I'll tell you what has happened though. Like, you know, all male clubs, which used to be this big feminist bugbear of men meeting in private, you know, without women being there, they changed their rules so they allowed women in, but it was trans women.
That was it.
Yeah. So like now they got this.
Holy shit, dude.
He wrote a book called A True Believer. He was like a lone
Damn.
who taught himself how to think. He went into, I think, New York libraries and just kind of developed certain theories.
That's a good set of shoes.
And it's about how revolutionary movements, including Christianity, communism, French Revolution, what they all have in common. When he looks at it from the people on the ground, it could have been
I want to check that out. Yeah.
It's a really small pamphlet.
Let's go this way.
There's all these things, you recognize them all. You know, it's stuff like.
And then there's a blue and yellow one coming down. Or
It comes usually from the middle classes, from the slightly better off.
Bourgeois. Yeah.
It's people who
What's
are
yellow?
bored,
I don't know where
well
purple
off.
is.
It's people who hate the current
Yellow.
reality and see some future reality as the thing they have to aim for.
What's this called?
A True Believer by Eric Hoffer. I think it's such a fantastic book.
All right, I'm gonna look it up.
And it's got so many incredible details about Hitler's rise, even Jesus's rise. You know, he makes this brilliant point at one point that if Jesus had been made a rabbi, then he might not have, started the revolution.
Although I wonder, because I mean, he did end up in the temple questioning all those.
Sure. But there's,
rabbis
I
and
think
Pharisees, so
he's such a well-read guy that I'm sure it comes from something or other. But I believe there was a certain time where he could have been offered that, and it didn't happen. You know, and he just says, "What if?" You know,
We'll get this one and then we'll go to the yellow.
But say with Hitler, if Hitler had been given a position, you know, older, he may not have. Yeah.
Well, no, I don't, because people will say like, well, if Hitler got into art school, it wouldn't have all happened. I'm like, I don't know anyone who got
Female level 15.
In our school. I think he probably would
I mean, we could.
But it's not. It wasn't that he was talking about. It wasn't art school. He was talking about when, you know, the Nazis first started making inroads, first started being taken seriously.
Do probably meet 8 minutes.
Interesting.
And things might have turned out different. But generally, the stuff is all about the boots on the ground. You know, like he was talking about Germany.
Could be for eggs.
Fairly, you know, they began to feel.
Yeah, the treaty side.
A lot of freaking shit over here for.
And I think a similar thing is happening at the moment with you know, liberals and movements and stuff. They just feel they should be boss. You know, they feel they should be. Sorry, they feel they should be in charge. They feel that because Hollywood movies has always told them that they're the most wonderful people in the world. They're very liberal. They've always got a black friend. You know,
I think this is true for any civilization, any society. When a large enough group of people. These are anti-meritocratic companies. I'm not surprised Disney had the worst flops ever. Barbie movie. Failing.
Because they went to
No. Everything the films, what they've actually been doing is.
Hey YouTube, what you're about to watch is a new segment we call.
You get close to me, that's you getting close to me.
Here we come to the issue. This is something that is great, and perhaps not for you. And then it's okay, we can disagree.
So many freaking ads. It's absolutely fucking nuts, man.
This element of like they're trying to throw multi-million-dollar budgets, like $100 million budgets at
Oh,
films that
Dickerous,
maybe make sense
nice.
as like a $50,000 low-budget indie film that would be popular in select coffee shops or something. Like I think the new Pixar film was like a kid who gets abducted by aliens, and it's sort of his journey exploring being gay, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, there was a
It's
lot of.
very niche. It's like an insanely niche thing, which obviously my primary issue with that is
What
like
do we want
the
to
grooming
drop?
aspect, don't go after kids, and I think they had to remove some of the gay elements from it, or did.
Did you see the meme where it's the train coming and it
Drop
says
that, let's drop that. Stone reinforced large cellar door.
the interracial lesbian couple that
Drop
always
that.
have to-
Well, Concord, remember that?
Was that all like interracial?
It launched for like a day, and then Concord.
Spear bolt
they spent
ammo.
$100 million plus dollars on
Let's
it.
go ahead and drop
Yeah,
that.
everything was
Maybe
gay. All the characters were
you
gay. It was just as gay as it can get.
can drop the toilets.
Because the mechanics were just terrible.
I played like.
Let's drop that. Drop that.
Zero Dawn game where they made the main character gay, and it's just like, guys, we get it. Just stop. Just don't put any romance in it. Okay, we don't care.
Because the most important thing is they want kids to play it. They're trying to groom kids.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, and that leads to other issues. That leads to nationalism that gets to a dangerous level of nationalism.
It makes people very
It's
angry.
just like in Weimar, when you start pushing, and you can use way more examples of Weimar, but that's off the top of my head. Women are having to prostitute themselves, right? They don't want to, but they're having to prostitute themselves. There's porn and degeneраcy everywhere. These people have been put down because of
There's
the Treaty of
there's
Versailles.
cabaret. There's Liza Minnelli. There's Phil Gray.
Everything.
Bro, OnlyFans.
Yes.
Whenever,
And we're there. That's the reality.
OnlyFans
also,
should be shut down.
even whenever
I dropped that.
there's any kind of revolution, right? Even a revolution against like a traditional or right.
Got a lot of pelt.
What the revolutionaries always do is they will
Go
point to
ahead and
some
drop
form of
that.
sexual degeneracy that's happening among the upper class because they know your average person doesn't tolerate that stuff.
And didn't Douglas Murray, was it Douglas Murray?
Metal
No,
ladders.
Jordan Peterson
We'll
pointed
keep.
out that,
We'll stay there for now.
Societies that are going into decline, like Aztecs and so on, they go through just before they go into decline, they go through a stage like this.
Would they be obsessed with gender?
So we discussed Strauss generational theory, the fourth turning. Are you familiar?
No.
Every 80 years, civilization goes through a crisis, a catastrophe.
Right.
So 80 years ago, we had the World Wars. 80 years before that, we had the Civil War. 80 years before that, the American Revolution. And was a conflict. I don't track before that because Americans think the world doesn't exist before 1776.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
It doesn't. But this is where the culture becomes shared with Britain, and there wasn't.
Try and make it over to the yellow.
And the argument is that strong men make good times make weak men. So you have a generation that goes through hardship, and they're hardened and hardworking.
You could drop some meat.
Conflict, and the strong survive. They have kids who love this conflict, and so they enjoy prosperity, good times, and very weak. With their kids, by the fourth generation, you have a society that's largely grown through that phase of the conflict, and then this leads to a crisis where the weak will die off, the strong will survive, and we'll get very hard times. The prediction is 2028 is supposed to be the peak period for the fourth turning, which it's arguably between 26 and 28.
Yeah, but also people I don't think I've been arguing for this for years. You guys are mature enough, so you've grown up during the internet age. You sometimes don't even know what it was like before, you know? Whereas I was like half with the internet, half was not. And like I think that the big historical precedent that we all have to think about is the printing press.
Oh yeah.
Because the printing press, and then there was
have you seen some of the books that they?
but after the printing press, I believe it was 100 years of pure chaos because everybody who had a Bible and
Shouldn't be able to get to it.
like on the 7th page, if you read the 7th line, was able to turn that into a religion. There were pogroms, there were massacres, there were all sorts. I went on for 100 years. We've just had the internet, which is like the printing press
Times a billion, yeah.
times a billion. What's it going to do? It's already doing something. This trans came from nowhere. How many?
Ah, shit.
Well, I think
civil rights movements.
Like, trans is part of the transhumanist.
Yeah.
And so
Male,
I
50.
people
Fuck.
pursued and defended this because they want. One of the arguments in like 2010s was that the way we stopped the Terminator scenario was generating ourselves with the machine.
Right.
So these powerful big tech guys were like, we're going to plug the machine into our brains. So when the trans argument came up about how there is an identity within you, they said, let's roll with it.
Come on, fall off and come get me. Fall off and come get me. I didn't want that to happen.
These aren't just rules, they're going to change these. You go back to Alfred Kinsey, I've talked about this on the show before.
I'm not gonna be able to get it.
He wrote this work,
Oh,
Sexual
it's
Behavior
disappearing
Human
right now.
Analysis, was in the
Damn it.
1940s in the US. And this is what many leftist scholars have said laid the groundwork scientifically for the sexual revolution and in order to justify it, because his work supposedly found that everyone in society was secretly engaged in all sorts of perverse and degenerate behaviors, and they just weren't talking about it. This is his famous contribution. Well, as it turns out, he was oversampling prisoners, people who were in jail for sex offenses, prostitutes. Also back in the 1940s, what kind of person is going to answer a survey asking them about their sex lives? Probably people who are a bit more off the beaten path, to use a nice euphemism there. And then the most incriminating and dire thing is, I won't be explicit about this because it's too horrible to even say out loud, but he had an entire table in his book that could only have been described and obtained through the repeated sexual abuse of many, many, many young boys. So essentially what happened was a bunch of little boys were abused. The McKinsey Foundation denies that he abused them. It simply says he interviewed the person who was abusing them. I believe that's their cover line, and collected a bunch of data on little boys that you would only have if you were abusing them, and published in this book, and we celebrate him to this day in our institution. This is the guy who laid out the framework for the sexual landscape that we live in. And we're
from people that fled World War II. Essentially used exercise research to create and help push forward the Kinsey Institute and all that research that he did.
We've got a couple minutes before we go to. And let me just start by prefacing with, I won $1 million portion of the profits actually goes towards fighting plastic pollution?
Well, in the early days of Liquid Death, we had a specific number. We had it was like 5 cents a can was what we donated in the very early days. As the business, well, I think it was the original thing was 5% of the profits we were donating.
Your site in 2021 says 10%.
No, not 10%.
The website Liquid Death Archives 2021 says 10% of all sales per can goes to fighting plastic pollution.
That was never on our site.
How much you want to bet?
10%.
He want to bet?
Say 10%.
How much you want to bet? Gentlemen's bet, because I have the archive pulled up.
$1 million.
Are you? Everyone watching right now can see archive.org. 10% of the profits from every can is donated to help cure plastic pollution. I don't know if you're able to see. Yeah, I can't. If you everybody watching can see.
Tell me where to make the check at.
I don't know, to a plastic fighting charity.
Yeah.
I'm not mad that you're saying 10%. I think it's good. Archive from Liquid Death's page. You can see the URL right up here. I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to open it and paste it in. And
holy shit!
Contain a plastic liner inside of them. This is
Arlovia.
It says 10% of the profits from every can is donated to help kill plastic pollution. I think he's lying. You know, look, I respect the guy for having this conversation and exposing himself in this way. I think they realize 10% is too much. That's my opinion. He's saying, no, I can show you this. Well, I say this. Liquid Death, hear me, you already work with 5 gyres. On their website at the bottom, it says they work with 5 gyres in Science to Solutions. It's a non-profit. They brought in their last $990 that's available for, I think, 2024, $1.2 million total. Certainly seems like, in my opinion, that Liquid Death doesn't much money, but, you know, okay, fine. Write a check for me.
Imminent Christmas, dude. I'm about ready to shut this shit off.
Settle the bet. You said it over and over again, Mike. $1 million. You've never put that on your website.
Email
you
25.
lost the bet. I think it'd be very cool. I think it's a great opportunity for you guys to publicly make a statement that you lost the bet, but you're putting your money where your mouth is to fight the plastic pollution with $1 million.
Yep.
Hey guys, you can write it off. And I'm going to say this. The beef that I had in this debate was that Liquid Death says death to plastic on it, but every can has, now when I search this, it's 0.5 to 1 gram of plastic lining the can, which there are concerns is leaching into your drink. That's my concern. It's just non-recyclable plastic. Not to mention, he says the cans are infinitely recyclable, but the can literally says on it, it contains 70%, average aluminum can contains 70% recycled material. So that's not infinitely recyclable.
Sweet vegetable cake. Ooh, damn.
I think Liquid Death plays this game of we're anti-plastic while actually just adding to single-use plastic consumption. He says they got rid of the death dust packets. These were drink mixes they had lining plastic. But they produce soft drink cans that can for can from any other company produces the same amount of plastic. He then says when we recycle it, we burn it off. Yes, plastic in the can is burned off in the recycling process, which converts it to carbon dioxide, water vapor, and small amounts of plastic particulates, which are absorbed into a filter. That filter has to be then disposed of in a similar way. It's still creating pollution. Granted, I'll give it to them. They're much better than PET plastic bottles. However, if they really wanted to play the game of fighting plastic, they could be like Topo Chico or Nicaragua, who do not actually claim that plastic, but the caps, single-use metal pop caps, contain 0.05 grams of plastic in the lining to keep it sealed. Substantially less plastic than liquid death. I think they're dishonest. I think that they're doing an environmental play because it works among lefties. That's why they do the witches cursing the drink. They're targeting the left in these libs. And they're claiming death to plastic, while in fact there's no evidence to suggest that any amount of plastic bottles in the market. And if they really wanted to, like I said, Topo Chico is cheaper at Walmart than liquid death. Tell me how that is. I honestly have no idea. But he put this big thing on Twitter saying if I want to sell pool water, which we are actually working on right now, and I have some updates for you for all those that are curious about castfood.com pool water. So it looks like we probably are going to increase the price from $20 up to is just another insane lie. And there are people feeling like they're like, I went to Walmart and Topo Chico's I can buy glass bottles, no plastic in the cap, no fucking piece.
I think Topo Chico's, they have rubber. They have like plastic underneath the pop caps, and it's about the scratch. It's not about the amount of plastic touching the lid. It's about the scratches that the plastic makes.
The issue is they're producing plastic pollution. They burn and say it's better than plastic bottles.
Well, there's the argument of who's making more plastic waste, and there's the argument of who's getting more microplastic into their stomach when they drink the liquid.
And there's one French study suggesting that twist caps can put more microplastics in your drinking water. Pop caps we don't have a study on. And I'd argue at 0.05 grams of plastic, the likelihood you're getting more microplastics in your glass bottled water compared to a literal plastic lined can with plastic every dimension is left.
The side of those is they don't get the sunlight. The sunlight will radiation from the sun.
I get it. Plastic water bottles suck. It is 0.8 cents per fluid ounce for a plastic water bottle when you buy it. It is steeply cheap. Right. So spring water imported from like the Swiss Alps or Iceland is going to be I think upwards of like 20 cents per ounce, even as high as 50 cents depending on the source of water. If you're doing American-sourced artesian water or reverse osmosis, like Dasani, for instance, Dasani is municipal tap water, not a joke, and they make a ton of money. So I'll give it to him. Plastic water bottles are bad. The issue is that Liquid Death is not a water company. Even Mike said it's 15% of their business. They are a soft drink company.
Oh, red withering.
Any other drink producer in a can, and can for can, they produce the exact same amount of plastic. He said change the can because death to plastic on every can. He's going to put death to plastic bottles. Sure, fine.
Ooh, sweet vegetable cake.
Let me tell you this. The hammer drop from the interview that I did, I feel a little bad about this because Liquid Death is growing, they're getting big, and I'm not trying to rag on these guys who are trying to push back against the monopolies of Coke and Pepsi. I feel kind of bad about it. Coke and Pepsi own everything, and they
have plastic in their cans.
Absolutely, every can does. Now here's the issue.
That's a good one.
Homie straight up admitted to an FTC violation on a live stream on my channel with 1.5 million people. And I started laughing and I said, well, did you talk to your lawyer before playing this? Because that's a pretty wild thing. Here's what happened. He said death to plastic is just a slogan. It's not a claim. There are a bunch of companies that have slogans. And then he said, like Red Bull gives you wings. I then laughed and said, it's funny you bring that up because as you know, the FTC, I believe it was the FTC fine.
It's an amplifying Novus.
Red Bull gives you wings. I think it was like $13 or $14 million. To
We can tame one.
Woodhouse Toyota, performance meets peace of mind. Explore the Toyota lineup and find the perfect vehicle for your lifestyle.
That one has a red ring. That one does not. Do we just hang out for this one?
We should all be proud of our public schools in Nebraska. We're ranked 7th in...
Yeah, but who? That's ridiculous. Who actually believed that Red Bull was going to make you grow wings? Which was never why they got fined. They were fined under the FTC because the argument was Red Bull gives you wings implies that Red Bull will enhance your physical or mental performance more than a caffeinated soda, which it will not because Red Bull is effectively just as a soda. So many people think Red Bull is an energy drink. It's just caffeinated soda. Coca-Cola has caffeine in it as well. Red Bull, I believe, has more. But if you look at like Monster and other energy drinks that have, you know, ginseng, guarana, B vitamins, and other things, those are the first. He then said several times that he surveyed his customers and found the overwhelming majority were not buying them because it was plastic free. They were doing it, I think he said it was because it was an alternative to plastic bottles. He then admitted some of our customers we found were buying this because they thought it was free from plastic, but it's a report to which his job because he outright said his slogan is that plastic is an endorsement of our customers. We've known this for plastic bags inside of this. You can look it up. It's been around for years. They never changed their marketing. They knew that it misled a certain portion of their customers. They knew there was controversy surrounding this. And didn't change it until I, with millions of followers, called them out and used a backlash on social media.
I don't know what he's fighting. I'm gonna just jump off and grab this quick.
We also had Saratoga Springs to try. We now have reusable glass water bottles that are downstairs, and they have silicone seals on them. When I found out these are plastic, my brother told me I spent thousands of dollars. I was kind of neat because I'm like, it says death to plastic on it. I didn't know. My brother actually used caustic soda to melt the metal off, and you can see the bag dangling. And you can look this up on YouTube. Everybody does it. So I got pissed. And the thing is, Richie Jackson, who is a friend of ours and is sponsored by the Woodies, rode for them. He was sponsored by them, and so I said, one thing is a conflict of interest between us because of our mutual colleague. I'm not going to say anything. I did, however, call out the general concept without naming liquid death, which I didn't want to cause problems for me with a mutual colleague. So I decided, you know, however, he recently, Liquid Death fired all of their skateboarders, who, by the way, were getting paid like $500 a month, not even that much money, and had been with them since the beginning, since the inception of this company. He fired them all, and Richie put out a video saying I'm no longer associated with Liquid Death. They lost a customer. And so I said, hey, I don't have to be polite to these people anymore. Made a post about it, said it's misleading, it's deceptive, and marketing practices. I think I respect him for coming on because, and I do mean this, very few big company CEOs would dare address the public like this. He was decently honest in a lot of regards where he said, we've updated our website, we're going to update the marketing. But I think and so, rants. The last bit of the conversation we had was around the termination of his skateboard team. He said they spend around $40,000 per year sponsoring a handful of skateboarders who get a couple of $100. So I would argue logically he is correct. As a business, you can't just sponsor people without seeing return. Businesses don't just give money away. Fair point. Spiritually, he's wrong. What I want to add to this that I didn't say at the time, but I'll say now. This is a company valued $1.4 billion, running a ton of investment. He says they're not yet profitable, and that means they're putting the money back into expansion of the business. So they could be profitable if they want to grow and they want to distribute more. That's my assumption. $330 million in sales. They don't get all of that because that's retail sales. So based on what he said they have 40% margins. Retail's about $1 per can. And he said that retailers want 50% margins, distributors want like 30% margin. So we can actually do simple math. And then he says we have 40% margin. So this means
my nose, I got a sore spot.
50% margin, which means by the time the distributor is giving it out, they're selling it to all. So if they want he's likely selling it to distributors, which means that he has a 40% margin. It's around 20 or so cents that he's his cost of cocaine. So we can do all that now.
Okay, come on, female Yuty of decent level, please. It's 223. I need to either find one or I need to give up.
You can do the math per year as a company, so it's in the tens of millions of dollars. Spiritually, you have a handful of pro skateboarders. It is the lowest amount of skateboarding. Skateboarders are struggling.
145 Megalaceros.
These guys have been with the company since the company started. And he said, well, companies don't have an obligation to just pay these people forever, so you're all fired. What was, and I'll give him this, logically fine by all means. But there's something just genuinely
6 minutes with alkaline algae.
About saying the skate industry could not be in a worse position. All pro skateboarders are hurting. We're going to throw another log on this fire that is the skateboard industry and pull a couple $100 from you per month. But what I'm going to add to this,
yeah,
is that
we better do it.
And I'm paraphrasing, but he effectively said, I'm paraphrasing. He said the skateboarders all basically said nice things. Richie was the only one who said something disparaging on the way out. And he said something like, I understand this hurt him pretty bad because because he lost a couple $100 per month when he doesn't have that many sponsors left as it is. And when he said that, it was really funny because I was like, wow. Like, he literally spat in Richie's face. To say, to Richie, pro skateboard, he has the video more views than any other skate video in history. Well, to be fair, Nigel Houston may have just surpassed him, but it's comparable. So he is rivaling, for like 10 years, the most viewed skate in history. And he said, I know it was particularly hard for him to lose a couple $100 a month because he doesn't have that many sponsors.
Is that what he said?
Yes.
Wow.
And I'm like,
classless.
Absolutely classless, because I can tell you this, Richie Jackson is not hurting for the $500 in any way. I'm not pretending like Richie's a wealthy man, but he is certainly a stable, he's of stable income, and he's doing fine. So to imply that taking the $500 away from him is what pissed him off, it was just insult to injury. The reality is, Richie was upset because he was with Liquid Death from the start. Every time we do videos, Richie always tries to make sure Liquid Death is seen on camera in some way because they sponsor him, and that's his job. And I respect it because they only gave him a couple $100 a month, but Richie loves the brand. He made a Simpsons video on his Instagram, like where he did the voices about buying Liquid Death. It was the Cracker Factory joke, and then he just revoiced it. Do shingle people drink Liquid Death? We don't know. Quite frankly, we don't want to know. And then what happens is, abruptly, without warning, a new guy at the company he's never heard of sends him a message saying, you're off the team's disbanded. And so Richie felt like he was betrayed by a company he'd been with from the beginning for $500. That's it. So this company was spending like $3,700 a month to keep the OGs receiving some cash to sponsor the brand. And so I think that is, I think it's nasty. I can respect Liquid Death being better than plastic bottles, but let's just point this out. There are many companies that only sell in cans. They don't sell plastic bottles. They don't claim they're trying to destroy plastic bottles either, and don't market it like it's an environmentally sound company. They just say it's a drink in a can. Liquid Death is literally no different from Celsius or Mountain Dew or whatever. Granted, to be fair, Mountain Dew would be in a plastic bottle as well. They're not producing cans, they're in plastic, they're anti-plastic. I think it's this big.
Well, listen, I mean, it pisses me off because I've always had issues with the brand. My understanding is there's rumors that they're something like that. Earlier.
That was quick.
I guess where they cursed the water.
That's horrifying. I very much dislike that. I think that's horrible. With the comment about Richie, I mean, if this this guy truly believed that Richie had nothing left and needed this money, the idea that he would kick him while he was down by making a shitty comment like that is just totally classic.
Let me stress. One of the complaints that people have about Richie is that for what he does as a pro skateboarder, I shouldn't say complaints. It's just that he's living on it. Like he's with all due respect to Richie, he's an aging professional skateboarder who is living he's got a middle class life, and a lot of these pro skateboarders don't. Some of these guys are working at Home Depot. And Richie doesn't have to do that because he's had success in his career. So, if it were correct that Richie was destitute and desperately needed $500 a month from Liquid Death, how crappy would it be to spit on him in a live show saying that?
Yeah,
Right,
I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all.
Yeah.
Well, my personal issues, I've always despised this brand. It says death on the can. They talk shit about plastic on the plastic product that they're selling. And then the CEO in your interview, hardcore says, I guarantee it did not say 10%. I know it a million. I will give you $1 million. Like, what kind of dope talks like that? That absolute guarantee it when it's, and then it turns out not to be true. Good for him that he's worth $1.4 billion, but it's a garbage product.
No, I disagree. I think Liquid Death is a great drink.
It's garbage. It lies about plastic, dude. It
fair
doesn't
point.
lie. It doesn't lie.
I don't
It
like that there's
indicates-
death
sorry,
on
Tim.
it
Sorry to
either.
interrupt you, but
Yeah, I don't.
I think it's fair to say that a reasonable person would conclude that death to plastic means they don't have plastic in their products. And I will stress this again. He tried arguing to me that glass bottles have more plastic because there's 2 grams in the twist-off cap. And then when I fact-checked it for Pop Tops on just like a Topo Chico, it's 0.05.
What was that you were saying about the bag? There's a bag in it? What do you mean?
Yeah. Let me show you.
Lining.
I didn't know about this either. I had no idea that that's how these things were made.
No, but, and this is fascinating. Here is Graham
you
telling
probably
me-
won't.
It's funny when
Let's
people
drop
are like,
these
"Everybody
arrows.
knows there's plastic in cans." No, they don't. Take a look at that. So if you
I
take
was
a can
aware of that.
or any can for that matter, and you submerge it partially in caustic soda lye mixture, it will eat the. Don't do this at home, seriously, guys. If you, it's very dangerous. Don't do it. So in lab conditions where they do this, you can melt the plastic. Melt the metal away, exposing only the plastic. So the caustic soda will bond with the metal, releasing hydrogen gas, and I think it's like hydrogen oxide or something like that. And then the plastic is left untouched, and you can literally pick up the can and shake the plastic bag full of liquid.
This is a great opportunity for this company to go hard on like plastic remediation, though, because there's fungus that will biodegrade. It'll eat plastic and turn it into sugar. There's bacteria that will eat plastic. You can electrocute the stuff and turn it into graphene.
He said he was committed to changing the hashtag to death to plastic bottles.
I think I just wasted £4,000 when these cost under £300 and basically do the same thing.
And I said, fair, I don't know how you rectify the entire history of the company misleading people in this way. Yeah, that's a question for him in the FTC.
Still got a plastic bottle in the can.
It is substantially, it's about 10% of the plastic of a PET bottle.
What's that?
The slogan doesn't work in the same way. Death to plastic bottles is a little bit on the nose. Death to plastic is an actual slogan.
But you can't do it because it's misleading, and he admitted, we're going to go to rants right now, but I'm going to stress, he admitted on a public statement. So, I'm a bit torn on this one, but I'll say it. There are many people out there that have been tweeting angry, saying they didn't know this. He admitted on the show they were aware that a portion of their customer base thought the slogan meant plastic free, and they did not change it. That is an outright FTC violation. Red Bull got fined for less. Red Bull got fined because they implied that the drink enhanced your performance, and the argument was caffeinated sodas are no more, Red Bull's no more than caffeinated soda.
I think it's really true that it came from the show, and that it's an alternate company to big megacorps like Coke and Pepsi. So, if the options are, we're going to use the government to sue this dude's company and break it, or watch the company transform it to something that's actually remediating plastic, I'll take the second choice.
Well, I don't like the idea that Liquid Death would become a successful billion-dollar company off the back of a lie like this. And I also think, again, like I said, I didn't want to say it, but I'll say it. I think any law firms, there's probably a bunch of law firms that watch this show that are outright being like, I'm going to make the fastest $10 million I've ever made. They're going to settle with the FTC in 2 seconds. And the law firm's going to get, it's going to, I imagine there could be a class action deceptive practices suit, potential FTC fine, and they're going to have to pay out a lot of money. And the law firm that does this is going to make a cool, $10 million like that. The individual who bought the product will see a check in the mail in 2 years for 75 cents. We gotta go to Rumble Rants. Smash the like button, share the show with everyone you know. No uncensored show tonight, but we'll read what you guys have to say. Jacob Hawley says, breaking, I'm in Port Washington, Wisconsin. No Kings protesters have surrounded City Hall and loud bangs everywhere. It sounds like shots or fireworks. Police sirens going off and people are running. Whoa, really? I thought it was going to be tomorrow.
Salt Lake, last No Kings protest.
Oof, man. Yeah, where that dude got shot.
Yeah, well, and they didn't even charge him,
right?
Yeah, he killed him. He killed a random bystander. And
they never charged him?
They arrested the wrong guy.
Arrested the wrong guy, charged the wrong guy, and then the guy that actually murdered somebody, he's just still walking the street.
And here I am defending Antifa. There was an Antifa guy, open carrying as he's legally allowed to do, and these two No Kings organizers, like they're No King security guys involved with the organization,
501
just pulled their guns out and started shooting at him. Yeah, 50. There you go. 505.
Security for them.
Opened fire on this guy who was open carrying legally, and shot some dude. I believe he killed him, right?
Down the street. Yeah, missed the rounds. He tried to actually kill the guy that was open carrying, who had actually had a long history of attending those protests and open carry. He wasn't raising his gun. Like the guy that actually fired the shot said that he was a threat because he saw him raise it towards the crowd. In the video that came out.
The cops arrested the innocent guy, and actually, I think someone mentioned that his family had thanked us on the show for talking about it and saying he was innocent. Look, the guy carries a gun. He's a left-handed. You got a right to open carry. You know what I mean? I think it's bad.
Parents are conservative.
Oh, are they?
Yes, parents are very conservative.
Well, I hope they
I believe, actually.
I hope they can help this kid, better understand.
Not be in prison.
No, I think he got released. I think he got looked up.
Yeah, I think he ended up getting released, but just the idea that this guy that actually murdered an innocent man is still walking the streets, no repercussions, no charges.
All right. Vixam says we should send Seamus a giant spoon as a prop for him to have on the show. Look up Beyond the Veil trailer by Mythic Talent. Case O's fork as an example, and nice bit of Seamus should cutlery. Bro, if you did like...
Yeah, we've talked about that. I want to... Maybe we plot some... Or your fundraiser
for Twisted Plots?
Let me talk about some of this behind the scenes.
Oh, it's going to be...
Bro, like an
Purple with red.
spoon set that you could buy, and the proceeds go towards...
That's awesome.
Well, he's not stealing forks.
Well, I don't steal spoons either, Tim.
I want to stress everyone, Seamus made this whole thing up himself. We have, at one of our houses, we have and Allison there's a few spoons missing. I was like, oh, I don't know, and then she's like, oh, maybe Seamus was maybe using them downstairs. Seamus comes upstairs, and my wife is like, oh, Seamus, did you have any spoons downstairs? And he goes, oh, yeah, I got a couple. And he's like, I'll go grab them. It's not even a big deal at all. And Seamus finally goes, does an Irish remember my house stealing my spoons? And then I ran with it.
No, I don't. You know me. You know I would never do that. That never happened. That never happened.
This story is just very mundane and boring.
There's this thing I like to joke about. I know, like, they say people in Ireland don't like when people in America call themselves Irish, but I just want you all to know, like, we're not bragging. It's an admission. It really is like, I gotta come clean.
Yeah. Freedom spoons. Dude, it writes itself. The chat saying freedom.
Let's talk about it. Yeah, let's talk about it after the show.
All right, let's grab some more of this. We got the Irish says, finally got to listen live.
We're having trouble finding Yuty's worth taming.
I just want to say thank you for everything, and God bless you all. Thank you so much for the super chat.
Herbicide empowered by by increasing herbicide uptake by up to 170%.
For people on the East Coast,
They kill that Yuty already?
find these once we start sending them out.
They must have killed the Yuty.
Probably $1.50 to $2 per bottle, because we want to put them in cardboard boxes with paper stickers. So we do want to reduce the plastic. So it will be.
Like in Vegas and stuff?
Yes, we're talking about having like you go to a little pizza place and they'll have like cool water. We are looking at doing cans as well, because I got no problem. They have plastic lined in it. It's a choice you can make. Go for plastic, and we're gonna look for single-use pop can plastic as well. So if you want to order these from the site and you're in the West Coast, it's going to be expensive. Right? That's a fact. These are going to be like 30 to 35 pounds, and so I think it's for like a case, and then you got to pay the shipping and stuff. So
I would drop
hopefully
these.
We can get it regionally produced when we do expand, but I will stress
Oops,
for
drop
the ag
that.
product we launched locally, the producer is seriously like within 10 minutes driving of us. It's something we can easily pick up in our F-150 van. We can carry, I think, something like I don't know what, like 1,000 bottles. No, I think like 1,500 bottles. It's total capacity. So our shipping costs go down. So that means all the local business will be really easy. We have a handful of stores in mind. Order it on the site. It should be very soon. Because we wanted to change it from shrink wrap plastic cases. We're going to wait to get the cardboard boxes made, but it was already going to be
Ooh, 140. Ah, it's a male.
Like the funniest name.
140 male. What was the one that I got?
Yeah, it's a very Chris thing to do.
I like the way you're leaning into the name by having it biased.
Yeah, that was Jessica.
72.
Because this is the actual bottle from our distributor.
Yeah.
And
115.
but it wasn't always by a pool. It was on a white background.
Right.
And so Jessica was one. I was like, the white background makes it look fake, like it's not real. And she was like, oh, I got this, and then she put it at a pool. So we actually talked about today, and we were like, why don't we do cans too? I mean,
then they can actually drink them by the pool.
22
we could also do
minutes.
plastic.
38
plastic
raw
bottles.
prime
I
meat.
think we'll just do cans and glass bottles. And
Do I get that male instead? Fuck.
The glass bottle top is going to have more plastic in it than the cans.
That's the problem. It scrapes off, and in transit before they get screwed on the top, there are all these caps in the bag scraping against each other, cutting. But you can do like bamboo and silicone, and you can also do stainless steel.
We're looking for silicone. Mark Giadetti says, shut up about water bottles, no one cares. You are wrong, bro. Dude, we have never had, we have never had for one of our products. We launched it. We've got like a website, traffic exploded yesterday.
Oh, there's a 150? Oh, shit.
Also, smash the like button, share the show with everyone you know. I do have some segments coming up through the weekend. I got some pre-reports for you guys. I do have segments for the show. And then tomorrow's No Kings Protest about to get rowdy, so stay tuned, because should there be any very serious breaking news, of course, I will personally, I'll hop on and we'll see what happens. You can follow me on X and Instagram at TimCastgram. Do you want to shout anything out?
Oh, no, just I have a Substack, the Glitter Update. I got a memoir that's very hard to find, so you can buy it on Amazon, I think, called Tough Crowd. And yeah, that's about it.
Right on.
Taylor USA, TAYLER USA on X. That's it.
I'm launching a new show called Twisted Plots. We cannot win the culture war if we're not making culture. I have experience doing this. I know it's something that you guys want and that you're really going to enjoy. We cannot let these lunatics dominate the entertainment space. Help me out. Go over to twistedplots.com. I'm going to make a great show for you guys. I've got the experience. I've got the team. If you give me your support, I will be completely unstoppable.
And he's got the chutzpah.
Oh, crazy. Rob Schneider is the biggest who's might need to write some TV. So, he's got a new company called Friendly.
It's big.
It's the mega sale at Slumberland Furniture.
Get up to 50% off list prices.
Plus, get 36-month financing with approved credit.
Get a modern sofa for just $3.99.
And get the chair for just $99.
Or a mega comfy reclining sofa
for just $7.99.
Mega deals in every
41
Plus
raw
a
prime
Sealy
meat.
Queen mattress for just $3.99.
No one sells Sealy.
Keep an eye out for it.
Oh, it's so annoying, dude.
Follow me at Ian
All
Crossland,
the
and Graham, your Glinner is your X
bullshit.
account, GLINNER.
9 shots with the
also wanna
crossbow.
remind you guys about Sora. I have updated my likeness into Sora.com at Ian Crossland and commanded to make videos of me doing all sorts of wild, crazy things. And you can also upload your own likeness, get ahead of the curve, join the machine, do it willingly. It's taken from you.
No, definitely not.
We can't really do that, you and me. We're misused so badly.
I'm Libby Emmons. You can find me on Twitter at Libby Emmons, and also it'd be great if you subscribe to my newsletter. I write it up every day about the news, whatever random thing I'm thinking about. It's about Zoran Mamdani threatening, not threatening, complaining that Andrew Cuomo never entered a mosque, and somehow this is a qualification. This is like a necessary qualification to be the mayor of New York City. You must have gone to mosque if you're, an old Italian Christian guy.
What if Cuomo was like, and I never will?
But he didn't. Here's the thing. He bent the knee, Seamus.
No!
He bent the knee. And he started saying, oh, my constituents. I've been to mosque. I've constituents. And he basically, he capitulated that this was the standard. So if Cuomo wins, he's going to be beholden to the DSA anyway. Your only chance is to vote for
Yeah. Slee was getting the I was actually surprised to see.
Really? I mean,
I'm not. No, that's not a joke.
someone who actually, I think, cares about quality of life.
The comments that I'm seeing from leftists from like Twitter is that Zoran says something like, "I want to figure out how to make healthcare affordable for New Yorkers." Cuomo then says something like, "I'm Italian. It's just the way I act." And then Sliwa says, 4 years ago I was shot in the ass. I was going down the stairs. And people are like, I gotta vote for this guy. So anyway,
He was
let's
shot in the back of a cab in 1992 by the mob, by like John Gotti.
right on. So
Anyway, sign up for it at thepostmillennial.com/Libby. Thanks.
all right, everybody, we will be back throughout the weekend and of course on Monday. Thanks so much for tuning out. See you.
What else do we got here?
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words,
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, the channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. You know, after everything we learned this year, after everything that was exposed, especially thanks to Doge and Elon Musk, we can no longer chalk it up to just incompetence. This is organized corruption, and it's becoming clearer day by day that Democrat-run states and cities are funneling tax dollars into left-wing radical NGO networks that don't exist to help communities, to push progress, or render service to those in need, but rather to advance the left-wing political machine, to protect illegal migrants and shield criminals, and also, it seems, to cause chaos on the streets. Well, the doors are open. And of course, this corrupt slush fund is for all to see. We got another Doge shell this time. Billion federal tax dollars was funneled to a network of NGOs. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on here. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll. Alright, folks, so let's first start off with this clip here. We've got State Representative Brad Halbrook, who makes the claim that they've uncovered over $1 billion. Yes, that's 9 different zeros after taxpayer money that's essentially being laundered through state agencies directly into left-wing NGOs under the disguise of support programs.
Today we're turning our attention to a staggering amount of taxpayer money, over $1 billion, that's being funneled into political connected non-government organizations or NGOs. This wasn't uncovered by government watchdogs, but concerned Illinoisans and Republican legislators that our grassroots effort we call DOGE, or the Department of Government Efficiency. Before we show you where the money's going, we need to ask one simple question. Why is government funding NGOs at all? First, there's no transparency. NGOs aren't subject to the Freedom of Information Act, or FOIA. Taxpayers can't see how their money is being spent. Just last week, a lawsuit was filed because the state refused to release a contract detailing how much public money was being sent to specific groups. Second, the budget language is vague and on purpose. These grants are buried under broad terms with little or no detail. Lawmakers are being asked to approve funding without knowing how the money will be used or even who's getting it. Third, the human services budget has been hijacked. It used to mean helping seniors, helping single mothers, and people with disabilities. Now it's packed with programs for politically aligned groups offering vague services like parent mentoring, immigrant support, LGBTQ advocacy, and many are race or identity-based initiatives that serve political agendas, not real need. Fourth, this spending undermines real charity. Faith-based groups and private charities are being pushed aside while politically connected NGOs scoop up taxpayer dollars. The government is picking winners and losers and rewarding those who keep the majority party in power.
But of course, when you actually look at where the money goes, it's pure political subversion. It's going to illegal immigrant support groups, anti-racism training, LGBTQ political advocacy, political organizing disguised as, quote, outreach. In other words, it's probably funding all the activist efforts, the friggin' street army that we're seeing on the streets. So they're taking tax dollars and then funneling the money to NGOs who act essentially as a Democrat street army. You know, there's always this talk on who's financing these groups on the streets, who's financing Antifa. And sure, you know, names like George Soros pop up. If we learned anything this year, after everything that was uncovered with USAID, I think we can pretty much safely conclude that actually a good portion of the financing seems to be coming from the people. And you got these Democrat cities and Democrat states that are taking that money, and how else can I say it, using it to commit crime. It's like a friggin' criminal network at this point, a tax-funded criminal network. Let's just stick in Illinois, for instance. Look at what these left-wing activists are doing, organizing on the streets as the president's coming in enforcing immigration law.
If you're a gun owner who wants to be able to shoot better, then I've got the perfect gift for you. It's this right here, our laser strike system. Now this thing is awesome. It allows you to do dry fire practice safely from home so you can save time and money and do it safely. But the best part about the deal that we've got going on right now with our laser strike system is that you are guaranteed to get a free gift, actually 2 free gifts with your purchase, value of up to $270. I'm going to show you all about it here in just a second. And now let's talk about the laser strike system. The way the laser strike your firearm, drop this little laser cartridge into the chamber, close the slide, use the included app, the included target, aim, shoot, and then figure out where your shot landed and practice. This is great because now you can safely train at home and you're going to save time and money. Because we believe so strongly in the laser strike system, we want to offer you a free Vantage holster with your purchase, which is the most comfortable holster on the planet, as well as some mystery gifts. When you get the laser strike system, you're also going to get this right here, the Vantage holster. It has a retail value of $80, and you're going to get it for free. This is the most comfortable holster on the planet. I think that 6,600 reviews on it that show it at a 4.4 star rating, so a lot of other people think about it that way, and we sold it to 300,000 people so far. What makes it so great is the premium athletic material that we designed it with. Literally, we just took the same stuff that all the athletes are wearing and put it into a holster so you can wear it for 12 hours a day and not even realize you got a gun on your body. Now, what's also great about it is it does have a trigger guard inside of here. Full plastic trigger guard, which nobody else has. It has retention, which is something that you can actually remove if you want.
This is the one that we care about. 5580.
99% of the handguns on the market, as well as being
Yep, 825.
And it comes with about 60 days.
Has a little bit more stamina.
If you don't like any of it, we'll give you all
Food 9250.
what you also wanted to know
Better
about is
584.
we've got this
That's
right
better
here, all of our
220,
Modern Needs Survival,
230.
which is a company that we started a while ago.
I mean, we could tame both of them.
Focused on Vantage. With this inventory just sitting there, we've decided it can be yours for free when you purchase. We're talking about stuff like this. $100 Supernova solar charger battery backup, water filters, emergency sleeping bags, cool flashlights, more backpacks, all kinds of cool stuff comes for free with your order. You're going to see on the next page that you can get up to $270 worth of free gifts with your order today, and the laser strike system is going to be something that you're going to use all the time and absolutely love. Now, this is great for Christmas, but Christmas is still a little bit of ways away, so grab it now, and it should come in just a few weeks.
What the fuck, dude? Oh, so we're already below that. Okay, torpor timer. 5660. We need 41 or I'll probably meet. Damn, we gotta go get going. Yuty is 3.9, but I don't have a saddle. Offshot's 3.7.
Well-funded groups, and the relentless nature, of course, speaks to that as well. And then, of course, you've got the leadership as part of that. Speaking of aiding illegal crimes, it's also the official actions that are being taken by the by the way,
no, no prime meat.
Remain places where all people, regardless of their background or circumstance, should be able to safely and confidently participate in the judicial process.
Chicago courts, under his directive, are now barring ICE agents and Border Patrol agents from arresting illegal immigrants inside courthouses. And of course, what is that?
No, not him either.
Violent criminals. You could be a foreign gang member in the country illegally, wanted for a violent crime, but if you step foot in a Chicago courtroom, you're
Oh, I do have mine. What the hell? Is this a 150? A 130.
Left-wing judges are now ordering the federal agencies take
I wonder how many we get with that RG.
sending a message to their activist army, their political terror army on the streets. ICE's hosting season. The facility is open to attack, protect criminals, and sabotage the feds. Just like what we saw when J.D. Pritzker and Mayor Brandon Johnson.
How many do we got? We got 2. Let's see if we can find any more.
It's lawless. It's third world, and the craziest part of
Let's
all
drop
is those
that.
people might be footing some of the bill, and that's no longer a conspiracy theory anymore. No, we now have the receipts. Billions of public dollars flowing into radical political groups all over fighting against American
None from him either.
criminals over American citizens, all under the guise of providing services. The only group that they're serving is the Democrat establishment and their corrupt whims. Absolutely insane. Anyways, that's pretty much what I got for you guys. Thanks for watching. See you on the next one.
There's 12. None there.
We're talking about all this other stuff. Yes! Hello, my beautiful friends. What an amazing day it is. Welcome back. We've got a great stream today ahead. Family and OnlyFans, Jack Smith being disbarred, Bolton self-surrendering, communism, and more. All on this tremendous and lovely Friday. We made it through another busy week, but we're not done.
Oh shit. That's not what I meant to do.
Then we will dive into further detail. We got some juicy stuff open today. A letter came out from a bunch of senators very unhappy with Jack Smith spying on their cell phones. Lindsey Graham in particular. What? And Marcia and the rest of them now sending a letter over to Pam Bondi saying, we've got some pretty deeply disturbing revelations here. He has our phone records. And so now they're very upset about it. Didn't care too much when they were spying on Trump's campaign, or censoring the rest of us, or basically silencing us, and pressuring us, impeding our civil liberties is the theme. Well, they sent this over to Bondi now, saying you better investigate this dude and disbar him, and Tuberville is back again, saying that Jack Smith should be floating. Which is true, so hopefully that's coming soon. We got that. We're going to go and hear a little more from Marsha Blackburn and Jackie Silver, the subject, and all that coming up before we turn our attention to Bolton, because John Bolton self-surrendered today, brought himself into the courthouse to turn himself in and get booked and processed and all the things. And we've got video of him going.
Did we use? There we go. 46,
Man,
nice.
this coming out video is hilarious because our friend Ivan Raiklin was over there and he was getting into it with Abby Lowell, the defense attorney extraordinaire for the most corrupt people on the left. Lowell is now now representing John Bolton, Tish James, and a bunch of other people. It's ridiculous. So we'll go into that. We've got updates on the docket. You can see notices of appearance are coming skidding in here on the docket. Let's see what we got. Oh! Don't you love when that happens? Here, 30 minutes ago, we didn't see these things. Now, boom, here they are, fresh out of the oven. Case management order, conditions of release. He was just there, so wait for the docs to get updated. And they're like, the show's starting. Publish the docs. Thank you for your attention. So we'll go through that. We got reaction. We've got a mind map that has been assembled, and John Bolton has responded to the charges. So we've got his statement, Abby Lowell's statement, and we'll piece together everything that's going on there. Then it's Tish time, baby, because she's got an OnlyFans grandniece. Oh, gosh. All right, so it's going to be a PG-13 show, I guess. And there's her and her dude flashing stacks of cash. I wonder if that cash was supposed to go to the mortgage company to pay the appropriate interest rates, but we'll come back to that. We'll go into it because Tish now also has her lawyers.
Should have been enough.
So just, how enjoyable is this? Just indictments all across the place. And we get to be updated and advised on that. So now we've got lawyers coming crashing in for Tish. We'll see what the latest is. She's got her first arraignment next week on the 24th, and so they've issued us now an order for what's going to be happening there, and Tish is not going to be happy about this because food is not permitted in the courtroom. So leave your snacks at home there, Tish. So we got all that coming up. We'll see what is happening because she was also screaming about this out there. We've got updates then. We'll wrap things up talking about the No Kings protest that's happening this weekend. And guess who's paying for it? And guess who's sponsoring it? Well, the communists, as you can expect. And so we'll go through this. Mark Mullen, some congressional representatives, we're all talking about this. And it's going to be happening this weekend, so they're calling out the communists. And George Soros is also funding the whole, or maybe not the whole thing, but a large portion.
We're only 58% there? The fuck?
Take a look at what they're expecting to do. They've got a bunch of...
If you've got cayenne pepper, pink salt, apple cider vinegar, and baking soda in your kitchen, and you're not using this recipe, you're missing out on one of the easiest ways to lose weight without effort. Want to see how simple it is? Let me show you. Everyone's posting videos about the pink salt trick to flatten your belly, but here's the truth.
Oh, I had it on Superior Kibble.
Just mixing pink salt with lemon
Fucking
or putting a pinch on your tongue
dude.
doesn't trigger what actually melts fat and speeds up your metabolism. And it's not just me saying this. Recent studies from Harvard and Johns Hopkins confirmed women over 35 experience a sharp drop in 2 key
Fuck me, I might have fucked
but when
this
these
up.
ingredients are combined the right way, they mimic the effect of the famous Mounjaro injection celebrities.
I might have
Posts on
fucked
their
this
website
up.
in Espanol for their illegal aliens. And we got some clips on this, and we'll see what the latest is. Over with the No Kings rally and the dorks who are going to be there protesting over the weekend. So it's going to be a great stream, my friends. Thank you for being here. Thank you for subscribing to our channel and for liking this video wherever it is you're watching this puppy. In lieu of a sponsor today, we've got our friend, you know him as the Lectern Leader. We have, of course, had him here on the channel. We've done some interviews with our friend Adam Johnson, and he is now the author of a brand new book called Taking a Stand. And he made this post some time ago. Your boy got his hands on a hard copy, and I'm starting to read through it. I mean, look at this dude. Sharp dude. Look at all those words in there.
Maybe.
Oh my goodness.
Come on, please.
So it's a great book that I'm starting to read, and I'm looking forward to finishing it. But what you can see is he posted this. It's now available, and you remember him. He was the guy who got thrown through the media for just taking a nice photo. This guy right here. And he's over on X at Lectern Leader. And he posted this. Remember, he was put through the ringer after January 6th, a really good man and a good husband and father and all that. Says almost 5 years ago, the government told me I couldn't sell a book. For over 2 of those, I was told I wasn't allowed to speak. After being pardoned by President Trump this year, those rules meant to keep me from sharing my journey are now gone. This is my story. Pre-orders are open. And he'll sign your pre-order. So go check it out. I'm going to repost this. I already have done that, I guess. So check it out. He's over at Lectern Leader. We also put a link to the website, unlicenssedfurnituremovers.com. Unlicenssedfurnituremovers.com. And when you go over there, you can get a book and support his work, because he has done a lot to spread the truth about January 6th, and we want to support him. So check that out. Links are in the description below. He is a good dude, and we want to support his book. So thank you for doing that. If you're interested, I think it'll be well worth it. So check that out. Links in the description below. And shout out to the Lectern guy over there at Lectern Leader on X. All right, so now, without any further ado, let's get into it. Jack Smith is under pressure. The senators are very unhappy with him. He shouldn't have spied on their phones. It's okay if he spies on everybody else, but not the senators. And so they got together and they sent over a letter to Pam Bondi. You can see a bunch of them came out and signed this one. Marsha Blackburn, Lindsey Graham, who's real nervous about those phone records, Tommy Tuberville, Dan Sullivan, and Mike Kelly, all members of Congress, sending this over to the Board of Professional Responsibility and to Pam Bondi. So we're going to come back to the letter, but here is what Marsha Blackburn, the top-line signature...
We may have to lose a little bit of taming effectiveness.
She says, was a rogue special counsel on a weaponized witch hunt against Republican senators. It's like... Yeah, and Trump and everybody else who got caught up in this. There must be consequences for this abuse of power. I just sent a letter to Pam Bondi urging the DOJ to investigate him. And so here's what she said also. Jack Smith is becoming a household name, and not for a very good reason. Today I sent a letter to Bondi calling on the DOJ to investigate Jack Smith for the Biden FBI spying scandal. He must be held accountable for targeting his political opponents. Here's Marsha Blackburn.
Jack Smith is becoming a household name, and not for very good reasons.
He was already kind of a household name if you were on the left, or if you pay attention to this show, because we talked about him a lot, because he's not even a real boy, completely illegitimate, and his cases both failed. So, what a loser too, not even effective. But for the left, remember, they were very excited about Jack Smith. They were following him in and out of subways, sandwich stations, and you had people on MSNBC like, that's a nice looking footlong. And I'd like to, join him for that footlong. You're like, what are you talking about over there? Joe Brzezinski, weird.
Know that under his leadership, this is special counsel for Arctic Cause, that during that operation, they spied on 8 U.S. senators. I'm leading a letter to DOJ to start an investigation on this. Well,
and they cut it. All right, so thank you for the video from Marsha. So she sent this one out. She says, all right, Pam Bondi, we write today following last week's deeply disturbing revelations that the Biden DOJ spied on duly elected members of Congress, specifically seeking and ultimately obtaining, quote, polling data from cell phones as part of its corrupt, politically motivated Arctic frost investigation. They say, it is clear to us that this invasion of our privacy, the senator's privacy, was nothing more than a fishing expedition geared towards targeting President Trump. And for the reasons outlined below, we request that you immediately refer Jack Smith to the Department of Professional Responsibility, OPR, as he's been a bad boy. Now, as part of his weaponized witch hunt, like the senators, the Biden DOJ issued subpoenas to several telecommunications companies in 2023. They wanted our cell phone records, and they got them. Got access to time, recipient, duration, and location of calls placed on our devices from January 4th to January 7th. All 8 of those senators. Yikes. We have yet to learn, and that is such a strange thing, because what if they were doing something a little bit strange? What if, they were off at some location or a mistress's house, or out at 2 in the morning doing something like Hunter Biden was doing or whatever? Like, doesn't that expose them to blackmail opportunities, and they can be taken advantage of, and they can be digging for something?
That old hoodie your mommy gave you? It's bullshit. You need the new 340 GSM military grade bearskin hoodie to get comfortable in the wild. It's the ultimate 10-pocket tactical hoodie that blocks wind, repels rain, and regulates heat for incredible comfort wherever you are. It's the only winter hoodie that's built for working, fishing, hunting, camping, or conquering foreign lands. Because honestly, your average kangaroo hoodie these days is big, baggy, and useless, like wearing a trash bag with a fanny pack. That's why we built the bearskin hoodie, like a tank, with the ultimate combination of strength.
Now, we have yet to learn, this is our question from the beginning, of any legal predicate. Why? And what amongst them provides some commonality? Why did they go after all this list? No idea. Why did they issue subpoenas? And as we saw earlier this week, Chuck Grassley also sent a letter to all of the telecom companies, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, all of them, Lumen, someone else, and he said, who approved this on your end? How dare you just give up senator records over to the executive branch? Who's your lawyers? Who's on your legal counsel team? The CEO approved this? What's the process? While we await further details on these troubling revelations, and now Jack Smith is out with Andrew Weissman, and they're doing the media tour to try to get ahead of the story. So we found these troubling revelations at the DOJ and the FBI.
So close.
But one thing is clear, Pam. Jack Smith was a rogue special counsel. He wasn't even a legitimate one. Who, based on his conduct in the Arctic frost matter, would do anything to stop
Only to
President
Yuty,
and he basically inherited
female Yuty. It's 3:15. We might have to get the female Yuty tomorrow.
Tebow, I think is how you say his name. It's French. Including taking concerted steps to spy on duly elected members of Congress. They did everyone else. So, yeah. In the United States, one of the fundamental principles of our constitutional republic, that's nice to see that, is the concept of separation of powers. By infringing on our constitutional rights and obligations as elected federal officials, Jack Smith and his team of goons, Jay Bratt, Thomas Wyndham, they trampled on this separation of powers principle that underlies our system of government. This is especially true given the invasion of our privacy. It was directly connected to our core legislative functions, which are all protected by the Constitution, the speech or debate clause. Now, in addition to these constitutional concerns, we believe that Jack Smith engaged in serious prosecutorial misconduct. Without any sufficient rationale or cause at all, Jack Smith's team used a federal grand jury subpoena. And so we're learning more about that. We don't know exactly if they're like requests or what. To obtain phone records.
Still not losing taming effectiveness. That's good. Maybe it's because we're not putting in very many narcotics at a time. Maybe it's because we're only doing 3 at a time.
Something else. Maybe didn't get charged.
Missy, no. What are you doing?
Sitting senators and members of the House.
What are you doing? On my lap. Come on, on my lap. Don't lay down. Lay down.
We are Republicans who support Trump. That's it. And as noted, we have
lay down.
Any predicate that underlines the invasion of our privacy.
Stay off the desk.
To that end, upon the Senate Judiciary Committee and the Homeland Security Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, once we get all the documents and records, we urge you to refer Jack Smith and any of his prosecutors who assisted in the issuance of this to the 9 members of the records to the Office of Professional Responsibility. It's like, oh gosh. As you know, the mission of OPR is to ensure that the department attorneys perform their duties in accordance with the highest professional standards. Jack Smith, he went after Trump and Republicans. That is our standard. Are you attacking Republicans?
8820.
You passed the test. You met the standard. Great. From the information we already know, it's clear that he fell far below the highest professional standards. It doesn't matter, honestly. I mean, it should matter. I'm not happy that it doesn't. But
do we want to get this guy?
Was indicting her special counsel
50.
Sometimes probably multiple times.
Missy, stop.
And they were sending thousands of text messages.
100
themselves 2-hour debrief lunches on their
times.
And nothing happened. She got reelected. Nobody referred her to the state bar or anything like that. Office of Professional Responsibility is obviously a federal entity, and part of the not a state level governance body. But it's ridiculous to think that they're going to care. Okay, Tish can do whatever she wants. Jack Smith is getting glowing endorsements for the 2 years he was.
Now we need a bunch more prime meat.
Now the senators are upset about it. Jack Smith should be prosecuted. This is the precursor to that. We'll see what happens. He wasn't even legitimate. He wasn't even lawfully appointed. Merrick Garland was the one who signed that order. Merrick Garland should also be responsible for this. Garland, Monaco, everybody up the chain. Smith is licensed to practice law in both Tennessee and New York, and in both jurisdictions, the rule of professional conduct strictly prohibit a lawyer from using means that have no substantial purpose other than to embarrass and delay and attack a person, which again was his whole operation.
Wow, female 145? Shit.
That by seeking these phone records without our knowledge and consent, and without any known legal predicate, Jack Smith violated the rules of professional
That's what we need, but
intended to prevent this type of stuff from happening. Obviously that failed. Now, upon completion of your investigation, we promptly urge you to refer the findings to
go up and get the trap.
Tennessee and to New York. So you investigate, then pass it off to them, and then they can revoke his licenses. We firmly believe that
So do we still get this Daedon or not?
should consider all options in holding him accountable for his misconduct, including disbarment. Now, the
Oh fuck, I got it on me. What am I doing?
It's all the way back to a dark chapter in American history. And we have not seen this since the days of J. Edgar Hoover. And the completely corrupt investigation and prosecution by the FBI and the DOJ of the late Senator Ted Stevens of Alaska. We must ensure that we never return to these disgraceful eras. And we're just in it. Thank you for your attention to this urgent matter and for your continued work to root out the two-tiered justice system that for far too long has existed in the disgusting bowels of the DOJ. Signed by Marsha, Lindsay, Dan, Tommy, and Mike, all also being copied to Tennessee and New York. New York, their grievance. Tennessee might be something about it, but New York, I think they're just going to go, oh, so Jack Smith went after President Trump? Perfect. They might give him a medal and commendation. Ridiculous. So, that is the letter that got sent out, and here is a little bit more from Tuberville. He signed the letter. He said, you know, Jack Smith shouldn't even be able to get a job as a dog catcher after he spied on 8 U.S. senators. He should be disbarred and thrown in jail. Now, that jail part didn't make it into the letter, but here's what Tuberville had to say about this.
Well, first of all, if you do it to a sitting United States senator, 8 of us, you do it to anybody. And so it kind of sets a precedent. Jack Smith shouldn't be able to get a dog catcher's job after all this is over with. Marsha Blackburn and I are trying to look into a situation where we can get him disbarred. There's no reason for him to be able to practice law in this country by going through these rules that he's trying to break.
No, he shouldn't be able to practice law. He shouldn't be able to go out and walk his dog around this block of the neighborhood.
If you own a firearm and you're looking for a perfect gift for yourself or a loved one, I think that we've got over 6,600 reviews on it that show it at a 4.4 star rating, so a lot of people and we sold it to $300,000. What makes it so great is the premium athletic material that we designed it with. Literally, we just took the same stuff that all the athletes are wearing and put it into a holster so you can wear it for 3 to 12 hours a day and not even realize you've got a gun on your body. Now, what's also great about it is it does have a trigger guard inside of here. This is a full plastic trigger guard, which nobody else has. It's got level 2 retention. 2 pouches, which allow you to carry it and it works with 99%. And it comes with a 60-day money-back guarantee. Actually, all of this does. If you don't like any of it, we'll give you all of your money back, no questions asked. What you also wanted to know about is free stuff. We've got this right here. All of our stuff from Modern Needs Survival, which is a company that we started a while ago and just haven't been giving attention to while we've been taking advantage. With this inventory just sitting there, we've decided it could be yours for free when you purchase. We're talking about stuff like this. $100 Supernova solar charger battery backup, water filters, emergency sleeping bags, cool flashlights, more backpacks, all kinds of cool stuff comes for free with your order. You're going to see on the next page that you can get up to $270 worth of free gifts with your order today, and the Laser Strike system is going to be something that you're going to use all the time and absolutely love. Now, this is great for Christmas, but Christmas is still a little bit of ways away, so grab it now, and it should come in just a few weeks.
This pisses me off. They don't want you to know this. Did you know that white willow bark, the source of aspirin, works better than the pill itself because of its complete mix of natural compounds? Seriously, it drives me crazy that people have all these powerful natural medicines in their house and they don't know how to use them. Today, I want to show you my favorite herbs that you probably have in your kitchen right now.
He can go walk the yard. All right, so we'll see if that happens. Now, ultimately, I think they're probably inching towards some deep maybe prosecutions and investigations that will emanate from the priors, the Tony, the Bolton, and just follow the dominoes. But here was our friend Jack the Servant from Real American Voice talking with Marsha about this.
Yes, and Jack, it wasn't the first time. In 2016, when I vice-chaired President Trump's transition, we found out then that the transition
So where did these babies go?
The Biden DOJ would never give us any specifics about that. Now, what we did find out was that they spied on us after January 4th to January 7th of 2021. The way they did that, in May of 23, they sent a letter to our wireless carriers and
Feed you to land so I can grab you.
They had a subpoena and demanded our phone records. Everybody we talked to, where we were physically located, when we either made or received a call, and every call and every number that came into us or went out from our phone during that period of time. Now, we also are looking at September. It appears that there's the May date and there's also a September date. In addition to this, I have sent a letter to the DC Bar regarding Jack Smith and his conduct, and calling for a review by the DC Bar, filed a complaint with them. In addition, 5 of my colleagues joined me on the letter to Attorney General Pam Bondi, requesting that DOJ begin an investigation into the conduct of Jack Smith. And of course, he should be disbarred.
Yeah, that didn't work.
The groundwork we are laying are things that would call for his disbarment. And what we know is this is not only an invasion of privacy and an infringement of our free speech, but it is also an infringement of the speech and debate clause. For a wireless company to give your records over that was affiliated with that unit.
No, I want that.
Meanwhile, the Biden administration weaponized the top to bottom.
a chunk.
That was apparently gobbled up, and the Senate, didn't really care all that much until they got brought into it. But we're happy they're into it. Welcome to the party, pal. Nice to have you. Segment. Now, let's talk about someone else. We got Jack, we got Bolton, we got Tish. What a glorious Friday it is, huh? We are opening the Bolton. Self-surrender, charged with numerous counts of felony espionage in Maryland, and he showed up to self-surrender today. We've got video of him going in and video of him coming out, and the video coming out is even better than going in. Trust me. So we're going to go through it, see what the latest is. We've also got now some updates on the docket because he has self-surrendered, so the court did a couple things, and we're going to see what the latest is. Release conditions just came out, case management order just came out, and more. But here, of course, is some background on the charges. We went through the two batches of charges, two bundles of charges. Here we had 8 counts of transmission of national defense information. He was sending little love letters back to himself on his AOL account. Then we had 10 counts of possession. He had documents that were classified and inappropriate at his residence. And yesterday we were asking questions about who individual 1 was and who individual 2 was. And they were the people to whom Bolton was messaging the documents. And so I dug into that yesterday. A lot of people are reporting that it was his wife and his daughter. Wife is called Gretchen Smith Bolton. Here's a photo from them walking their way into some event. And we also have Jennifer Sarah Bolton, and I think it's 1 and 2 respectively. Why do I think
Nice.
that? Because
Still there.
individual 1, they say, was somebody who resided
Maybe we can
in
get
the
this
district of
one and then we
Maryland.
can come back.
His wife lives with him, and individual 2 did not have that, okay? So she's living,
Get
I
some
think,
more
out of
prime
state
meat.
somewhere else, and I found this document that she's doing something with sports over in Nashville this year. 26 Junior League of Nashville.
Then we'll have
26,
massively
27.
bred
So
Daedons.
that's who those people are. And right after John Bolton was booted out, they formed the group chat before he even took the position. One day, the day before he officially began, they formed this little family group chat, right? And they said, "This is for the diary in the future." One highlight from the indictment. Then we also saw that in July of 18, he said more stuff is coming. And they knew that they were not supposed to be talking about it because he said that in the indictment. None of which we talk about right there. None of which we talk about. And said, don't talk about it. Someone else says, the wife says, shh, don't talk about it. Quiet, keep it quiet. Because they're transacting in classified documents. Then we fast forward. And he was limiting some documents. This is only for individual 2. Individual 1, you can't see that. So daughter can get it, but the wife can't. Then we have 1,000 pages of material is what the indictment says was ultimately sent. Thousands of pages of notes memorializing his entire tenure. He also did this so he could write a book, and he got $1 million book deal in exchange for stealing classified information that he wasn't entitled to. And then, of course, we saw Iran hacked his AOL account.
1050 till conscious, and he needs
to himself.
38.
They hacked it. They blackmailed
See
him.
how many we got.
And he didn't tell the FBI about any of that. He just kind of said, well, and deleted his whole AOL account after he was being blackmailed. Now, they found a bunch of stuff in there. Remember, this came from the search warrant addendum. And if you'll notice, down here, in the bottom of this document, it says weapons of mass destruction right there. Is what they walked out of the building with, documents about weapons of mass destruction. So all this was done for allegedly the reason of writing a book. I don't really believe it. But here is the book, The Room Where It Happened, a White House memoir from John Bolton. Hope it was worth it, John, $1 million. He came out with statements after getting charged. And here is what he said yesterday before before he made his way into the court building. He said, "For 4 decades, I've devoted my life to America's foreign policy and national security, whatever." And again, that's, whenever we see that, and people rely on that, it's like, a lot of attorneys will do this too. Like, I've been in practice for 35 years. Like, okay, so what? Like, are you good? Or you've just been a crappy lawyer for 35 years. Like, I don't care if it's a long time. So we use that as a credential.
You go get some more quick, fast, in a hurry. I don't think we have enough.
Wow, you've been doing this for 55. You've been crushing it. You've been like slam dunking for 4 decades. John has not. We have not been crushing it in international diplomacy or having great success over the last 40 years in all of our wars. Has not led to a stronger America. We can all feel it. We're all sick of the wars. So that's why Trump is in office. So for 4 decades, we go into it. Make it 5, make it 70. No one cares. Unless you can produce something useful, stop saying that. Same with these civil servants. Decades-long career. No one cares. Everything's a disaster at the DOJ or the FBI. No one cares. I have devoted my life to America's foreign policy. Maybe you shouldn't have, because it's been pretty bad. I would never compromise those goals, but you did. Iran hacked your email and stole it. I tried to do
Those guys didn't give prime meat, I don't think.
but I resigned.
These guys did a little bit.
Before the 2020 election. Did he said that specifically. We're not charging him for the book stuff. And we're not charging his wife or daughter for receiving NEIs and burying it. And John didn't have his door kicked in and thrown in shackles.
Okay, we're going. Go back.
Screaming about President Trump, trying to sell his stupid book that nobody cared about. Then came Trump 2.
Taming percentage is going down. Is it going down?
Right? Show me the man, I'll show you the
Oh, it is. It's going down. He ran out of food.
These charges are not just about his focus on me, but his intensive efforts to intimidate his opponents to ensure that he alone determines what is said about conduct. I look forward to defending myself and to exposing his abuse of power. We'll see if that happens. It's not looking good, John. We read the indictment, and you signed a bunch of documents. You had documents, a whole decertification of your home. Abby Lowell said, the underlying facts in this case.
I highly recommend
Maybe we ought to let him wake back up. I've wasted some shit, but...
What's Project Colossus? Well, according to Elon, it's the most powerful supercomputer of any kind in the world. I'm here at Hyperloop Plaza, just outside of Austin, Texas, home to the new headquarters for XAI, as well as facilities for other Musk endeavors like SpaceX and the Boring Company. But I believe Elon's biggest project is actually happening elsewhere. Now, I recently traveled to the industrial zones of South Memphis to investigate this project, and you won't believe what I've uncovered. I'm about to give you all the details and show you why I believe Elon is about to shock the world again. I predict this supercomputer will make Elon the world's first trillionaire and mint more millionaires and billionaires than any other breakthrough in history. Why? Because it's powering what I believe will be the world's first superhuman-like AI, an AI that can learn, think, and solve problems across the board just like humans, but 1,000 times smarter. There's only one problem. This supercomputer is part
You lose
of
one
Elon's
level?
private company XAI. You can't simply log into your brokerage account and buy shares because it's not a public company. But here's the good news. I found a way for you to claim a stake in this Project Colossus without having connections in Silicon Valley, without having to be an accredited investor, and without having to be rich. In fact, you can get started with as little as $500, and it can be as easy as buying any other stock.
Scanner reveals the brutal truth about your body that your regular scale will never tell you. For weeks, my scale showed I wasn't losing weight despite diet and exercise.
We'll just
I was about to give up until I
we'll
discovered
just
the
put
body type.
we'll just put this on him.
It's a complete body intelligence system used in over 12,000 health plans worldwide, now available for your home. The moment I stepped on it and grabbed the handles, it sent
How much time we got? 23 minutes. 25 minutes.
What I discovered changed everything. While my weight hadn't changed, I'd actually lost 7 pounds of fat and gained 6 pounds of muscle. The body pod measured body fat, muscle mass, water, metabolic age, and 40 other metrics, showing me exactly how my body was responding to different diets, workouts,
Dude,
and routines.
why
No more
this-
guesswork or frustrating plateaus. Just precise data that showed me exactly where to focus my efforts.
Stop the
because when you can
fucking
truly measure
timer.
everything, you can finally improve everything. That's why top doctors, dietitians, and elite athletes
22
all
minutes.
swear by the body pod.
Corporate
for
timer
accurate
is
results.
21
so
minutes.
I recommend you get your body pod now while they still have
Raw
a
meat
special
is
discount. That way, you can finally measure and improve the invisible changes your regular scale is
Minus
hiding from
2
you.
levels. It would be much easier. It's raw meat. 15
We're
raw meat in
investigating
there.
the result
You know
of
what? I think we might do that.
These charges stem from portions of his personal diaries over his 45-year career. They weren't a diary in his bed table, okay? He sent them to himself on his
Okay,
AOL
we're
account
gonna go knock this other one out.
and disclosed classified materials to his wife and daughter. Records that are unclassified, shared, they admit, shared only with the immediate family. Okay. Did they have classification privileges? No. And known to the FBI all the way back to 21. Many other public officials.
Then we'll use raw meat. We'll use raw prime meat as long as we can find it.
It's possession of classified documents and transmission of classified information. And they carved out in the indictment. It's in there specifically. You read the whole thing yesterday. They're not charging you for the book. That is not a crime. The court is proving once again that Bolton did not unlawfully share or store any information. Well, good luck to that. All right, so that's them. Now, they made their way into court today, and here is what it looked like, courtesy of Fox News, who was staked out outside.
Bolton arriving at a United States District Court in Greenbelt, Maryland. He is expected to surrender after being indicted documents. Bolton faces 8 counts of transmission of national defense information and 10 counts of retention of national defense information.
And you don't see any felony charges for writing a diary, okay? It's a little bit more serious than that. So, Justice Department came out and they had this to say. Of course, we covered the indictment yesterday, but it was breaking and the rest of the announcements came after. They say a federal grand jury indicted John Bolton, age 76 in Maryland. Serious crimes of mishandling classified info. Now, the indictment charges Bolton with 8 counts. Bondi said 18 counts. 8 for transmission, 10 for retention. There is one tier of justice for all Americans, said Pam Bondi. Anyone who abuses a position of power and jeopardizes our national security will be held accountable. Here goes Pam. We can't help ourselves. I mean, they did it for 4 years, so we have to say this a lot, just to make it is fun to say. It's really enjoyable to say it right now. I can see it so much. Just watch this. No one is above the law. John, that means you too there, bucko. You too, little piece of game. The FBI's investigation revealed he transmitted a bunch of stuff. Lots of quotes here. We read through the full indictment. If convicted, 10 years in prison for each count, and 10 years in prison for each transmission count. Times 18 times 10, 180 years. Pretty sure. The FBI feel that this is investigation case. A bunch of people worked on it, and now John Bolton has to face the music. But before we watch John Bolton come out of the courtroom and his lawyers get into it with Ivan, here is what John said in 2023, courtesy of Western Lensman. Thrilled about Trump being indicted. Here's what John had to say back then. I wonder if he still feels the same. Great question.
Well, I think it's a devastating indictment. It's very powerful in the way that it's portrayed, but it's also very narrow, very targeted. The government didn't throw everything in the kitchen sink at the wall. It has focused this in a way that I think, as a matter of law, is going to be very difficult for the president to resist. I think the real question is the question of timing and scheduling. You know, if Donald Trump were an honest man, if he were an innocent man, he'd be saying, I want the trial within 30 days. I want this cloud removed from over my head. I want this stain on my reputation removed. So we'll wait and see what Donald Trump does. I think he'll try and postpone it to after the 2024 election. So my suggestion to Jack Smith and the Justice Department is go lean on the Manhattan District Attorney and get him to move his trial until after the election. This trial should take precedence. We'll find out whether Alvin Bragg...
Wow, so he's actually encouraging Jack Smith to go collude with Alvin Bragg. Guess what? That all happened, by the way. And it wasn't Jack Smith and the Florida classified documents case. It was Jack Smith and the January 6th case in front of Judge Chutkan, because Chutkan was trying to race this thing through before Trump appealed it and said, oh yeah, you guys will find out what immunity means there, Judgy. And they took it up to SCOTUS, and she had to ultimately dump the case. And Jack lost that one too. But that was not before they moved Alvin Bragg's case up, right? That was going to be after these, and they moved it back up. Or somebody moved something, and I think maybe Chutkan moved her case, whatever it was. All these judges were colluding. These got moved around because they were just trying to make sure they could get felony convictions settled on the president before the election. And they did that. Of course, it didn't matter at all. It was completely inconsequential because everybody saw the hoax for what it was and how rigged that entire trial was. But here's the rest of Bolton.
Is a real prosecutor or a political hack? The answer...
Taming 0%. What'd he do? Fucking wake up?
Is even though Biden has escaped scot-free, Clinton has escaped scot-free, fill in the blank has escaped scot-free, is the answer to the double standard who let Donald Trump escape scot-free? Is the answer to the double standard to revert to no standard at all? I think that's wrong.
Oh, I did not know I could pick him up. Well, we'll just restart with that guy if we want to.
An MSC cruise isn't just a vacation, it's a holiday. With European style.
And American comfort.
Tiny drinks.
Ginormous.
Well, we have a standard, yeah. Trump beat his case because Jack Smith was an illegal prosecutor and had to be thrown off the case. Illegally appointed, the money was illegally appropriated there, John. That's not the case with your prosecutor. Your prosecutor is duly appointed, and so good luck with that strategy. But that was John out there. We'll see if he goes and files for an immediate trial. We now have some documents out. In fact, let's take a look at these. And here is one. Order setting conditions of release. Courtesy of the Maryland District Court in the case of United States of America versus John Bolton. Now, here is the latest. John, don't violate any laws while you're on release. You must give a DNA sample. All right, so you're going to have to move that mustache out of the way. We're going to have to get in that cheek there. The defendant must be approved to work with pretrial services. Let us know in writing before you can move or anything. Advise us of where you are. And if there's a sentence, you're going to serve. You're going to come in and serve. Now, here, as it looks like denoted, you must appear as maybe denoted is what this judge wrote. Any additional conditions of release, he promises to appear. This box is checked. So you're going to be released on the condition of what? I promise to appear. That's it. Okay, that's good. Sometimes you have to have a bond. Sometimes they don't release you. They just say, nope, we're going to keep you in
25.
Acknowledged by John Bolton, signing that today. Been established by the court. And a lot of this is going to be boilerplate stuff, but let's see what it says. The government must produce all materials per the rules of disclosure. All pretrial motions must come in before November 14th, except for motions in limine. We're going to have an initial status conference November 21st. Again, all the parties, what you need to do as part of the criminal case, any pending motions, we're going to need hearings. We need a joint status report. So here's the trial, or here's the schedule. 30 days before trial. Let's see if they scheduled the trial date for us. Voir dire, internet citations, audio, video exhibits, right? All standard stuff, just kind of standard case management rules, follow the rules, exchange discovery. We're going to have certain hearings coming up. This is our schedule out of Maryland, and so now you are apprised. So nothing too substantive there. We did see that we have an initial appearance that took place. John Bolton came in, entered a plea of not guilty to all 18 charges before the judge, and then we got the release conditions. We also have Abby Lowell, who we're going to hear about in just a minute. Abby Lowell has now entered his appearance on behalf of John.
We got a little bit of time.
Abby Lowell is the same attorney who represented Hunter and got him convicted of all 3 counts in the gunshot.
We can get enough prime meat.
Represented Menendez, who's going to prison. Bob Menendez. Was in court today. He came out of court. Okay, let's see. Coming up. There's John.
Mr. Bolton, how are you feeling?
Hey,
you think this case's gonna get done?
Hey, that's Abby Lowell.
That is my prime meat, dude.
representing John Bolton, and good luck to John. I mean, we don't actually mean that. We hope he pays the appropriate penalty once justice is served. But John is no longer in the foreign policy game, okay? And the president is handling it appropriately. And so a little bit of a content warning coming up. Put the earmuffs on the children, but maybe not, because it's coming from the president. This is American excellence in hand, right here. And so the president is explaining kind of a new thing that's going on. He's going to be talking about Venezuela and Maduro when he says this phrase. This is really a phrase that extends beyond foreign policy, now to domestic policy and other things. We've got actual leaders in charge who care about America, who also liberate, and here's what the president said in this vein.
Maduro offers everything in his country, all the natural resources. He even recorded a message to you in English recently, offering mediation.
He has offered everything. He's offered everything. You're right. You know why? Because he doesn't want to fuck around with the United States. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, don't mess around with the United States, all right? John, James, Jack, Tish, Lisa.
A former NSA director just went on 60 Minutes. He confirmed.
Nice, we got enough for him. We got 10 more minutes until tamed. This stuff will last 30 minutes. Till we knock out that other one. Yeah, maybe we go knock out that other one. Man, so many ads, dude. This is absolutely ridiculous.
No one's above the law. Justice is coming for you, whether you're Madero or Bolton or Jackson or the rest of them. So, what a glorious season it is. Bolton is upon us, my friends. Can't you feel it in your bones? We'll keep our eye on this case. Thanks for subscribing and joining as we do. Yeah, I know, it's a good one. It's a good clip. All right, you can take the earmuffs off your kids. I don't think there's any more. Actually, keep the... All right, now you can take the earmuffs off, but put the eyeglasses on the kids. All right, put the eyeglasses on. We have to talk about Tishy's family. Get him a coloring book or something, because we got to talk about Tish now. Oh, God, here we go. Tishy's family gets worse, not looking good, now that an OnlyFans model, who is a fleeing criminal, is also discovered in her residence. You can see the headline over from the New York Post. They say that she's housing a criminal OnlyFans model at her other Virginia property, which was also under investigation. A second criminal family member in Virginia. Her grandniece is called Kayla Hairston, Thompson Hairston, age 21. She's an OnlyFans star. With a public X-rated social media presence. I'm not going to be looking at those, obviously. Was charged in April about lying about her felony criminal record when she tried to buy a gun in Virginia. She was legally disqualified from owning a firearm in August 2020 because of a felony charge of malicious wounding. Malicious wounding, this one. Which Virginia law defines as a crime in which a person shoots, stabs, cuts, or wounds any other person with the intent to maim, disfigure, disable, or kill. Just the perfect Democrat, honestly, because that's how they think. Thompson was a juvenile at the time, and the records of that case are sealed. Wow. And the weapons charges were also later dropped because that was pleaded down to a misdemeanor. Okay, so she wasn't actually a felon. And so that's interesting. So I wonder if she kind of mischarged. Now, in 2019, when Kayla was 15, she was also caught up in the criminal hijinks of her big sister, Nakia Thompson, who is also a wanted fugitive by North Carolina authorities with a slew of arrests. Here's a photo. Oh, gosh. That is the case. Kayla Thompson Hairston, OnlyFans star with a public presence. Her social media profile includes photos of her naked and flashing cash. She recently announced she was pregnant, posted a bunch of videos about that. Both family members live in houses owned by James that have been at the center of federal criminal scrutiny. James is currently facing 60 years in prison for bank fraud and false statements. And here's another photo of this individual. Flashing cash. I wonder where they got all that cash. I wonder if they paid some of that cash to Tishy. Is Tish pocketing OnlyFans generated cash? Is she profiting off of the sexual exploitation of her family members? New Yorkers probably wouldn't care at all, but she will. I mean, that's what they do. Here's another one. Arrested multiple times. James said that the property which she bought in 2020 was a second home and that she would occupy it, but she didn't. The feds say she moved her family and collected rent on the property after she bought it. She's denied the wrongdoing, told a federal grand jury someone said that I don't pay rent when she went in there. But do not look out for bathing suit photos. All right. So here's a tale of two homes. This one was bought in 2020. This one bought in 2023. James's niece and niece.
You're gonna have to eat that one, or else the RG will get it.
She's lived there 16 years on the same street. I've never seen her here ever.
I can kill this RG and then I'll use my mosh shots.
Gosh, just terrible photos of these people. There's photos. There's during the office, he said one of the sisters swore at him. So one of the people investigators going on here told him, "Get the F off of him." Thompson was also contributing to the delinquency of the minor, as we talked about, more cash. Here is what she posted. All the old out Yuty dancers trying to hate fight and talk crap because you and me young pretty dancer make it. Okay, so maybe she strips or something. And there's her pregnant belly. And in April, James got a criminal referral. Abby Lowell, representing her, called the referral meritless and said this was just revenge for her political attacks against Trump to the tune of $500 million. So in a twist that feels like deja vu, James got indicted for bank fraud, the same allegations that she made against Trump, and signed a second home rider. And it's just, what a family, huh? All right, so that's what's happening there Her initial appearance is set for next week. Here is Abby Lowell. We didn't see much of this stuff get filed until yesterday. David Kowalski, somebody called Isabella Oishi, so she's got like 4 lawyers. Judge grants them from coming in. Some people are not licensed in this district, but they're coming in here. And the judge is approving them, okay? You can come in, you can come in, you can...
He didn't get shit from that.
Then we got the arraignment coming up, and the judge has given us some guidelines on this. Tish cannot bring any snacks with her.
aren't their usual playful selves anymore. I've discovered something that our dogs are eating probably every day that could be crippling their health and making them feel old, sick, and tired way before their time. And there's something you can do to help them get right. I'm not alone. What a lot of people don't know is that I am a huge dog lover. I've rescued hundreds of dogs from Southern California shelters. My wife Cheryl and I would do these huge sweeps and clear out the shelters and have mobile vets ready to make sure they're healthy, and then click.
Courthouse. Courthouse opens at 8:30. Because seating will be limited, courtroom 1 will be reserved for overflow. They'll have screens in there that you can watch happening in courtroom 5. The hearing, though, will not be delayed for transmission issues at all. All seating in courtroom 5 and 1, first come, first serve. And we want appropriate decorum to be maintained to see if Tish takes off her shoes. Food and water are not permitted in either courtroom. Members of the media will be treated identically to other members of the public. The court will not issue media passes, will not designate special seating. Any media personnel who are unable to obtain a seat have to go to a different courtroom. Now, we also think that there's going to be a lot of security. There might be delays. Attendees should plan their arrival times accordingly to avoid delays. Be aware of all our security at this link. And you need to present valid photo ID to get in. All visitors, including members of the media who wish to bring a cell phone or smartwatch into the courthouse, will be required to power them off and place them in a yonder pouch. The pouch will be locked by a court security officer
1950, 8750,
when you leave. No cell phones.
68,
Further details about the courthouse electronics policy can also be found here.
800 is what we need to be at.
Out in Norfolk, Virginia. In the criminal
Supposedly
division
this is
against
it.
Tishy. Now Tish was out, and she was very unhappy with this. Man, look at that face. She's going to enter facial spasms again. Here's what she had to say.
Well, first of all, the decision was based on the Administrative Procedure Act, an arbitrary and capricious act by this agency, an unlawful act. And so too is the indictment. It's baseless. It's nothing more than retribution. Retribution for basically doing my job. For doing my job following a 2-year investigation in a congressional hearing.
Wow, she sounds nervous. You can almost hear it in her voice.
It wasn't political. It was based on facts and the application of the evidence.
No, it wasn't. The Court of Appeals actually scolded you. Said, how dare you? Why would you bring this claim? You ran for office to go take out Trump. It was baseless. Nobody was injured. There was no victim at all. And you weaponized your office to try to take him out to the tune of $500 million while you were committing mortgage fraud in your home.
And the judgment was sustained. The amount of the disgorgement was what was dismissed. But the judgment remains. And so at this point...
Yeah, it was meaningless. Okay, it was meaningless.
And we will vigorously defend those charges, those baseless charges. My arraignment, as you know, is next Friday.
Yeah, it is.
I visit Norfolk quite frequently. My family is in Norfolk. I love my family. And I will defend these charges. And I want everyone to know that it is completely baseless. And I am totally innocent. Thank you.
Yikes. She's nervous. You can tell. We've watched a lot of things here. Way too much. More Tish than I would recommend to anybody. But that was a different attitude that we saw from her. Totally baseless. She seems nervous. You can hear the quivers in her voice. So, Tish, her family, and others now being held to account for this little mortgage.
We're almost there. Come on, finish eating.
While they were doing their OnlyFans pornography. Now, justice will be served, and she'll be in court next week. We'll keep our eyes on this one. Thanks for subscribing and joining as we do. All right, one more update, my friends, then we'll hear from you. And this is also curious. Communists are running the No Kings rally. We all knew that. And now it's official. They have a list of all their sponsors, and a bunch of people in Congress are calling this out. Mark Wayne Mullen, a senator, said the No Kings anti-Trump rally is literally sponsored, by the Communist Party of America. Yeah.
I think we still got enough for the other one.
October 18th, 11 a.m. at this location. Look at all these people who were sponsoring this thing. And what you'll notice
Come on.
is something like this right here. Young Communist League. Oh, New York.
One or two more.
Yeah. Here's another one you can see over here.
Probably one more. One more.
Oh, the Communist Party of the United States. Yeah, they're communists. And all of these other things are basically communism. Okay, you can see stuff like anytime somebody says that they're a socialist, like this New York Democrat Socialist of America, that's a communist. They're just trying to change their label, no different than a dude who says he's a woman or whatever. We know you're a communist, okay? We can see it dangling between your legs. So, strong economy for all. Rise and resist. New York change. Vocal action for all communists.
All right.
And they're going to be rallying in favor of anti-American causes. Congressman Brandon Gill calling it out too. He says it's literally sponsored by the commies. You can see him. And CNN is explaining what to expect. They say, here's what to know. More than 2,500 demonstrations are going to be happening. 50 states, and they're even going over to the UK, apparently. So if you go to the website, which is very dumb, as we're going to see, they've also got no kings protests in places that actually have kings, like the UK, right? Yeah. So no kings in London. See, that seems like since they actually have kings here. We don't have kings. We just had an election. So I don't even know what you're talking about. But it's happening all over America. All these dorks are going to be getting together to talk about, I don't know, whatever. And the people who are funding it, George Soros, helping to fund these protests nationwide. Ted Cruz was also talking about it, saying that his foundations are dumping a lot
Well, we will be set on Daedons. Still need a Yuty. We're gonna finish up this Daedon and call it good because I need to get to bed.
Democrat Party donor, founder of Open Society, and
Sleep in some tomorrow.
Company called Indivisible. They got granted $3 million to support social welfare activities. All that money should just be banned. If it's foreign money and coming through all this nonprofit scam, 501c3s, giving the money over to the 501c4s, all the Mormonizing, democracy, state democracy defenders fund, and all these things. They're criminal operations. They're trying to propagandize us, declaring that they're nonprofits and abusing our system. And so our people should fix this and solve this immediately. But if they won't do it, well, then the FBI, Cash, and Pam can all start finding out these networks and finding where the frauds are happening, where they're reporting that this is for this, we're spending our money on this. No, we know what you're doing. So hopefully all this money is backtraced all the way up to the actual progenitors of it all, and we can get to the bottom of who is funding this type of garbage. Andy No, the Antifa whisperer, says our lives depend on everyone becoming the enemy within. Here are some of the documents that they're sharing right now. Look at these little violent revolutionary communists is what they are. They can call themselves whatever they want. Here, PNW anarchist and anti-fascist, October 8th. The No Kings March is meant to pacify the people. It's organized by feds with an interest in quelling meaningful and effective uprising. F their lib march. Let's show them what fascism, anti-fascism really looks like. Yeah, that's interesting. So this is actually to calm everybody down. We'll see what happens. Someone else posted this. Join us. Become ungovernable. Andy Knows reporting. In an anti-authoritarian and anti-capitalist bloc at the 10/18 Minneapolis No Kings protest. Become ungovernable. Bring all your friends, lit, noisemakers, banners, and anything else with the skeleton and a pink mask on. Someone else. October 18th.
That old hoodie your mommy gave you? It's bull. You need the new 340 GSM military grade bearskin hoodie to get comfortable in the wild. It's the ultimate 10-pocket tactical hoodie that blocks wind, repels rain, and regulates heat for incredible comfort wherever you are. It's the only winter hoodie that's built for working, fishing, hunting, camping, or conquering foreign lands. Because honestly, your average kangaroo hoodie these days is big, baggy, and useless. Like wearing a trash bag with a fanny pack. That's why we
how does
the
that
bearskin hoodie like a tank. With the
20,
ultimate
I don't understand
combination
how
of
that
strength,
fucking works.
storage, and breathability. You're seeing this
Whatever.
video because we want to offer you 60% off the bearskin hoodie with fast and free delivery from our Kentucky warehouse. And you may
Torpor
not see
timer's
this
not
video again,
fucking
so
working.
click the button below now to reserve your order. Thousands of men around the world already love wearing the bearskin hoodie instead of their regular
7,100 is what we need to get to.
21,000 five-star reviews on Trustpilot. Plus, now you can attach the new Heavy Storm rain jacket to the inside of the hoodie for an instant 10,000 millimeter waterproof layer that blocks the rain double time. Finally, a functional hoodie you can actually take outside and customize to make it yours. That's why Bearskin is the ultimate modular system. A tactical hoodie with 10 pockets that transforms into a waterproof shield in seconds.
We won't need any for
Surprise storm, zip in the shield. Random Tuesday.
we won't need any for the Yuty, or we shouldn't anyways.
Get 5 secure zip pockets outside, 2 concealed zip pockets on the inside, and 3 fleece-lined drop pockets on the inside for your valuables. So, does the bearskin hoodie actually look good on a day-to-day basis? No, it looks
Should have
fantastic.
plenty.
With the fully adjustable design, you'll get that perfect square.
Man, so many fucking ads, dude.
Idaho. And here's another one.
Really trying me to get me to buy Prime.
Depend on
Huh?
everyone becoming the enemy within. Okay, so that's from Andy. No, just a smash.
They are really trying.
They've been posting flyers all around the ICE facility in Portland, calling their violent militants to embed themselves in the No Kings protest and to agitate for violence. Liberals and leftists on Reddit are calling it fake right-wingers, like the laser show event that was organized in Rose City. So they just blame the right-wingers, right? Antifa shows up, they cause a ruckus, they say these are right-wingers, just like they did on January 6th. And so a lot of that's going to be happening.
We are getting really full on stuff.
But they're also not that right. On their website that I just shared with you, our friend Maze Moore over on X, he said you can go over there and they have their chants. So if you want to participate in the chant and you want to get your books together and like practice it the night before, they got a script for you. You can just read through it. Fortunately, their grammar is a little off. You can see that he clipped this Maze Moore, and then our friend Mike Benz drew some very convenient red boxes for us so that if you want to sing along, you can also be incorrect. Trump, you are kingdom, must come down. Trump, you are kingdom, must come down. Oh, I heard the voice of the people say, Trump, you are kingdom, must come down. Idiots. So they just keep
2
doing it.
minutes.
Like, you know, and I think the teachers' unions are supporting this stupid cause. Morons. All right, so that's them. Here, Anna Paulina Luna said, the real No King's Day was on July 4th, 1776. Okay, we've already had this conversation. Just because you don't like the duly elected president doesn't mean you get to have a hissy fit about it, but they are. Rick Scott says, No King's protest is sponsored by multiple commies. This is who Senator Schumer is cowering to and shutting down your government to appease. It's disgusting. And if Chuck Schumer attends this protest, it will be his full endorsement of communism in America. Yeah, and let's see who shows up there and why they like communism. Harmeet Dillon over from the Trump administration made a video about it. She said happy Friday. Happy Friday, Harmeet. No King's protest today through the weekend, so stay safe out there. We're always hard at work at the Civil Rights Division to uphold your rights to peaceful protest. Here is what she had to say.
Happy Friday, also known here in D.C. as the No King's Day protest. I'm only glad to know that I haven't encountered any kings here in my time in D.C.
I'm gonna go ahead and use 25 more.
Really hardworking American patriots, working hard
Bear beep.
and sanity and justice back at the DOJ. Proud to be part of that team, and I hope everyone stays safe from crazy Marxists who have organized this protest today. First Amendment is very important. We believe in that, and I hope everyone stays safe out there.
Nice message from Harmeet Dillon. She's exactly right. There are Marxists out there. Ted Cruz was also explaining there's considerable evidence that George Soros and his network are funding these things. That's exactly why I've introduced an act. Thank you, Ted. Called Stop Funders Act. It lets law enforcement prosecute those who are funding political violence. Here's Ted Cruz on with Fox.
Now, I will say one of the most important things President Trump has done recently is he has pledged that he's going to go after Antifa. And what I've been urging is follow the money, cut off the money. And you look at this No Kings rally, and there's considerable evidence that George Soros and his network is behind funding these rallies, which may well be riots all across the country. And Soros is writing the check. And so I've introduced legislation called the Stop Funders Act that would add rioting to the list of predicate offenses for RICO. Why is that? Because it would let the Department of Justice use RICO, racketeering, to prosecute the money that is funding the anti-Semitic protests on campuses, the pro-open border protest in LA and other cities, and these No King protests. Anyone that is supporting rioting and violence, it lets you go after the money. And I'll tell you, there are more than 200 left-wing groups behind these No Kings.
Wait till the
rallies this weekend. They deliberately are blind to what each of the others are doing. That's part of how they avoid accountability.
Just like terror cells.
RICO is designed for precisely that sort of criminal enterprise. And so I believe the Senate, we ought to take up and vote on and pass our Stop Funders legislation. And I've urged both Pam Bondi at DOJ and Kash Patel at FBI, follow the money and prosecute those who are writing checks funding acts of violence, political violence or otherwise, across the country.
Yep, go after the money and stop these networks that have been riddled with foreign influence and other bad actors that are impacting American politics. We don't want all of that.
spoil timer doesn't
External
work.
influence, we have enough of that already. Now, Abbott in Texas, prepping up the National Guard, saying that they're calling this the Hate America rally. They're very unhappy about that. The Republicans are calling it. Abbott said, we're not allowing violence and destruction in Texas. Go destroy Portland. Get out of here. So we had that. We also had Mike Johnson from This Morning explaining who these people ultimately are and what we'll be expecting at the protest tomorrow.
Tomorrow, the Democrat leaders are going to join a big party out on the National Mall. They're going to descend on our Capitol for the anticipated so-called No Kings rally. We refer to it by its more accurate description, Hate America rally. Okay? And I'm not sure how anybody can do that. If you think about what's going to happen here tomorrow, we're going to bring together the Marxists, the Socialists, the Antifa advocates, the anarchists, and the pro-Hamas wing of the far-left Democrat Party. That is the Marxist Party. And tomorrow, the Democrat...
And they're going to be out in full force tomorrow, and we'll see if anything consequential comes of it. But who will be there joining and rallying with the communists? Which Democrats? Large numbers of them, and that will tell us who they are. It will expose them for their secretive ideology.
One more.
They're trying to sneak into the main political discourse in their effort to conduct a slow march through the institutions to end America as we know it, which is why we're glad that you're here. Thank you for joining us as we keep tabs on all of this commie nonsense. We appreciate it. Thank you for subscribing. We'll see you back here on the next one. All right, my friends, what a beautiful stream it has been. On this lovely Friday. If you're just joining us, quick recap on what we talked about. We had a little Jack Smith update, okay? Senators not happy with him, 5 of them, sent a letter over to the Justice Department, to Pam Bondi. They said, hey, Pam, you better investigate this Jack person for professional responsibility problems and misconduct. And then we'll see where it goes, because Tommy Tuberville has said Jack Smith needs to not only be disbarred, he needs to be thrown in jail. And we're happy to agree with that one. Then we talked about Bolton. Bolton walked his way into court, and then when they walked out of court,
Okay, we've got one left.
words to say to Abby
What do we
Lowell,
got? We
and
could
asked
get
a
rid
very
of.
important question. What kind of crack
We can
was
get
on
rid
your
of
slip?
that one.
What kind? You know, it's curious. Abby probably knows. So we went through that. We got familiar and recollected on the case to parse together what happened. We now know who individuals 1 and 2 are. And so got our bearings straight on that. We saw case management order came out with nothing much consequential there. And we have updates continuing to come out from his his arraignment today, or his self-surrender today. So all that on the Bolton update. President Trump said, "Don't F with America." That was a lot of fun. We talked about Tish's family and her OnlyFans grandnieces or whatever who are living in her residence, is on which she
And
said
get
she would be living,
rid of one of those.
she would be living. And then Tish came out and sounded very nervous in the aftermath of a press briefing about this case. We also talked about the commies attending the No Kings rally, going to be out in full force tomorrow. And of course, we'll have our Saturday members only stream. And so if you want to come join us, we'll see what is going on out there live tomorrow morning. No doubt about it. But now, my friends, it is time to hear from you and to see what you say about all of this. It's a lovely Friday. I hope your week
that one
was just amazing, and you accomplished all the things you set your mind to. We got a couple nice comments in the house. Thank you, my friends, for sending these in. Membo, stick around. We'll do an after party and debrief here in just a few minutes. Off-label podcast. And look at this. Made it. Man, what that fox reminds me of a video game fox or something. What is that from? Happy Friday, my friends. Off-label podcast is here.
We'll have 4
Wall
left.
Street Journal had an
That'll
article
work.
saying, "You are not safe," talking about retribution for Bolton, James, and Comey. Dems can't win the midterms, or we're all screwed. Yeah, well, I saw Don Lemon was also talking about, like, getting guns and stuff. Like, if you're an illegal, like, get a gun. That's what the Second Amendment's for. Shoot the ICE agents if you're here illegally. Yeah. I agree, man. If and when they get power back, it's gonna be rough. And we're gonna be right in the thick of it. So we can't let it happen. We also don't want to live in a one-party state, but we don't want the violent revolutionary communists to win, because they'll kill us. Like literally, they're nuts. Hey, this one, Jedi Trump. What's up, Jedi Trump? These are not the illegal aliens you're looking for, Democrats. Just let them go. Jedi Trump is here. What's up? Raph L in the house. Paul Ivy, welcome. Adam, good to see you. Matthew Mado, Renee S. All gifted members courtesy of Jedi Trump. Good to see you, everybody. Welcome aboard. We'll see you in the after party. No doubt about it. Thank you, Jedi Trump, for doing it. What's going on, Off-Label? Off-Label podcast right next door says, as far as the No Kings protest, I can tell you North Alabama had to remove 3 from their list due to low attendance. Been digging into their funding. Yeah, I thought that there was one in Prescott where I live, and I looked earlier. There's one in Prescott Valley, so I think they moved it, which is good. Get out of here. Former LEO. Hey, since Jack Smith's appointment was found to be unconstitutional, does that mean he doesn't and didn't enjoy immunity from acts performed while illegally appointed? Go get him. Yeah, I mean, I think there is a good argument. And I think everybody who appointed him also abused their office. Like, why did Merrick Garland appoint an illegitimate person who wasn't properly appointed to go do all of these things? They were delegating the abuse, essentially enabling the abuse. So Jack should be prosecuted for abusing his office, and he knew better too. And everybody was giving them cover. It doesn't matter if the media said that he was legitimate, but he raided Trump's house, or he inherited, the case from the people who...
Do we just leave that there? I hate to leave that there.
So yeah, we want accountability top to bottom. Thank you, Former. Rubos in the house. God bless President Trump from the Rubos. Good to see you, the Rubos. Trump's talking about over there George Santos and Blumenthal. Yeah. Awesome stuff. Thank you, Rubos, for flagging that one for us. Christina. Hey, thank you, Christina. 2 comments. 2 months as a member. Nice to have you. First month's the hardest. Gets easier from there. Thank you for all you do. You are appreciated. Christina, I appreciate you. Thank you for becoming a member. Thank you for sending in some donuts to support us. Thank you for becoming a part of our community. Amazing. I appreciate your humor and always just giving the facts. Well, we try. Sometimes.
There we go. All right, let's find our...
Funny. I think it's funny, but then I realized that was dumb. But anyways, thank you, Christina. Very glad that you're here. Christina says, Democrats get mad when someone looks into illegal aliens, but they don't care that Dems look into Congress and the American people. Yeah, that's a good point. Where are the Democrat senators who said about senators getting spied on? They don't care. other senators also, like, where are the Democrat senators? This is outrageous. Like, you can't. I don't. Can Trump? Can Trump now
dump off all this shit?
His DOJ to go get records of all the Democrat senators? Would they be okay with that? Maybe he should. Since they don't care, evidently. Yeah, it's a massive double. They don't even care about the federal employees vis-a-vis illegal aliens and their health care. That's how sick their party is. Wild. Christina, yeah, thank you. Muffin Randall. Thank you for the nice donations. Don't. The hypocrisy is thick. Very If they didn't have hypocrisy and double standards, what would they have at all? Nothing. Mizzy M. Hey, good week in the news for justice. It has been. We've gone back to back. Today we have like 3 investigations / prosecutions. Pretty good. Good week for the news and justice. Hopefully someone ends up in prison soon. Well, the train has left the station. Some of them. Comey, Bolton, Tish. And we're marching down the line. What's up, this old guy? Hey, the exposure of classified human intelligence directly involves sources and methods. It should be punishable by death, says this old guy. Yeah? I think you're probably making that argument because it could result in the death of those people. And you're, in many cases, exposing that data. The risk of that is that people will die. They probably do actively die. We probably never hear about that. Like if Iran took out like say John Bolton had in his emails, maybe he had the names of some assets in Iran or an entity in Iran, and they get their hands on it, those people are done. And you would never hear about that. We would never hear about that, right? That John Bolton was responsible for like 3 undercover CIA assets getting taken out by the Iranians. And if they were all, I'm not saying that there are citizens, but if their assets are, even if they were our citizens, right? In the movies they say, oh no, they got in an accident on the I-9, they're all dead. What? That was in the CIA. James Kipp, what's up, Rob? Is there a way I can contact you via email? Yeah, definitely. Robert@spotlightlawyer.com is my email. I do read them. I intend to respond to all of them, but I work on that one. That's, not as efficient. I want to. I endeavor to. I yearn to. But thank you, James. Yeah, send me an email. Dark Rogue, what's up? Almost there. Can I be a preemie? 5 months as a member. I think 5 months is good, right? It's like they come out and you can put them like on a mat or something. So sure, yeah, I'm down with that. As long as we have one of those mats. Thank you, Dark Rogue, for being here for 5 months. Dark Rogue says, I'm sad. If Congress does something about these activist judges trampling the articles of the Constitution, we won't have the rule of law at all. Dictatorship says it's okay, everything's gonna be fine. Yeah, it's a real battle. I mean, it's a real front line that's happening right now. It's with these judges. We've got rogue judges. We've got really bad judges. We have unethical judges who are also getting together, like 12 of them, and talking to the media. Remember that thing? It's ridiculous. The Supreme Court doesn't have our back. It's like, shut up. You guys are so pathetic. They're not supposed to have your back. Are you an adult? Do you even go to law school? Are you a lawyer? Do you know what the Supreme Court does? But no, they don't. They think that they're part of some communist revolution, oligarchical class, and that they should all be working together towards this.
I'll leave that stuff on him. I mean, that's a chunk of it, but
going and talking to the press, talking garbage about the Supreme Court, and there's other case law and other disciplinary records and precedent about how bad that is and how it's inappropriate to do it, but they did it anyways. And now we don't know who they are. And Trump can't ask them to recuse from any of the cases since they're so biased and partisan. And they're just operating in the shadows. It's really disgusting. Completely unethical, totally inappropriate. It doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. As a federal judge, you shouldn't be talking to the media and talking garbage about the Supreme Court. Totally inappropriate. And they're cowards. They don't release their names. Just release your name. Stand by it because it's appropriate. Put your name behind it. They won't. Because they know. Hey, what's going on? Rhonda, just Rhonda in the house, saying, hey, what's up? 10 members coming in. Thank you, just Rhonda, for doing this. What's up, Spacey11, Kevin Rossler, Esmeralda Real, April M. What's up, Tom Dunn? Amanda Gale is here. Newport Marina, Bowman 1, Durs 341, Kat McSee, all gifted members, courtesy. Just Rhonda in the house, aka Sassy Gemini on YouTube. Trino Galaxy says it's never been about no kings, it's about their kings.
I highly recommend you partner with Elon Musk on Project Colossus before it's too late. What's Project Colossus? According to Elon, it's the most powerful supercomputer of any kind in the world. Now, I'm here at Hyperloop Plaza, just outside of Austin, Texas, home to the new headquarters for XAI, as well as facilities for other Musk endeavors like SpaceX and the Boring Company. But I believe Elon's biggest project is actually happening elsewhere. Now, I recently traveled to the industrial zone of South Memphis to investigate this project, and you won't believe what I've uncovered. I'm about to give you all the details and show you why I believe Elon is about to shock the world again. I predict this supercomputer will make Elon the world's first billionaire and make more millionaires and billionaires than any other breakthrough in history. Why? Because it's powering what I believe will be the world's first superhuman-like AI, an AI that can learn, think, and solve problems across the board just like humans, but 1,000 times smarter. There's only one problem. This supercomputer is part of Elon's private company XAI. You can't simply log into your brokerage account and buy shares because it's not a public company. But here's the good news. I found a way for you to claim a stake in this Project Colossus without having connections in Silicon Valley, without having to be an accredited investor, without having to be rich. In fact, you can get started with as little as $500, and it can be as easy as buying any other stock.
Okay, we are done.
And Dick.
And we're not going to rate anybody. Catch you guys next time.